Hello there, and welcome to the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. This is season 15, episode 71, and we are doing a year in review with Amir Taaki. You have probably seen him in the latest HBO documentary. Now he's very famous, he's hard to get, and I appreciate his time. He actually accepted on a very short notice to join the show and talk about what's been happening in Bitcoin, privacy, and the cypherpunk space over the last year. And he also has a ton of questions from the audience, so stick around for those. I guess I'll ask them last. Amir, this is your second time on the show. I'm really happy to have you.
Yeah, nice. Fun times. We did a Christmas time. We did a Twitter Spaces that went on for nearly 8 hours. So, I was like already thinking to do a hangout for New Year's as well. So here I am.
Well, I can go for 8 hours. I'm not sure if you're keen on that one, but there's so much that happened over the last year. We saw how privacy on Bitcoin became something that is taboo nowadays. They shut down Wasabi Wallet, at least the company behind it. They arrested the developers behind Samurai, and then they approved the ETFs. And it seems like privacy is a no-go in the world of Bitcoin. And you are the guy who started the first privacy wallet that I'm aware of. It was called Dark Wallet. And for its time, it was very ambitious. It was planning to do coin joins and Tor integration and everything that is useful and interesting. And I was wondering, what do you think about this past year in Bitcoin? Is it bullish? Do you feel like we're getting mainstream adoption? Are you happy about it?
Well, what's interesting in Bitcoin is these L2s, which if Bitcoin does get ZK rollup support, then it means that Bitcoin will just be this programmable layer where everybody can, create their own completely secure side chains with any features they want. And so maybe people could add a privacy side chain to Bitcoin. But Ethereum is very much going into this direction where, before they had all these kind of scaling plans to scale the base layer on Ethereum. Actually, a lot of people don't know that Polkadot started because Gav Wood early on, he said the way that we should scale Ethereum is through sharding. He had a big disagreement because they wanted to go for a more lightning kind of approach, which was called Plasma. He ended up leaving, but now Ethereum's kind of going, okay, we actually are going to do sharding now as our scaling technique. So it turns out like Gav Wood was right. But even though he's been vindicated by history, you don't get people all flocking to Polkadot. They still stick on Ethereum. And now in Ethereum, they're building these L2s, but there's this question. I don't know if you've ever tried to use an L2, but you've got the funds on there and you've got to kind of like bridge it to the L2 and then use it. And something like Solana is like, okay, we're gonna do like native L1 scaling just by basically running it on faster computers. So maybe that's the question about L2 roadmap for Bitcoin with rollups. Would it be cool because people can do new features, but are people actually going to use those features? Maybe they just end up sticking on Bitcoin because they're too lazy, it's too cumbersome, etc.
I mean, that's a good point. We have quite a few proposals for L2s on Bitcoin, and none of them builds on top of Lightning, because for a while, Lightning was the only solution that was acceptable, right? The only one that was receiving funding and the one that was regarded as the future. And then it came crashing down. Nodes were dealing with this high fee environment last year. And people realized, okay, this was why Lightning exists in the first place. This is why we built it, for this high fee environment. And it seems to be struggling if you get this situation where closing channels is expensive and some operators get their channels closed. And I guess that's when a lot of money went into these extra L2s with ZK rollups and other fancy cryptography on top. But I'm actually wondering if there's any particular one of them that you like and you're keen on, because there are like a dozen of them that I'm aware of.
So I haven't looked. I really don't want to kind of go which opcode should be enabled. I kind of like what Eli said, Eli Ben Sasson. He's a really good cryptographer, Starkware. He's actually invented not snarks but starks, which is quantum secure type of Zk algo. Anyway, he's been trying for a while to make a Bitcoin L2. And he was kind of like, okay, all these other proposals, all these other opcodes, they're very complicated, relatively for Bitcoin at least. And they're likely to take like several years for them to come in. Opcat is a very simple opcode. It just says take two pieces of data and join them together. It's like it's just a few lines of code. So he said like, instead of going, oh, let's wait until, we found the perfect solution. Perfect is the enemy of good. Let's bring opcat, which is actually an opcode that used to exist in Bitcoin. Let's bring that back in. It's a very easy upgrade, very well understood. And then if there's a better opcode, we've got as much time as we want, but that way we're not holding up people building actually L2s on Bitcoin to bring some of these other features like scalability, like privacy. So I think his logic is sound there.
Yeah, Eli Ben Sasson has been on the show. A dozen of episodes were also sponsored by Starkware. And I've been telling people this for a long time. I tell them, you're so afraid of Opcat because you see it being promoted by the Taproot Wizards people who are doing NFTs. But in reality, you can actually do Opcat in Excel. You just write AB on one column and you write CD on the next one, and then you concatenate them and you get ABCD. There's nothing evil in that. It's just something that you've had in computers and coding for a long time. It's just that some people are so concerned and they say, oh, you don't know what can get built with it. And I'm like what? And they say, well, we don't know. And that's a threat. That's a concern. We don't know what we don't know. And therefore, we should never do anything, because at some point in the future, someone can discover an evil way of using it. And that's where we're at.
So I got into Bitcoin because I was really into money. And I was like, oh, we can have cyber money on the internet, and people can do all this crazy cool shit like gambling and funding causes across the world. And for me that was like the neuromancer, like radical cyber stuff, which I think is really cool, like cyber anarchy. But when I met Peter Wille in like, I think it was February 2011, and we were just chatting. And he said to me, he was like, well, I don't really care about the money stuff on Bitcoin. I just like the smart contract functionality, the scripting languages in Bitcoin. And so I was like, oh, interesting. But now those same guys, they're like, oh no, we don't like the scripting functionality of Bitcoin. We just want it to be, money, strictly money. A lot of people don't realize, I think it was 2011 where, or it might have been before, I can't remember. I think it was 2011. There was this like, I mean, it wasn't Turing complete, but it had Opcat, it had other opcodes in there, this Bitcoin script language. And, somebody found some flaw in the scripting language. And there was just this like reaction where we were like, oh shit, this could, harm the network. And so some of these opcodes were just commented out really quickly, as an emergency patch. But the idea was that, 1 year later, we would take time to study, and then a year later, we'd like add them back in a controlled way. When it was done, that was how it was represented. And then there was like a desire as well after that first change to disable those opcodes to like make it more controlled. So that's when Gavin Andresen, he he put into the, not into the consensus layer, which is, the blockchain validation rules, but in the peer-to-peer network, which transactions get relayed. And there's like a template system, and it says, and this is what they call policy nowadays, which is if a transaction is of this type, or it looks like this type, it's allowed, but if it's anything else, it's not allowed. So for example, if I made, back then, if I made like a multi-sig transaction, the network would not relay it. But I was developing multi-sig transactions, tools for working with multi-sigs. This is before it even existed in any wallet or UI. And it was Luke Jr.'s mining pool that didn't have these restrictions. So I used to take my transactions that I wanted to put on the Bitcoin network, I used to broadcast it to Luke Jr.'s pool so it would get in the blockchain because none of the other miners would accept it. So, I mean, once it ended up in a block, then, it would be there and other nodes would validate it. But the challenge was getting it in the block. So that, that was also, when that happened, I was like, that's fucked up. Like, because that's stopping, you've got the Bitcoin scripting language and you're stopping people to develop with it. You just have like, Gavin essentially saying, these are the transactions that are allowed on the network. But still, you could get around that. And I was. But then somehow over time, it became gospel. Like literally how the accidents of Bitcoin at that time, like, arbitrary decisions, became gospel about how Bitcoin should be. That's like, for example, the block size limit. Satoshi was in favor of getting rid of that. I'm not going to get into a whole discussion about the block size limit because I think the scripting thing is more interesting right now because we're talking about Opcode, which is one of these opcodes that was like commented out in a hurry, but actually it's a very well understood opcode, and it can be added back very safely. It's like very simple, so there's no reason not to add it. Just for the sake of completeness, even. Not even about having sidechains, which now there's sidechains basically means like, oh, there's no argument not to have it. I mean, you can have opcat and you can have another opcode. That way it's not controversial. But then Vitalik, he was working with us on DarkFi. He was living with me for over a year in California, in Spain.
DarkFi or Dark Wallet?
Sorry, Dark Wallet. Yeah, Dark Wallet back in 2013. And he became like, he later left and he started becoming interested in Mastercoin. But before that, actually, he first went to the Bitcoin mailing list and he said like, oh, there's these types of applications I want to enable. Like, I think it was insurance. I can't really remember. Can we like enable like a couple of these opcodes? And everybody was just like, no, absolutely not. It was just like that. No, you can't do it. It's impossible. It will crash Bitcoin. So then he went to Mastercoin, and then after that, he went and he made Ethereum. So it's conceivable that Ethereum wouldn't exist if there was just a bit more flexibility in Bitcoin, that if some of this innovation had been captured by Bitcoin. Now, would that be better or worse for crypto? Maybe it might be worse for crypto if Ethereum hadn't existed, because then we wouldn't have seen this big expansion of, like, for example, AMMs, which I'm not sure you can do an AMM on Bitcoin. So now the fact that Ethereum existed, invested in, ZK Snark research, then ZK Snarks as a roll-up. Now people are discussing bringing that to Bitcoin. So, it's expanded the ecosystem. Just kind of interesting how that whole process has happened.
Yeah, sometimes I also think that. So I did this interview with David A. Johnston, and he told me that there was a specific conference where Vitalik got on stage and basically told all the frustrated counterparty and Omni and Colored Coin developers, let's just build a chain where you can do whatever you want. And everyone was happy because they needed that. They just wanted to build. There were people who wanted to build something, and they were wrestling their way into adding that on Bitcoin. And every time they were doing something, there was someone telling them that Bitcoin should not be used in that way. And sometimes I think that at this point, it would be really nice if there was a hard fork of Bitcoin, like Bitcoin Dev or whatever, with real incentives where everyone can claim their coins, where all the opcodes, all the technologies can get enabled. Anyone can build, and there's some real world incentive to break. Because I
Isn't
see
that
that,
Bitcoin Cash?
yeah, there is Bitcoin Cash for that, but it's just that the developers seem to refuse to build stuff on top of it. For example, there is the drive chain, right, which is a way to do sidechains. They're not happening on Bitcoin Cash, and the developers don't seem interested. And to me, that's something that is promising. I don't know what you think. Did you look into BIP 300?
I didn't. I haven't really followed too closely because a lot of the
Oh, sorry. I wanted to mute myself and I muted you. Sorry. Technical mistake. Please repeat what you said about if you want to build a system and you want to do it yourself.
Yeah, so basically, you know, when I'm building something like DarkFi, all I have to do is I'm thinking about the frontier of technology. I'm thinking about like, okay, what's the math? You know, is this thing possible? Okay, let's make it. And that's like the very, you know, like the very cutting edge, you know, pushing the boundary. And that stuff is, for me, it's like really interesting because it's like, you know, what's truly possible. But with Bitcoin, your limitations, they're not these kind of limitations. They're limitations about, you know, what are the constraints of Bitcoin as it's been made now? You know, what are the political constraints? You know, being able to convince people whether they allow it or not. So the whole process is not a process of actually technology, but it's more a process of, you know, like bureaucracy or politics, you know, like you know, making alliances with people, like, you know, like discussing. It's just like it's something that's like extremely limiting, and for me it's kind of boring. So as a developer, the only reason people build on Bitcoin, like I speak with these Bitcoin devs all the time, and they're like, okay, but Bitcoin is the most used system. That's why it's worthwhile to build on. And I disagree with them because I'm like, okay, but there's so much that we're capable of, and you're just shutting yourself off from that. But that's fine if you want to do that. I understand your logic. But then going to something like Bitcoin Cash, which is relatively low market cap, has less programmability than Ethereum or Solana or whatever. Why would you do that? That's just a bad trade-off in general. If you're gonna fork, that's why Bitcoin Cash hasn't taken off. If you're gonna fork away from Bitcoin, why not make something that's better? And you might say, well, yeah, they've got better things. They've got what Bitcoin should have, but it's not. It's still not. It's still like just crappy old tech. So why would you go and build on crappy old tech? So that's why I think people don't use, you know, Bitcoin Cash really. But yeah, you were saying about the that stuff with the colored coins and all those people back then. Actually, I remember back. So like, yeah, I built the open bazaar, which is called Dark Market, which was meant to be, which was based off of Silk Road. It was P2P Silk Road. And I remember when I built that, it was kind of because I saw what Silk Road is and what the components are. And I was like, oh, we can build this decentralized. And it was like that for a lot of applications. So when people were making Ethereum in the first place, I really didn't see why you need Ethereum. I was like, well, you don't need Ethereum to do this application you're proposing. Today, yes, you do need Ethereum. But back then I was like, well, this thing you're saying, we can do it on Bitcoin with Bitcoin scripts. And, there's a way to do it. But, and even when they were making Ethereum, at one point they asked me to be the lead developer. And the guy's going, oh, you should work on Ethereum with us, blah, blah. And I was like, but what can I do with it? And the guy goes, oh, you can do everything, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, okay, but what can I do with it? And he was like, yeah, everything, blah. And I was like, no. Give me one use case, one practical use case. And he's like, marriage contracts. You can put your marriage on the blockchain. I was like, what? No, I'm out. Fuck this. And so that's why I didn't see the point of it back then. But it is true now. People are saying Ethereum lacks actual utility, but that's a different convo. But the point is that, back then when they were making Ethereum, for me, a lot of the use cases they were talking about it was not obvious why you would want Ethereum, why it would necessitate Ethereum, because you could build it on Bitcoin. But then I met people who were building on Ethereum years later, and they said to me oh yeah, it's so easy. I can use Solidity. I've got this environment, and it's like, oh yeah, Ethereum is actually made for people to make generalized applications. And that's why it's able to have this ecosystem. Whereas Bitcoin is not made. In fact, if anything, it's hostile to that. If you make an application, like for example, the multisig, as I said, I was doing multisigs in 2011, the network was hostile to my transactions. I had to find a mining node, which was Luke Jr.'s node, to be able to get that into the blockchain. So, that's the argument why, why would you build on Bitcoin Cash?
Yeah, I do get that, but it seems like the builders are avoiding Bitcoin Cash and they keep up this political game, this lobbying where they're trying to convince the Bitcoin users that they might want to have something on their network. And there's always this conversation when it comes to upgrading Bitcoin about consensus, whatever that means. Because it took, I think, many, many years to get to the point where everyone agreed that we need Schnorr signatures. And then we got Taproot, and we didn't even get all of the stuff that was promised. It was just maybe half of it or less. And it's so difficult just to get everyone to agree. I see that there are some initiatives right now to get the various people involved to say what kind of covenant soft fork they prefer. And it's madness. It's chaos. It's just that we have 12 proposals and everyone seems to prefer a specific one because they have tailored their applications around it.
Yeah, a lot of the argumentation about upgrading Bitcoin is very inauthentic, because back when the block size debate was happening, and I'm not making a value judgment about big blocks or small blocks, which I'm more concerned with the actual governance of how the upgrades happen. So back then, it was a very contentious decision. And I remember reading the Bitcoin core devs saying, Bitcoin is not democracy. This is a technical decision that is decided by developers, and this is what we've decided. And, that was imposed on people. Now, these days, those same people, they make the argument that the network voted to stay with the small blocks and the big block people lost, which is not how I remember it. So it's like Bitcoin is not a democracy when it's inconvenient to us. It's a technical project. But when it is convenient to us, Bitcoin's a democracy, and we've got the legitimacy of the network having voted this way. If you don't like it, go and set up a node that way, which it stops any any real discussion about the governance. Oh, evil, scary word. Somebody said to me recently, Amir, that's not very anarchist of you. That you seem to want there to be a government in Bitcoin. It's like, come on, Bitcoin. We all know Bitcoin is not this, imaginary decentralized project. You with your Raspberry Pi at home is deciding about, where Bitcoin's going. There are leaders inside of Bitcoin. There is a shadow governance. There are people in positions of influence with access to resources that decide which projects get funded, and they are a clique and they operate together. And the fact that that is not acknowledged means that, it's not public, that the process has no accountability, has no transparency. And so that's not a well-managed project. What the governance, people pretend that there is no governance, which, we all know that can never exist. There's always people together, they form groups, and, you don't see the devs, on Bitcoin Talk. They're obviously in private rooms discussing with each other.
Yeah, and I had this pseudo fight with Matt Corallo last week, where I basically said in a comment, it wasn't even directed towards him, as in I wasn't replying to one of his tweets, but someone mentioned, basically he tried to portray Matt, and I mean Blue Matt, the guy with the blue hair, was at one point the youngest Bitcoin Core developer, was trying to portray him as a hypocrite because he had two conflicting statements, not too far apart from each other. And I commented and said, Blue Matt sort of sold out because nowadays he's hanging with Jack Dorsey and he has his project, which is Rust Lightning. It's being VC funded and stuff. And he responded to me and said, it's not really VC, because he wanted to argue on the definition of what a VC is. And he hasn't sold out because he's been working consistently for the past decade and a half on this and that. And we had sort of a fight, but I also realized that there is no accountability. It's so easy to just say, oh, I've done cool stuff and I should be excused for the shortcomings of my work because I've done this and it's being used by these two businesses, but still it didn't live up to the expectations and it still didn't help the project at large that much. And it sort of sucks when you realize that, okay, on one hand, maybe that the model of funding developers from within the community with something like the Bitcoin Foundation was a good idea just because you had some leverage and you could say, I want this to happen. Of course, it was a centralizing idea. Of course, you need more of these foundations, but it's besides the point. But when you have these developers being funded by whatever private interest that may or may not be friendly to Bitcoin, and they might as well just fund them to do nothing or sabotage the project, it's not cool either, because there are different threat vectors. Like MIT has been financing Bitcoin Core development for the past decade or so. But what they also do, and there's one of the Bitcoin Core developers who partook in this, is build their own CBDC pilot, which is called Project Hamilton.
Whoa. That's crazy.
Oh, you're not aware of it?
No, I never heard of it.
Look it up, Project Hamilton.
The Bitcoin Foundation.
Oh, really sorry. I don't know why I'm doing this. I need to rename this track to Amir so I know not to do this. So you're talking about Gavin rejecting your patches.
Test.
No, you're
Test.
fine.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying that Bitcoin Foundation, they were really corrupt. So I came in. People can hear me now? Testing.
They should.
Okay. Yeah, I came in. So I came into Bitcoin in 2010, and I started, making patches to Bitcoin, and Gavin Andreessen, he would go, oh, it's not good, like, and he'd reject it, and then I'd be like, well, try and tell me what I can do to get it in, and he'd go, oh, if you do this, it would be good, yeah. And so I'd spend like a month or two working, and then they'd reject it, and I was like, okay, they're not letting me get code in. And then one time I saw one of the chat logs of one of the Bitcoin dev channels when I was offline, and I saw Gavin was slandering me as a dev. He was like, oh, Amir's a shit dev, blah blah. And I was like, well, I know I'm a really good dev because I've worked in big teams on large code bases for a long time. And I was like, this guy's just a motherfucker. So that's why, I went and I started Lib Bitcoin. I remember the first ever presentation about Bitcoin, which I went and I gave at a bankers conference in Amsterdam. And when I came back home to England, Gavin DM'd me in chat and he goes, I think you should not ever be allowed to speak at Bitcoin conferences again. And I was like, what? Who the fuck is this guy telling me what conferences I can and can't speak about? So I was like, well, fuck you too, dude. And then when we announced Dark Wallet, if you see the original announcement on Bitcoin Talk, Gavin goes, oh, great project, guys, amazing. But I'd literally just got off a telephone with a journalist, and she told me that he was slagging off our project on the telephone. So he's a very two-faced guy, slagging off us off in public. Talking nice to us in public, pretending to be the good guy, and everybody was like, oh, he's such a great guy. But in private, in behind, slagging us off. So I was just like, these were like these business guys that started to try and do a hostile takeover of Bitcoin back in 2011, 2012. And they were like, oh, anarchism, libertarianism, that's just crazy. Those people are crazy. And they were like trying to get on board with like the big banks, payment networks. They wanted to be accepted by, globalist finance, which Bitcoin was meant to oppose. They were like, Silk Road, they were slagging it off, etc. So, and everybody knows that post by Gav when he goes, hi guys, I've just been visiting the CIA. And then he went, what? And he was like really happy about it. And we were like, bro, like, it's going to tell the CIA about Bitcoin. So, when those guys were like making their moves, and everybody, so when you remember Craig Wright, they were like, Craig Wright is Satoshi. I don't know if they really believed that. At the time I was like, come on, you guys obviously don't believe he's Satoshi, but you just want to pretend he's Satoshi because it gives you legitimacy for your hostile takeover of Bitcoin. So that's what the block size war was about stopping those guys. And the other side was victorious, but to the credit of those guys, those business guys, which, include Roger Ver and, all the Bitcoin Foundation people, etc. They did have a vision for Bitcoin's future. But these people today, they don't have a vision for Bitcoin's future, which is why they're not fit to lead Bitcoin, to take Bitcoin forward, to take it anywhere, really, just kind of squat it. And that's why these new influx of people has come from the Ethereum ecosystem back to Bitcoin. And they're like, we see a way to take Bitcoin forward, to build an ecosystem around it. And those guys, they don't like it. That's why they go, oh, that's shit coinery. They instinctively know and feel that there's competition, that what they've got going, that what they're running is under threat, and they don't like that. But and it's tough, as you said, because they don't see themselves as corrupt. They're like, have you ever? I don't know. When you talk with a leftist, and they're like, you know, I'm a good person because I'm, against the rich and against capitalism. And it's like, well, you think you're a good person because you moralize to everyone else, but are you really a better person than someone? Like, for example, I don't know. I'm not against, vegans or anything, but I'm just saying, like, there is, as a silly example, go, oh, I'm a vegan, therefore I'm better than you because you eat meat. It's just like a really simple moral category to go, oh, you're better than that other person, but it's not really true. So they're like that. It's kind of like that with the Bitcoiners. Oh, we're morally pure. We don't engage in it's. And to be honest, I think it's pretty communist. I think like Bitcoin maximalism, it's just communism. The way that it's like, oh, you're not allowed to have other tokens. There's going to be a global economic system. Everyone's going to use the same economic system. The single, everybody's going to live. Imagine if that existed. It'd be a dystopia. It'd be horrible. It'd be like living under Soviet communism. So there's only one economic system. You're not allowed to use any other. It's like exists in the entire universe. That seems quite, authoritarian to me. So yeah.
Well, it's not just that, but before I present my example, I just want to say that it's interesting to me that you said basically that the block size wars were not about the block size, but mostly about deciding who's in charge of the project. And it was sort of a Lord of the Flies situation where the young developers wanted to take control over the project and take it from Gavin and Mike Hearn. And I'm not sure if Jeff Garzik was too involved, but he did become the lead developer of Segwit 2x, and he was the previous guest on the show. It was pretty interesting.
He was involved, but he was like, just like a friend of them as a tech guy, but he wasn't like leading it. But he was like a core, one of the first 5 in that team,
Yeah, and he was the first person to propose a block size increase back in 2010. He joined the project and released this patch which increased the block size to 7 megabytes. And Satoshi responded to that and said, it's a bit too early.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, Mike Hearn, he was actually proposing shit like the nodes should have like a proof of passport, and that nodes should only connect to other nodes that have this passport ID. So he was like proper Fed tier. And he was like, also, I remember he proposed, was like bloom filters as a privacy technique. But then it was just like, this is not a privacy technique. So a lot of that was really sus. That's why people were like, oh, maybe he's like a Fed or something. But I don't know. I'm not going to comment on that. But he was definitely against the cypherpunk crypto anarchy stuff in Bitcoin. He was like, oh, we need to integrate with the big banks. All of those guys were pretty much like that at the time.
Which is ironic because right now we are being integrated, but not through the Bitcoin network, but with ETFs and stuff like that. I sometimes like to joke that the ETF is the scaling layer that we got.
It's because Bitcoin is weak ideologically. If you don't have like competent, like leadership, and like if the community doesn't have a competent philosophy or vision, then it hasn't got a good enough immune system to defend itself. That's why the Bitcoin maxis, they don't really offer anything. They're kind of like, they can't develop any solution, and that's how Bitcoin get infiltrated. So
yeah, but you call them weak, but at the same time they pretend to be the most toxic, intolerant, resilient. They say they don't allow any change to Bitcoin and stuff like this. It's just that I guess some feds figured out how to hack their way into this mindset and basically put everyone in the community in a situation where nobody can ever agree with anything. And if there's any good proposal to improve Bitcoin, I think CTV is pretty good. Like, I haven't seen any proper arguments against it.
Nice. I haven't looked into it.
But my point is that for every proposal that seems to have consensus to a degree, there's gonna be like 20 more that are similar, and they say, this is slightly better because it also does this. So why don't you forget about your old one and we can have this new one? But this is how you get people to never agree on anything.
Yeah, the Opcode is a good idea.
Oh, you seem to be a fan.
Yeah, just because it's simple. I read Ellie's logic, and I agree with what he says. Makes sense. The other stuff, it is realistically going to take years, and you might go, oh well, it's just 20 lines of code, but they're going to argue that shit for infinity amount of time. And I don't know if any of you know as well, in the Linux kernel, like Linus Torvalds is kind of like the Satoshi of Linux, or like the Vitalik of Linux. So Linus was like, oh, Rust, because he vetoed C++. Linux is written in C, and he vetoed C++. So yeah, somebody asked about Starks on Bitcoin. Yeah, I think Starks on Bitcoin would be amazing. We could talk about what Starks are if you want. But I was just going to say about Linus. So he vetoed C++. He was like, no, C++ is shit. It's never getting into Linux. And then it became this thing that Linux is like a C project, an old school C project. We're hardcore old school. It became like an identity, almost like the Bitcoin maxis. But then Linus kind of made this shocking break more recently where he's like, we're going to go for Rust, guys. And because like the amount of like shitting by old school, people call them seniles. People who are into like C programming, they call them seniles. They're kind of like Bitcoin maxis. They go like, Rust is shit. I mean, I kind of agree with them. Rust is shit. I love C. Yeah, the Hitler of Linux. But I mean, he's gone woke now. But anyway, so so Linus, he was like, we're going for Rust, guys. Part of his decision was that, look, we're all old, we're all getting old. All the young Zooms, they're into Rust. We need to get new people into this. Like Rust is a good way to get people excited about Linux. And so, he brought in people and they started working on Rust in Linux. And, they were like, oh, we've got these really strict requirements. And then the Rust devs were like, okay, well, they put a lot of energy into, developing the Rust thing. But no matter what they did, it was not enough for the seniles. Everything they did would get blocked. And there was even like recently like scandals where I think it was like in a conference and the C dev was like shouting, just like autistically shouting at the Rust dev, going, what you're doing is shit. And then the Rust devs quit because they said, oh, look, no matter what we do, everybody's always angry at us, making stupid complaints. And they've brought it to a standstill. That's what's going to happen with these complicated opcode proposals in Bitcoin. They're going to autistically rage and drag it on for years because it's shitcoinery and they don't want it in Bitcoin, and they will like cock block it as much as possible. And they will like just discuss like endlessly, like really minor points. Whereas Opcat, it already exists in Bitcoin. It just needs to be uncommented. It's well understood. It's really basic. Everybody can agree on that and just focus, get that shipped. And then if we want a better one, then put the better one in. But the Opcat, it's just a way of breaking the Bitcoin maxi resistance. It's that's what I meant. Bitcoin is a political thing. It's not a technical thing. It's all about politics. So that's why, I mean, I'm not weighing in on the C versus Rust thing, but it is true that, they were raging. They were being really difficult, the C devs towards the Rust devs. I'm responding to these comments.
Yeah, do you believe that Bitcoin should learn anything from Linux, or is it so different because there's money involved?
I think cryptocurrency is not. I think it's like a website, like Yahoo or something. Everybody, I don't know if people know, but back in the very early stage of the web, there was AOL. I think was the first thing. Can't remember, but everybody was like, "Oh, AOL." It's just. There's no reason to have it's got, because everybody back then, they would get an AOL internet and it would come with an AOL browser and you would install that and it would have all the websites and the apps in AOL. So people were like, why would you leave AOL? Everybody's going to be in AOL. That's the new web. They thought that would be forever. That's like with Bitcoin. Everybody's like, oh yes, all this other shit's going to disappear. It's all just going to fold into Bitcoin eventually at some point. They don't know when, because I heard it's been years now. People have been going, oh, it's all going to zero. Everything's going to go to zero against Bitcoin. I'm like, well, when? Can you give a date? Like, no, it will eventually at some point. They used to think that about the web. First it was AOL, then it was Yahoo. Everybody was like, everybody's just going to use Yahoo. That didn't hold. So, about Bitcoin as well, what else is crazy is, so Bitcoin's written in C++, and the reason why, so in every other cryptocurrency projects, there are multiple clients, multiple node softwares that are written by different teams. And in fact, this is something Ethereum actually prides itself on, because Ethereum's like, oh, we actually have a really well diversified ecosystem of clients, of node software. We've got 5 of them. And the percentages are well balanced. And what's funny is the Bitcoin maxis, they bring that up as an example of why Ethereum is so vulnerable. But when you're in Ethereum, they bring that up as an example of why Ethereum network is so resilient. For example, a few years back when one of the clients didn't implement, the spec properly. And so because of that, the network was able to continue operating. So it's kind of interesting. But in general, in academia, it's well accepted that having multiple node softwares is the way to go. In general, in the rest of cryptocurrency, it's standard practice that you should have diversified node client ecosystem. But for some reason in Bitcoin, it's not like that. In Bitcoin, they disregard all the other knowledge of the rest of the ecosystem. And that reinforcement is cult-like. There's not even a balanced understanding of the issue. It's just no, this is the truth. And you're like, well, obviously it's not, because academics disagree with you. And the Bitcoin devs, they will say something, although I haven't heard them say it recently, that maybe because I've been calling them out about it, but they used to say at least, that you cannot have another implementation of the node software for Bitcoin, because that rely on certain features, unspec'd features of C++. So what they mean, so I used to study the C++ spec. You know, it's like, it's true, but it's like a giant book like that. And every time, I used to go to bed and I used to read it before I go to bed. It's like a giant book by Bjarne Stroustrup, and I used to read the C++ standard. Everything about C++ is completely spec'd, you know, except for one thing called undefined behavior. So undefined behavior is something that you do in C++, which the spec says you should never ever do this thing. Because if you do this thing, that is illegal. And if you invoke this illegal behavior, your entire program is invalid. Not just, you know, you've got a program, you're running it, and then it invokes undefined behavior, and suddenly it's like it can do anything. It's illegal. No. If your program at any point in time can invoke undefined behavior, then it means your entire program, even before that undefined behavior was invoked, is illegal. And what the spec says about undefined behavior is that a compiler, which takes your code, can compile that code into absolutely anything it wants. It can be any program. It can be a program that wipes your hard disk. You know, it can be a program that, like, you know, I don't know, types like random garbage everywhere, whatever. So you are never ever meant to invoke undefined behavior. So when Bitcoin core devs say that we cannot have a spec for, you know, Bitcoin core, because Bitcoin core uses unspec'd features of C++. What they're saying is that we're relying on illegal, undefined behavior in C++, which is fucking crazy. What that means is your program is invalid. People don't know this shit. Like, so there's no excuse not to have a spec. If your program is invoking undefined behavior, you fix your fucking program. You fix the bugs. You don't go, we can't do anything about it. No, it's just lazy. They're just lazy. They're like, you should go write a spec. So there's a spec that everybody can read. And then you tell people, okay, this is the spec. The spec is Bitcoin, not this. Because it's like, what is it? It's like a repo on GitHub. Like you go, you know, GitHub/Bitcoin/Bitcoin. Owned by one group of guys. They own that repo. If you as a dev have an idea and you want to get it into Bitcoin, you have to get permission to get added to their repo or to get your code. It's permissioned. It's a permissioned centralized system. It's not a, you know, free market system of like people competing together. It's not. It's like a centralized, controlled software project by one team. Not even Linux is like that. People don't know Linux is not even managed like that. In Linux, there are many different maintainers that maintain different branches. And you can pull from any of those maintainers and they are considered Linux. And, you know, Linus at the end, he pulls it into his branch and that gets distributed, you know. But in as well, like Linux ecosystems, you can replace your kernel even. You don't have to use Linux. You could use BSD. You can use something else. So, you know, you're not restricted to only using Linux. And in fact, that API is called POSIX. So it's like, it's a replaceable thing. So this is known all throughout software. It's like standard practice, you know, that you have a standards organization, you know, like there's many different interests there, and they all want to, all the companies and the people that are involved in, you know, that ecosystem, whatever, you know, they get people, you know, nominated and they go to that standards body and they have public discussions and they publish, you know, upgrades to the spec and stuff like that. And everybody can see what's going on and everybody can see there's a process. And if something's not fair, you can critique that and you can say, well, this is not being done properly, rather than there is an invisible clique that runs a GitHub software project. And what is Bitcoin is the code that they write, not that anybody else writes. And then, people say that, oh, wow, anybody can write a Bitcoin node. Yeah, they can. And people do. But there is heavy lobbying and propaganda and control by the Bitcoin core clique against those other competing projects. People don't realize that, but that's very blatant. It happens. And not only that, what they make is the official Bitcoin. Everything else is not the official Bitcoin. So why not get rid of their special status? Why do they have a special status as official? Why do they have that /Bitcoin namespace? Just get rid of it. Just make Bitcoin into a spec, and then anybody can take that Bitcoin core code and make their own version now. I'm not saying we have to delete the code from our hard drives, but now a whole bunch of teams will go and fork it, and they will take it from where it left off, and then the community will decide which clients or nodes they want to run, which has the momentum. But none of those will have the special designation of being the official Bitcoin spec. We already have the BIP process, but that was made in 2010, 2011 or something. It was made many years ago. It's not adequate anymore. You need a proper formal standards organization, formal process, But yeah, as this guy says, it's 0% chance of happening. But that would be the ideal, if, when I say that Blockstream and Bitcoin Core, they're corrupt, they don't think they're corrupt. As you said, they're like, oh, we've done this, unpaid service for a long ass time. We've got nothing from it ostensibly. Why are people criticizing us? It's the same thing that happens for any dictator who's the hero of a revolution. You come into power, he's there a few years. After a while, people are like, wow, this guy's a despot. He's not, his legitimacy has long since, been overdue, So.
Yeah, but I guess the elephant in the room right now is libBitcoin, which is something that you built as an alternative client. Right now it's being maintained by Eric Voskill, and he recently came up with some very cool optimizations. He was able to sync a full node in less than 1 hour on a computer that costs about $300. There's always this concern, right, in Bitcoin, and they say we should not have larger blocks because it's gonna take longer to sync. And even today, if you buy, let's say, $1,000 computer, it's gonna take you a whole day to sync a full node with Bitcoin Core. It's just that nobody really has this hacky approach in Bitcoin Core. It takes libBitcoin and people like Eric Voskill to ask questions and challenge what is believed to be established as a norm or a must-have in the client.
Yeah, I mean, there's other teams working as well. A very big part as well. It's just that it's impossible to build anything that use Bitcoin because the code is just so shitty. It's the same code. There's they really aren't. They really don't. I mean, I think there's an issue of funding and resources in Bitcoin. It's very hard as a Bitcoin developer to have proper funding. Indeed, Bitcoin as an ecosystem in itself is it's very difficult to operate, funding wise. But it's, for example, just building something as simple as a transaction radar, which is, I'm surprised why it doesn't exist in all the wallets, which is when you make a transaction in the network, you can see how much that transaction is propagated. To do that today with the Bitcoin core code, you have to fork the Bitcoin core code, and then you have to hack this really arcane code base. It's just not built to allow people to make these kind of applications using Bitcoin. So, and there's not a willpower to take Bitcoin somewhere. It's heavily politicized. So it's very difficult for, some some dude to go, oh, I think Bitcoin, should, if we did this to the code, we get these optimizations and they could build up a user base, etc. So
Yeah, what I noticed is basically the two extremes of the bell curve. On one hand, you have the 80 IQ Bitcoin hodler who says this is the perfect technology. It was brought upon us by some sort of time traveling god or alien that gave us the perfect technology. I'm gonna buy more of this. I'm gonna give it to my children. I'm gonna give it to my grandchildren. We're gonna have generational wealth and whatever. And then you have the 150 IQ developers who realize how fragile the code base is. And that's why they don't really hold Bitcoin. They sell it and they hold just small amounts that they keep for emergencies or something. But they don't really believe in the future of the project as much as these guys who know nothing about how it works.
I mean, I'm holding a lot of cryptocurrency. I'm holding a lot of Bitcoin, other things like Monero, etc. So I'm all in on crypto. But yeah, I think like we're capable of like great things right now. I just don't see any of that going to be built on Bitcoin. So that's why I'm not like too invested in Bitcoin's future. I'm more interested in like, so there's, I mean, like, here's a cool example of something, which is I saw today that Rojava, they're raising funds to buy drones using cryptocurrency, and they're using Monero mainly. So that's pretty cool that you can fund like a guerrilla warfare using Monero, because that's what crypto is about.
There's
and
someone.
people,
Sorry.
pardon?
No, I was gonna mention someone in the comments that posted an introspection in 82 bytes code, and I was curious what you think about it because he seems to have it figured out. It's op DUP, op hash 256, op 2, op r shift, and there's, I think this is a transaction hash. And he wants to know what you think about it. It also uses opcat. You just scroll a bit in the Twitter chat.
Yeah, so it duplicates the data on the stack. It hashes it. It adds the number 2. I don't know what R shift does. I can't remember. Or right shift. Right shifts the data. And then it pushes this data and then swap. I don't know. I don't know what that is trying to do. Maybe the guy can tell me.
Yeah, I guess this is the main point against Opcat, with critics saying that it's hard to figure out what the code does.
But I mean, a lot of the Bitcoin scripts is like that. You need to know what it already does. To be honest, I only remember the multi-sig and the payment one. And in the Bitcoin script, there's also been added all these like weird arcane rules because of the soft fork, that it doesn't even behave as you would expect. So sometimes you get scripts where it's like, it looks a certain way, but when the scripting engine encounters that, it like does something completely different.
That's sort of messed up. I was not aware of it.
Yeah.
So there's an extra challenge to building stuff on Bitcoin because you have to manually activate or deactivate soft forks for your node.
I mean, I think it was when the multi-sig first existed, and Gavin was like really pushing for it. And we were like, but bro, like none of the wallets even have multi-sig. Why are you pushing for this like destructive change to a scripting system? And it was me and Luke Jr. who were like trying to spread the word about that. But it ended up going through. That was, like a lot of the other devs as well, once Gavin kind of marginalized me from Bitcoin Core, then he started doing the same to other people. But then he ended up creating enemies. And that's when they did, in the block size war, they ended up throwing him out of the repo. So, it's like, even if you're like on the side of big blocks now, I think it's important to understand that it's like, it wasn't really about block size and like what was really going on back then, and why, a lot of those people that are in charge now, whatever they're doing now, they kind of are like, oh, we saved Bitcoin from a coup, from a hostile takeover. That's how they see it, and it's not completely wrong.
Just for the record, I'm not sure if I'm on the side of big blocks, but I do want every user to be able to onboard any ZK rollup sidechain or whatever layer 2 without custodians. So you should be in charge of your own keys. That's my main ideology, and I think that's sort of the innovation behind Bitcoin as a money system.
Yeah, I'm not, going to comment about it because I don't think it was really a technical discussion. I think it was a good discussion about the values of Bitcoin, what it's about. But I do think it was done in completely a wrong way, where it was like people are not allowed to make a decision about this. There's just like a purely technical decision, but I don't think it was. I think it's like something very simple that you can explain to people that even like your grandmother could understand. If you have bigger blocks, less people can run the node, therefore it's less decentralized. That's not a technical discussion, is it? That's like just a discussion about the future of Bitcoin.
Well, you're partially right, but it all goes back to Peter Todd, right? He was the original small blocker. He's the one who created that video in 2013 or something to explain that everyone should be able to run a node. And it all grew from here. And it's also funny because you've spent the last few years warning people about Peter Todd, saying that he most likely works for a free letter agency. And then you
I didn't say that.
No?
I said, no, I don't know what he does now, etc. But he did help an agent. That much is indisputable.
Okay, so you're referring to the John Dillon story.
It's even more crazy than that, because there was a CoinJoin bounty fund that was on Bitcoin Talk, and they put an address, and they said whoever makes the first implementation of CoinJoin.
Oh, that was Greg Maxwell and Peter
Greg
Willie
Maxwell
and Tamos, I think.
Yeah, so I thought it was those guys that were stopping me get the funds. But Peter Todd worked with John Dillon, if you read the email, to stop us getting the funds. But Peter Todd was meant to be our friend, which is strange, because imagine a guy, he just randomly come up to you and he's like, yeah, Peter Todd says, oh, well, I don't know that he was an agent. I thought he could just be any dude. He's saying I'm an agent, but he could be anybody. Okay, fine. So what? Okay, fine. Some dude emails you and says, hey, I work for intelligence, and help me stop Amir and his crew from getting money. You wouldn't go like, oh, let's entertain the guy. I'm interesting. I wonder what he has to say. You tell him to fuck off. That's what anybody decent person would do. Not only that, not only did he chat with the guy, like entertaining the notion, he actually sent the guy the money. He actually did the action to help the guy just so he could sign a message to stop us getting money. A guy that self-identifies as an agent. If that is not spook behavior, I don't know what is. And the fact is like, I was telling people about it and people didn't seem to care. People, they want to be close to like famous, people. And, if you're famous, you can do anything. People will suck you off. People all want to be your friend.
Well, he's Satoshi now, right?
Yeah, yeah. But so that's the thing. The HBO documentary came out, and in the HBO documentary, they show the emails and the stuff that happened. And then people now were like, "Oh, wow! Oh, you spoke with an agent." I was like, "I was fucking telling you people before. You chose to ignore it. You didn't even bother to read the emails when I linked you all the evidence." It's funny, isn't it?
Well, it's
People
very
believe
long.
stuff.
In everyone's
People
defense, it's
believe
very
stuff when it's
long.
on a HBO documentary. They don't believe. They're not. They won't go and try to research things themselves when you tell them it. But okay, now it's known to be true. He's like even admitted it. He's like, yes, I had this emails. Yeah, this John Dillon guy. Who knows who he is? If he's an agent or not? Fine, but God, it's still fucked up. That's still really fucked up behavior. Imagine not only that you did that, you're hanging out with the dude that you've screwed over every day. You're their chief scientist for their project. Peter Todd was a nobody back then. We put him as our chief scientist, as a counterbalance to Gavin Andresen. We brought him up out of obscurity. You know, we put him on the stage. And then he's doing this with John Dillon. That is fucked up. That is really fucked up behavior. And he doesn't even, and what would any normal person do? Any normal person would be like, yeah, bro, I'm really sorry. That was fucking weird. I don't know what went through my head. I'm sorry though. You'd do that, wouldn't you? It's 2024. You'd be like, yeah, that was wrong. He doesn't do that. He's unapologetic. He's like, yes, we need states because states build computers. That's what he said last time somebody asked him about it. He's like, we need states because states build computers. When questioned about interacting with a spook to undermine a group of broke open source developers to stop them getting funding for having implemented privacy techniques on Bitcoin, what the fuck? That is crazy, crazy behavior. Nobody says anything about it. It's excused. I don't know why people don't call that out.
Well, the
Fucking
HDL
weird.
interpretation of the events is that he was actually John Dillon himself, and he was talking to himself because the amount of money that he supposedly received for pushing RBF is like a few $100s, which is, I don't know what developers were getting paid at the time.
I'm not talking about RBF. I'm talking about if you read the email thread, it's talking about the CoinJoin Bounty Fund. And John Dillon says, send me the funds so that I can send the funds back to the fund saying I donated the majority of funds to the fund and I disapprove of Amir receiving those funds, which, by the way, we got zero from that funds. I implemented the first CoinJoin. Then later on, we made the dark wallet. We released the alpha of dark wallet. We released the code. We got zero from that fund. We never got anything from that CoinJoin Bounty Fund. After they made the fund, which the rules of the fund were the first team to deliver the implementation, which we were the first, we fulfilled that, would get the money. They changed the rules. They changed the rules to say, as the owners of the fund see fit. These are the guys that are in charge of Bitcoin Core today. They are corrupt individuals. They're corrupt people. They're not, you know, Greg Maxwell, he's a self-made developer. You know, he has a really interesting story, you know, but he's also a very, you know, jealous guy, a very bitchy, jealous guy. You know, he's not a strong person. He's not a strong-willed person. A lot of these Bitcoin Core devs, you know, they're just weak, you know, insecure, you know, people. And they're not fit to be leaders of Bitcoin. That's why they behave in this way. That's why, you know, Eric Voskuil, you know, a while back, he got hacked, right? There was like, you know, he was a developer and he, you know, he's been at it for many years, funding, you know, dev with his own money, Bitcoin dev. And I was saying to him, I was like, Eric, look, forget about Bitcoin. You know, come, let's make something new together. Me and you, you're a fucking brilliant dev. You're a really good dev. You're really smart. You know, you've got, you know, he used to be a fucking fighter pilot. He's like a, you know, what's that movie with Tom Cruise in
Top
it?
Gun.
Yeah, he's like Tom Cruise. He's literally a real life Top Gun guy, you know,
The
riding
Maverick.
motorbikes, flying fighter jets. He's also a hardcore Rothbardian. You know, one time I asked him, I was like, hey, got any good books to read? And he was like, Man, Economy and State. And I asked his book and it was like that. And I really tried. It was so hard to read that book. But he's hardcore. He's very ideological. And every time I've said that to him, he's just like, no, he's really into Bitcoin. He's really true believer in Bitcoin. Imagine that guy being oppressed by, you know, Bitcoin clause, clique, trying to, you know, choke him. And he's just been self-funding everything for years, like a soldier. And of course, he's under-resourced. You know, he's hasn't got much stuff. He hasn't got any money. He's just doing it himself. And, you know, there was a flaw found. And, you know, it made some mistakes. You know, because he can't hire people to do audits. And he hasn't got, like, massive exchanges funding him because of how corrupt Bitcoin is. But, you know, when that happened, you know, normally you'd be like, yeah, that's fucked up. But, you know, I feel for you, right? I feel for you as a developer, as ideological developers put their soul into this thing. But that's not what happened. The Bitcoin core guys were really vicious. They really came out with the knives at him. And I saw that and I was like, that's disgusting behavior. You don't, when a man is down, you don't kick him to finish him off, which is what they did. So that's the kind of personalities that are in charge of Bitcoin now. And, you know, that's what I was saying, you know, the people that they kicked out, they were ruthless sharks, business guys, but they weren't like that. They weren't weak, vicious people. They were just sharks, you know, and they had a vision for what Bitcoin should be. Is that the cypherpunk crypto anarchy vision of Bitcoin? No. But is that what we have now? No. Why not? Because the people that are in charge now, they're not strong enough to make Bitcoin into a cypherpunk technology. They don't have if there was a strong enough leadership, we would have full on-chain privacy in Bitcoin. If they were cypherpunk and they were strong-willed enough. And in fact, it's even worse than that. Those people are compromised. I just told you about Peter Todd. It sounds shocking, but his entire emails are online. Anybody can go read it. Anybody can go find the Bitcoin Talk CoinJoin thread. They can verify the information. Don't trust, verify. Go search the information, make your own conclusion. But that's the people in charge of Bitcoin. It's crazy, huh? So yeah, they're really corrupt people. I mean, they don't see it like that because they're like, oh, you know, we've been soldiering on defending Bitcoin, blah, blah. But it's like, okay, bro, maybe it's time to step aside. Maybe it's time to allow these, you know, young people to come in, you know, Opcat, L2s on Bitcoin, let them, you know, maybe it's time to wind down Bitcoin Core, allow new teams to compete. Maybe it's time to put in place a proper governance, but that's antithetical. But if Bitcoin want to survive, Bitcoin want to compete against BlackRock and all these other people that are trying to hijack it, which, if we're honest, those are the people that are in charge of Bitcoin now. That's what they'd have to do. It'd have to have really drastic action taken, which I'm not saying it's impossible. I mean, somebody's here said, you know, it's basically close to zero chance all of that happens. But, you know, if someone was motivated, like if I was motivated, maybe I would go into Bitcoin and I'd fight to make that future happen. I'd like, you know, rally the community, etc. But I just have better opportunities with DarkFi, you know, doing the things that I want to do that I think are more interesting. That's why I'm not going to waste my time doing that. It's like a political work. It's not really a technical work, is it? It's just like, you know, I mean, I'm not saying like everything we do is political, but that's just like bureaucracy kind of political, you know.
But I guess in order to build DarkFi, you have to believe that Bitcoin does have a future. Because DarkFi is this utility chain that's going to provide privacy to Bitcoin, Ethereum, and I guess something else that you're going to add along the way. It's this anonymization chain, as far as I understand it. So in order to
Yeah.
build it, you do have to hope that Bitcoin is going to be successful in the future.
Why? Why Bitcoin? I don't understand. No, it doesn't depend on Bitcoin, but cryptocurrency, yeah. I'm not sure. I don't know if Bitcoin is like where the future is. I think Bitcoin exists and it's going to exist for a long ass time. And that's fine. But I don't think it's the future of cryptocurrency.
What do you think is the future?
I think it's all that shit that we were promised back in 2013 that never got built. There's so much stuff that I thought would have been made by now, like P2P local bitcoins or P2P marketplaces or P2P trading, DAOs, etc., all fully anonymous. I just gave the example. So this is, I don't know if you saw this, but it's the YPG in Syria, and they're fighting against Al Qaeda in Turkey, and they are doing a fundraiser where people can send cryptocurrency and they use that to buy drones. But they're using that and I think Ukraine did a similar thing. That's some sci-fi shit. Like every time you send money, it's like you send money and you pay to get Al Qaeda bombed. So it's like you could even have that real time, like with stats and shit. So you put like $100 and you're like, yeah, killed a jihadi, boom, like a lottery. So that's the next frontier of struggling for freedom, struggling for the future. People don't know this. Assange, he was basically, the US government, their strategy was to bleed Assange dry. So they nearly did that. They were successful. And, then the US government was like, haha, we've got him. Time to go in for the kill. And so that's why we made Assange DAO. And Assange DAO raised 55 million to free Assange by all means necessary. It's like a DAO. So people don't know that, but crypto is actually what saved Assange. It's funny because I was in a chat with a Bitcoin maxi. I don't know, I shouldn't even probably say this, but because, fuck Bitcoin maxis. But I was in a chat, and Bitcoin maxi was like trying to argue why Bitcoin's superior. And he was like, oh, look, Assange needed his airplane. Somebody sent him, 100K. And I was like, bro, Ethereum sent him 55 million. So that's pretty crazy that on, crypto, you can just spin up a DAO. You can give people governance tokens and you can raise like this huge amount of capital. You can direct it for political change. That means people can mobilize. They can actually change things. And, but DAOs are a thing already, but they're all transparent. But on DarkFi, we have anonymous DAOs. So I'm really excited about that, to see like what's the crazy things that people get up to with DAOs, pooling capital together as like a community because you want to do some particular type of thing. You have like a course or whatever. And then people put up proposals and they're like, we should fund this or we should do that. And they start doing it. The Tornado Cash devs, they put them in jail because they got access to all their Signal chats. So we were like, okay, we don't want to go to jail. What do we need? We need an anonymous chat. So we made like the world's strongest fully P2P anonymous chat in DarkFi. We did that because we saw, what happened in Tornado Cash, which they got access to their Signal chats. And they said, well, mister, you said that. Therefore, you're the CTO. You're the CEO in the court. But in DarkFi, like we have this anon chat. So there's no linkability between messages. So I can say something. And if they bring that up later, I'll be like, well, it wasn't me, sir. Could be anybody. You know, you've got deniability, you've got full protection. Nobody else is engineering for that right now. Everybody, all the projects, they're like, you know, join our Discord. And you're like, well, you're a privacy project though. And they're putting privacy devs in jail. But
or even worse, they use Slack.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, they're all the same. Slack, Discord, I don't know what's the difference. You know. But so yeah, we made that. So, and like, I don't know if as well now in England, people are like being put in jail for speech. You know, like somebody was put in jail for holding up a sign that said BlackRock and the politicians are corrupt. He went to jail for 3 years and he died in jail. And what's even more crazy than that is the government just announced that they're reducing the time served for criminals from 70% to 40% time served to make space in the prisons because of this new speech laws that they brought in. Can you believe that? They're like, we are letting criminals out from jail early because we need to make space for people who've committed speech crime because of the new speech crime laws. What? How crazy is that? People need to get the truth out. People need to get the word about what's happening in their communities so they can struggle for freedom. That's why we are the home that has built this, not Telegram, you know, not Signal, not anywhere. We are providing that platform for people to come, to be safe, to be protected, to organize, to communicate, you know, to make tasks, to, you know, make anonymous DAOs, to do all of this anonymously, to pay people anonymously, to trade anonymously. You need to cash out. You get paid us, you know, for example, salary, you cash it out anonymously. You know, that's, you know, the basic features we want to ship with. And I think that's already incredibly powerful. like, you know, everybody if you go on the feeds on Twitter, you know, which by itself is a fucking failure, the cryptocurrency community is using a centralized platform. We all know what's going on there. Oh, Mr. Elon. Oh, I love Elon Musk. He's so amazing. Make sure you put that in all your tweets, Vlad, because then the algo will boost you. And because you know, there's certain things that if you talk about, you're going to get deranked in the algo. We all know it's happening. It's just like one group of people took it over from another group of people. They still have a biased agenda. They're still running the algorithm for their benefit. We all saw the accounts getting closed down. You know, what happened recently. They're doing that stuff. So where are you going to go and talk about the truth? Talk about what's really happening in your community. We're providing that platform, you know? And when we say free speech, we mean 100% pure free speech, not, you know, free speech with, you know, quote unquote conditions. No, full fucking free speech. Same thing with anonymity. When we talk about anonymity, we're not talking about this privacy bullshit, which loads of projects like big, you know, for example, people going, oh yeah, Taproot, it's privacy. Lightning is privacy. That's fucking load of bullshit. There's no such thing as privacy. You're either anonymous or you're not. 100%. It's not gray. It's black or white. That's how it is. So we're doing that. We're trying to give people full 100% privacy, no compromises, full free speech, full sovereignty. So people have the self-defense. People go rally for their community. I go and I see projects and they're going, oh yeah, I think the future is AI agents communicating on the blockchain and blah, blah, blah. And you're like, you have not built any of that, have you? That is just a load of, you're just talking fucking rubbish. You just made that shit up. He's trying to pump your garbage. Yet everybody's on Twitter, everybody's on Discord. We haven't even made chatapp.exe. Bunch of Bitcoin maxis are like, oh, do you use Nostr? Nostr's shit. Nostr's not even decentralized, not P2P, it's federated, and it's not anonymous. Why would you use a technology that's not anonymous? As soon as you say anything, they're going to put you in jail. You can't speak freely You can't really tell the truth, tell your true opinion about what you believe if you're not anonymous, if you're not protected. That's why we need these technologies so people can rise up. Name of your podcast is Bitcoin Takeover. We need to do the takeover. So that's what I got into cryptocurrency for, to change the world, to change the planet. And everybody's talking about rubbish, but I think, what we need to build is just really basic, to even start. And yes, I have like more complicated long-term future plans, etc. I can talk about information marketplaces and all that kind of fancy stuff. Decentralized derivatives exchange. I'm looking at that, but I want to just at the beginning deliver the most basic feature set which we're missing and make it, and just iterate and make it as smooth as possible. Get people using those tools, because that is 90% of what we need.
Yeah, people in the chat are asking, what's the product? Is it DarkFi chat? Is there a link to that? Can they try it already? Someone else wants to know if DarkFi is better than SimpleX.
So yes, you can join our chat, the Dark IRC. If you go on DarkFi website, you go to community, there's a link there. But right now it's command line. But I'm literally working on a UI right now that's going to be released in this next month, in like very soon. So it will just be like an app that you can download onto your phone and you can use it really easily. DarkFi is an L1. It's a blockchain. It will have smart contracts. You'll have anonymous smart contracts. That's what it's made for. It's got generalized programmability. It has ZK proofs, etc. So you'll be able to build any anonymous application on DarkFi. That's what it's for. But we're not just thinking about this as like, oh, there's a platform and you go build on it. No, but we're also going, here's a product for you to use. This is we're not just making L1, but we're actually building, we're building a wallet, a UI, and inside the wallet, you can have different plugins. So you'll be able to have like the chat, the tasks, the DOWs, the payments, the trading, who knows, even maybe on ramps, off ramps. Let's see what we have there. And in the future, people will be able to extend that with new applications. But for now, I'm just focusing on the chat, because I want to get people into the core community where they can talk and they can discuss and they can be involved. But we're add more and more features onto that.
Yeah, it sounds promising. When do you think it's gonna come out?
The wallet is coming out like, I don't know, in a couple of weeks. But so actually DarkFi now, we have quite a lot of new things happening very soon this next month. So we've got the new testnet is out. This is the final testnet before we go to mainnet. We want to operate that for a few months, see if there's any problems that pop up. We've also, we've got this anonymous DAO. We've just made some major upgrades to it. So before the DAO, there was like one key pair for everything. And now we've like split that up into multiple different roles and responsibilities. So if, for example, in your DAO, you want to control, you want to restrict the ability to execute proposals to a smaller group of people to stop, like, for example, a vampire attack on a treasury. That's like where somebody buys up the majority of governance tokens on the market and then make a proposal to send it to themselves. That's called like a vampire attack. So one way that people will protect against that is they have a key on the group of people who can execute it. So we've done a lot of work now on the DAO to split up those roles and responsibility, so it's configurable. Who can see the DAO's treasury? Maybe you want that to be just the people in the DAO, or maybe you want it to be a wider set of the community. Maybe you want it completely public. Who can see the votes? So maybe when people are voting in the DAO, you don't want people to be able to see the running total until the end when it's ready to be executed, and who can execute. We've also made this this UI that I'm talking about, this product. So you'll be able to go and download it for Windows, Mac, Linux, onto your desktop, onto your laptop, and use it onto your mobile phone for Android, and just have it there, and it'll be the chat, and it'll be P2P. It's using the P2P network. We've optimized that a lot for the mobile phone. So yeah, I was trying to think. I should make a list. Let me see what else. Oh yeah, we've also made a blockchain explorer. That's new. So the blockchain explorer will show like the metrics of the blockchain and stuff that's happening. So we're releasing that now. Also, we've made like a new tool to interact with the blockchain. So people will be able to like use the DAO and the wallet and all those features with our DRK tool. So it'd be a nice, that's kind of like what we're shipping with now. So it will be a nice release coming up. And then basically from here, we're not going to do any major big new projects, just kind of polish and tweak until we're ready to launch.
Yeah, there's a lot happening, and I've known about DarkFi for about 4 years now. I remember it was in Mallorca, I think, that I first heard about it back in 2021. So the summer of 2021, that's when I first heard about DarkFi. And your presentation at the time was more about going dark and the philosophy of lunar punk and all of that interesting stuff. And then you just came every year and you presented more and more in-depth technical stuff, something which I appreciate about DarkFi compared to other projects. You didn't go straight into selling tokens. You didn't speak, as far as I'm aware, on conference stages about selling tokens. You just presented the technology, you invited builders, you even trained some developers who are not developers prior to your involvement, and you got them to work on the project. It's very grassroots, very anarchistic, as far as I could observe over the years. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, we're there. We've got quite a budding community, like a strong schizo energy, which is something I appreciate.
Yeah, you put a lot of work into making it accessible to developers, and that was the first step that you've made. You created libraries, you organized the website in a way that it was friendly to developers. Because I came back every maybe 6 months to look at where this is going. And I did see that you're updating stuff just for developers. It was not tailored for investors. It did not look in any way that was supposed to be appealing to the normies. It was just the bare necessary stuff that you needed to build a community. And you also had memes. I remember I think it was 2 years ago at the Hackers Congress, you came with some Pepes with the DarkFi branding. That was fun.
Yeah, the memes. Yeah, we've got quite some cool memes. That's like a highlight, is our artwork and memes and videos soon as well. But we've been working on this a long time. I mean, we announced it in 2019 or 2020, but been really working on this since 2013 or 2018, 2019. A lot. It started with Dark Wallet, And then, I came back from Syria, and then people were like, oh, you should make dark wallet. And then I was like, but CoinJoin's not secure anymore, so I don't trust it. And then I was looking at Mimblewimble, and then I implemented that. And then I was like, oh, this is not very good. And I threw it away. And then I implemented ring signatures, and I got that really working well. I had ring sizes with 10,000 people in that would like validate in 10 seconds. So I got it really fast, optimized really well. But then I was talking with a cryptographer, and they said, well, the state, they can do a dust attack. They can just fill it with dust. That's why it's not secure. And I was like, oh shit, I can't use ring signatures. Then I went, Fero's got Lelantus, which is basically Jens Groff 1 out of n commitment to 0. So I implemented that as well. And then I started getting more interested in like not just payments, but generalized functionalities. So then I got interested in anonymous blinded credentials. So I implemented that coconut scheme, and that was. Then I renamed the project Dark Futures, because at the time I was really into BitMEX. So I was like, I'm going to build like anonymous futures market. And then, when DeFi happened, I started getting more interested in like ZK proofs. So then I was like, okay, we're going to do ZK. And then by the time it was with the trusted setup, and each new contract had to have a new trusted setup. So that was like the first version in 2019. Then we renamed it to DarkFi after DeFi. And then, started iterating from there. And then, started bringing on other developers and more people, and then we rewrote the code like 3 or 4 times. So it was, but even that's just the technical development. But even during the years, we were doing like a lot of, philosophizing about what the project is, what it's about, blah, blah, agorism. So it's not just like, oh, DarkFi appears now. You see, the things you see, but there's been a lot of groundwork over many years, a lot of research and stuff. So yeah, but we need to ship this year. That's like our aim, to just get it out, get it liquid. Then, to reiterate and to do the next phase after that. So people always ask me about scalability. That's the future project. We're just focused on anonymity. We've got this anonymous chat. A lot of cool things, like people are they're like mentally limited by, what exists. People are like, oh, well, how can you organize anonymously online? People's imaginations is so stunted that when you talk about new ways of doing things, people just, they can't imagine it. And you're like, but that, I remember when Cody, when he was first making the 3D printed gun, I remember he had no experience in 3D printing. He was just like a kid, basically. And he announced it to the world. He's like, I'm fundraising 30K because I'm going to make a 3D printed gun. And I was just reading on these technical forums like Slashdot, where people would write these massive walls of text about how it's not possible. They would go, I'm blah, blah, engineer of this type of 15 years. And, you can't, blah, blah, it's impossible to do this, blah, blah. But Cody was just he didn't give a shit about any of that. He just went and he built the gun. And turns out it was possible. And now loads of people are 3D printing guns and making all different kinds of models of guns. So always when I'm telling people there's a different way we could be doing things. We can build something really powerful. People are so brainwashed by being on Facebook and Twitter, where they're like, oh, but you need your real name and you need a blue check mark. What? In the 90s, they used to just be IRC rooms. And I used to just log on to the IRC room, And I go like, oh, you know, I'm building this and here's my patch. And people were like, oh yeah. And then we would chat and we would make projects. I was building projects with people and I didn't even know who they were. I had no clue. And, you know, then I was a professional poker player. I was a professional poker player for more than 2 years. And, you know, I'd be playing on Poker Stars and I'd see an opportunity and I'd want to get on, you know, Full Tilt Poker. And there'd be like these poker forums and I had no fucking clue. There were a couple of dudes that I met up with, but most of the people I didn't even know who they were, just anonymous nicks on there, around, you know, with quirky random names, not like their real name or some shit, just some, you know, like, you know, I don't know, Juju 1276, you know, like stuff like that. And we'd be like, I'll be like, oh, hey, bro, can I send you 10K and you give me 10K on FTP? And they'd be like, yeah, and we'd do the trade. I'd send him 10K on Poker Stars and he'd send me 10K on FTP. We didn't it on Full Tilt Poker. We didn't need to have our real names or KYC or that shit. That's why when Bitcoin happened, when Bitcoin happened, I was like, oh yeah, it was like obvious to me because I was already doing poker and we were like moving a lot of money around on these like random poker sites and using it as cash, and people were making bets on things. People would bet on shit on these forums, you know, prop bets. People would bet on other people's games or bet on like, I don't know, random political events. You know, like we have Polymarket and stuff now, but back then it was just people on forums. And if you lost the bet, you'd pay. And people weren't scamming each other. It just worked, you know. And that was how the tech got built in the 90s. So you can, and like people forget about Silk Road. Silk Road worked amazingly. You'd go on there and you know, there would be like Dread Pirate Roberts, and he's got like, you know, he had a reading group every week discussing like agorist literature because he was building a movement. And you'd log on, and people were like, "Yeah, this is the fucking future. We're gonna overthrow the U.S. government with drug trades." That's what the vibe was. Everybody was so excited about it. I went to a friend's birthday party, and I was just hanging out, and we were up, and you know, everybody left, and I was just hanging out with these two random dudes, like really late at night. And I didn't even know who they were. They didn't know who I was either. I mean, this was like 2011 or something. And one of the dudes started going, hey, yo, guys, there's this website, Silk Road. You can buy and sell drugs on there. You know, it's like we're doing something that's fighting the power. That was like exciting. That's why people used Silk Road. That's why people got involved in these things. They didn't do it because, you know, like they've got a blue check mark on Twitter and they're going to get like, I don't know, whatever. It was just like, oh, look, we've got a Juju 1276 on the Dark IRC. But so this is like, I think we can do it. We can like really build something, you know, like now everybody's still trying to play the game. Everybody's still, you know, trying to do the thing Apple does. You know, Apple, they've got like, I saw in the ads recently, and it's like, you know, it's like kind of depressing because it's like this little girl, and it's like, you don't even need to know how a computer works. And she's just like got an iPad, and that's like her life. And she's like, oh yeah, I'm on the iPad. I'm just like a disempowered consumer drawing pictures and making photos like that. And it's like, well, yeah, you're not really changing anything. You just, you know, you're making TikTok videos. You're not really like acquiring wealth or like gaining power, you know, or like expanding the territory of freedom. That's what Satoshi said in his thing. Like if people look it up, it says, they look up Satoshi P2P Gnutella, Gnutella. He talks about P2P networks, and he was like, you know, he says like, you know, Bitcoin will expand the territory of freedom outwards. He's like, you know, this is a project to expand freedom expand our freedom networks. So, that's what we're, that's what we're going to do, and we're going to build. Everybody else, they're all still trying to play the Silicon Valley game. What does Silicon Valley do? Silicon Valley is a proprietary industry. When I use a Microsoft product, or any proprietary product, I'm a consumer. And if something goes wrong with that product, I have to go to the company. I have to beg them like a cuck to fix it for me. I cannot do shit except beg them. I'm dependent on them. And that company does not respect you. It does not go, oh, this is one of our equals. This is one of our respected users. It goes, no, you are a stupid, dumb pleb. You're a sheep. A low IQ cattle. Like, there's other words I can use. But the elites, they don't respect the people. They look at them as stupid. I read an article recently that said that Gen Z does not know how to use a printer. Gen Z does not know how to use a file system. Why is that? Well, it's because, the technology that this Silicon Valley proprietary mindset develops, it's made to attract stupid people, because they see everybody as stupid, to attract as many low IQ normie sheep as possible. The bigger the numbers you have, the more you can tax them. But not only that, not only is it made for stupid people, but it's making people stupid. It's like actually making people stupid. If you go on the Mac computers, the file system browser, it hides the file system from you. That's why people don't know about it. Your computer is deliberately keeping that hidden from you. It is like, you don't need to know about that. You should not know about that. So it disempower people. Why do they want to build this tech this way? Why, when, for example, you go on Twitter, first of all, the layout, it's shit. It's a shitty, crappy layout. It's like so much white space everywhere. It's not efficient to look at. It's not like informationally efficient. But okay, forget about that. Let's say you make a post and you've got notifications, and you've got lots of notifications, and you start responding to them one by one. First of all, it's interspersed with garbage like ads and stuff. And it's not condensed in one place. But second of all, when you're responding to everyone, periodically it refreshes you to the top. So you see new responses. This is what's called a dark pattern. It's dark pattern because the way that the app is engineered is to get you to spend more time using the app than it is to have utility for you to become efficient, for you to be powerful. So it's a difference between making software that allows people to acquire wealth, to acquire power, versus software that entraps people so that it can tax them. Like something that's attached to you and you can't do anything. It's like, it becomes like, you become dependent. Like what's the name? Walled garden is like another name for like an ecosystem where you're trapped inside. They use that for the iPhones. You've got your data, you've got your contacts. There's no way to migrate it off elsewhere. You're trapped in that place. Why do they want to do that? Because every single user or consumer that they get, they can tax them. And more tax equals more profit equals more revenue. So the thing is that cryptocurrency people, they're developing their software as if it was a Silicon Valley proprietary app. And that's why they're not able to innovate, is because they're playing catch up with the same system that they're meant to be opposing. They're like, oh, the big banks, we don't like the big banks, but we want to be better than the big banks, But the tech is meant to be, it's meant to be a new paradigm. It's meant to enlarge the territory of freedom. That's what Satoshi said. Allow us to do new things, to get the truth out. to claim back our freedom. It's so if we want to make that, we have to start like imagining and stop playing their game. Even just look at the UIs, they're so crap. Like they're so like, I like really can't stand this like globo homo dancing colorful people, which corporate Memphis is the name, which is like, you like literally live in a Soviet dystopia surrounded by like gray office blocks, and you can see that the economy is collapsing around you. But there's these images of like dancing colorful people, like on Gmail or like Facebook, they have this art style and it's like, oh wow, diversity. But it's like, it's so interesting what we live in. Wow. But actually what you live in is just like a dystopia, like Soviet dystopia. It's so fake and it's so ugly as well and so crap looking. Like, like look at the I don't know, Escape from New York, like in the intro where they have all these like terminals, or like the Alien movie, the original Alien movie on the Nostradamus. And they have these like sci-fi interfaces with like vector art, and you're like, wow, that shit is so fucking cool. And I cannot wait to live in the future, because we're going to have like these like, like futuristic UIs, which are just smooth and they operate well. What do we get instead? Dancing globo homo people, big white, with like loads of animations, and they like crash and they're laggy, like try and just deliver some food or something. And it's like, just to open the app is like this elaborate animation, and it just crash. You try and open it again, and it's like, ooh, it's like, no, just show me the app, So it's like, why when crypto people do a project, they're like, oh, Google material design, that's what we're going to do our UI as, we're going to copy that. So they just go to like, what the corporate people are doing, and go like, oh yeah, that's what we're gonna copy. And then the same thing, like everybody makes a project and they're like, oh yeah, we've got an idea. And then they're like, they don't even have like a product or anything. Maybe they make like a prototype or something, but there's no tech there. And then they go and they like get some seed money. And then with that seed money, they're like, oh, we need to hire like marketers and HR, and they start like pumping the project. But it's like, and they're like, oh yeah, the tech, oh yeah, we built that at some point. But they just, they're like, because it's like, this is a Silicon Valley thing they do. They like, you get money, you get marketers, you pump it, and like somewhere down the line, the tech is like an afterthought. Like, oh yeah, once we get big, yeah, we'll do something. But then, you make some like, it's just like a web app. You go, oh yeah, we're a P2P blockchain, blah blah. But it's actually just a web app. It's like running on a server somewhere. It's just a centralized database or whatever. There's like loads of projects like this, and you get more money and use that to get growth. And then you're like, you go to the VCs and you're like, oh yeah, look, our Discord, it's got thousands of people, but those people, you've incentivized them to join the Discord with like airdrops or whatever. So it's like, it's fake as fuck. And then as soon as the money dries up, all those people are just going to leave. But you pump it like that, and then later on you're like, oh yeah, let's build some tech. But then for a dev who's like, he wants to build something cool, you're like, oh yeah, join our giant corporation. Except you've got to get past Karen at HR, the marketing Stacey's as well. So it's like, who wants to join that as a dev if I have any dignity, or if I have any, if I'm like if I'm really a great dev, great devs, who'd want to join that? I'd be like, nah, bro, I'm good. So all you're going to do is get soy cuck devs. And that's indeed like the type of devs that projects try and hire. They're like a friend actually told me this. I'm not joking, but he said to me, he's like, Amir, you can't have too many alphas in a project. You've got to have betas, and the betas are under control of alphas. It's like, bro, like that's why the technology we use is so crap. Like, it's because everybody's hiring soy cuck devs. They don't hire like alpha devs. How are you going to get real creativity and stuff made unless you hire visionaries? And yeah, they're like, they're going to be visionary and they're going to fight each other, but they're going to make the best products. It's good, but you want that. You want like, you know, that environment where people are like, you know, they're fighting out, not just like passive slave people who like, you know, run by marketers, visionary marketers, and they're like, oh yeah, we did the metrics and the market say we've got to, you know, have shingle, damble, 5do, and really cool animations. That's what our, you know, blah blah says. You know, our big bad analytics say, you know, that's why we get such crap projects, because the people that do know the tech, they know what's possible, but they're not building it. But the people that are putting the products in front of people that people use are like marketers, and the people that they get to build the products are just slave betas, and they never have an opinion on anything. So they never like say, well, you know, the tech, if we made it this way, it would be better. So that's, yeah, of course, you're just going to build garbage, but that's the crypto community. And I thought crypto was bad, but it turns out that big tech is worse. And in fact, not just big tech, but the entire economy is a scam as well. You know, now the H1B thing where they're like, oh yeah, we're just going to like, sorry, MAGA, your trad waifu is off the table. We're just going to mass import like cheap slave labor from the third world to replace you.
That's the history of the US. Anyway, I enjoyed your rant because you went full Richard Stallman, and then you went full art critic of the Memphis corporate style. And then you started getting into more elaborate stuff like your Guilfoyle from Silicon Valley. You know that show?
Oh, yeah, I've seen the clips of him. He's the tech dude, isn't he?
Yeah. He's the one with the dry humor. Who hates HR and marketing and whatever. He just wants to be left alone. Has the most dignity of all developers.
Oh, yeah. He should be in charge, I guess.
He's also the Bitcoiner in the show. He's the one who's mining. And anyway, it was a very great rant.
The Squid Game has a crypto guy in it now. The new one that's coming out.
I heard about it. I just don't have time to watch shows anymore.
Oh, Squid Game's quite good though. I will definitely watch it when it comes out. But one of the characters is a crypto scammer. So that would be quite funny.
I might torrent it. Just kidding. If you're listening, I will pay for Netflix, of course.
Oh, guys, you should definitely use torrents. What the fuck? I'm shocked that people buy Netflix and Apple and all that shit. Like, I go to people's houses and they have Netflix, and I try to look up a movie or something I want to show them. It's not, I can't find it on Netflix. It just has Goy Slob. They're the latest like shitty slop on there. And I was like, what, you're paying for this crap? Wow. And it doesn't even have everything on there. And they're like, oh yeah, oh maybe I'll have it on Apple TV. And you have to go on like, it's like, what? Load of crap. I just have one app on my computer. It has a search bar in it. I just open it and I search what I want and it downloads in a minute. Like I can just watch it straight away. It's fantastic. Everybody talks about like, you know, good UI UX, and they uplift like Netflix and stuff as an example, but BitTorrent, nothing holds the candle to that, especially when you enable the search engine in there, which is a few steps, it's like 4 steps because they can't legally distribute it, but it's super easy when you know how. But people are like, oh, it's too difficult. I had some guy recently respond to me like that. He goes, yeah, I know how to use it, but it's just easier to pay for Netflix. I was like, what? Is he really that, are people really that retarded? Like,
I guess they're lazy and they have enough money to not care.
Yeah, but you can't even get everything on Netflix. But I tell you what's good I've been watching recently is Dune Prophecy. That's dope.
I'm not even sure where I can find that, but now I know. QBitTorrent.
Yeah, if people go on my on I think it's on my website, agorism.dev. Oh no, I don't have it there. Okay, I will put it there for people. But yeah, if you go on my website, agorism.dev, you'll see my sci-fi list, my top sci-fi that I like. But if you go on my Twitter account, but if you search my profile and you search QBitTorrent, I have a guide there. But I'll put that up on my website after this call because it should be there. But basically, you can get everything for free, and it's super easy.
Yeah, you mentioned a quote by Satoshi Nakamoto, and it's from the peer-to-peer forums, peer-to-peer foundation. It's a reply to someone who said you will not find a solution to political problems in cryptography. And Satoshi said, yes, but we can win a major battle in the arms race and gain a new territory of freedom for several years. Governments are good at cutting off the heads of a centrally controlled network like Napster, but pure P2P networks like Nutella and Tor seem to be holding their own. And he signed Satoshi. And what's interesting about this quote is that he said we can gain a new territory of freedom for several years. And the question that spawns from this quote is, do you believe that these several years are over for Bitcoin, or we should be doing something to extend it?
Well, unless there's like a major political reform in Bitcoin, like new leadership, maybe, some of the old guard. Because look, I had my beef with people, with Roger Ver. Roger Ver was suing me for $2 million. But I do think that, the treatment that him and others got was, I mean, they got a punishment, but the punishment was like really extreme. They were like forced out of Bitcoin completely, like just cancelled, So that was really extreme. So, maybe if those people, they came back together with these new L2 people like Eli Ben Sasson, and it was clear that there was like a new cohort of people ready to contribute to Bitcoin, to take Bitcoin to the future, and they were ready to do all that stuff, then yeah, like they could conceivably take Bitcoin forward. Bitcoin could have on-chain privacy, it could implement full chain membership proofs. You should just implement it, in my opinion. I don't think there's an argument against it. But I'm personally, like I described about Assange DAO earlier, and how we raised 55 million to free Assange, which basically bankrolled Assange's freedom. And I was talking about like how in Rojava they're fighting a guerrilla war, and they're using cryptocurrency now to like fund drones being purchased. That's like the new way of like political struggle of the future. Like you can use cryptocurrency to change things in a radical way. That's fucking crazy. That's sci-fi. In 2020, in Ethereum, there was this idea of squad wealth. There's an article by Other Internet called Squad Wealth. And it was this idea that in cryptocurrency, it would enable this post-corporate new form of kind of organizations to sprout called squads. And squads would like mobilize and they'd like change things. And the whole idea would be like, would be making DAOs. And there was like loads of people forming DAOs on chain. There was like Free Ross DAO that raised like 20 million for Ross Ulbricht. There was Ukraine DAO, which I don't know how much they raised, 2 million or something. But there was a lot of these DAOs at the time. And people were like, it's gonna change everything. This is the future wave. But the DAO thing, it kind of fizzled out. It didn't really take off the way people expected it. And this idea of squads and squad wealth, it kind of became WAGMI, we're all going to make it, bros. And it just became the kind of like, DeFi, degen, kind of nihilism, it went from like squad wealth, like concept of wealth, which is like, you have a good life. And, it's not just about money. It's about like being free and, being enriched and having power, economic power. Money is like, if it doesn't matter how much fiat currency you've got, if it's in an American bank account, at the end of the day, they can just seize your money. So you're still a slave in some way. That's why cryptocurrency make us free. Everybody's talking about being debanked, etc. So the whole idea was that, DAOs were going to do that, but then it fizzled out and it just became WAGMI and, shitcoin, gulag, casino. Because everybody, I don't know if anybody knows this channel on YouTube called Leonardo of Biz. It's a really good channel. There's like a video there called 2021 Bull Market. It's like exactly 2021, where it's this like crazy montage of like, like the markets are just like, they're just booming. And like, it's like fucking crazy. And there's like, poo-poo NFT and like, all the dog coins, going, who let the dogs out? And it's like, just everything's going fucking nuts. And it's just really schizo. And it's got all the bugs and everything. And, but then at the end, it's just like Wojak and he wakes up from this like crazy dream, which is 2021 bull market. And he puts on his McDonald's hat because he goes to work at McDonald's. And it's like, it's literally like, Half-Life 2, the intro, where, the Combine have just taken over. It's like, there's like a security guard and he's talking like the Combine goes, no pass, no entry. And he has to go into his job. And there's like, the like hamburgers, they're like, the guy says that his co-worker's like, oh man, this is a really tough economy. It's had to put the prices up again. And it shows like the price of the hamburger in the McDonald's is like $30 or something ridiculous. And then he goes, how about you, Wojak? Tough day with the cryptos? And Wojak's like, yeah. He goes, hey man, you've got to do what you've got to do. And then like Wojak's like, yeah, ha ha. And it's just like, it's just so depressing because it's like everybody, they have this like grim reality that there's like no escape from. Like, what do? You've got your last $1,000, which is your life savings. Let's YOLO it into Fartcoin or something, cum rockets. Maybe it will 1,000x, maybe not, but that's the only hope that, that was like the vibe then, but I'd say now is because, I started talking about how everyone's playing this Silicon Valley proprietary game and they haven't woken up to what's possible now. Things have changed now massively. Like a year ago, 2 years ago, everybody was really pessimistic. They were like, oh yeah, we know we live in a surveillance dystopia. There's nothing we can do about it. Now there's like a sense, there's like a palpable sense of like, yeah, we can actually change things. The elites are like corrupt. Everybody knows this, but we have the power to change things. So we just need to like, and crypto projects, they're still trying to play that game. That's why they have all this like really safe, neutral marketing that's like not meant to offend anybody because, they're like, they're still trying to be a part of that broken, corrupt system, but they haven't tapped into that popular energy of people yet, where we're like, everybody's like, yeah, we need to rally, the populist energy. Politicians are doing it. Well, that's what happened now with these oligarchs, where the MAGA people are like, oh yeah, we just got used, basically. They lied to us. So, crypto projects, they're still trying to do the same game. But I was talking about the DAOs. 2021. We can do things differently. 2021, I think the reason why those DAOs just descended into that like nihilism, shitcoin casino type thing is because they weren't cypherpunk. How can you change things when your DAO is transparent on chain? I mentioned Assange DAO, which raised 55 million. Its slogan was free Assange by all means necessary. What does that mean? That means like every means possible, everything's on the table, with this DAO. But now you've got a DAO where everybody's doxed on chain. And if you vote for something and if they come for you and they put you in jail, who's going to come off? Who's going to help protect you? You're just a nobody. So of course, nobody wants to act in that sort of DAO. So that's what stopped those DAOs actually being changing things. If you're going to change something, you better. That's what I was saying about DarkFi. Like, projects going, oh, we're building a privacy project. Join our Discord, bro. They're putting devs in jail. They're based on their Signal chats. So if you're telling people to join Discord and you're building a privacy technology, you're obviously not afraid of going to jail. And if you're not afraid of going to jail, you're probably not building anything important, probably not building anything that's going to change things. So like, how can crypto projects be like, oh yeah, we're the future. We're gonna really change things if they're not thinking about building proper cypherpunk platforms, where people have anonymous. That's why anonymous DAOs didn't change things, because they weren't. There's enough people now. Like I gave this example, like, oh yeah, look, they're raising funds to do drones. We did the Assange DAO. Imagine the crazy shit people are going to do when they have anonymous DAOs. Anything. You can change anything. You and your group of guys. There's loads of people that want that now. But they don't have it. Nobody has it. All these people now, they're all organizing on Telegram. Would you believe it? Telegram, of all places. Need to get off Telegram. That's a spook platform. And people are like, oh, we'll use Signal. Signal's even more of a spook platform. I don't trust any of those people that run Signal. Okay, maybe Signal has better algos that's vetted, etc. How do I know, though, those Signal updates haven't got a backdoor in them? The FBI goes, oh, Signal, can you put a backdoor here? And they're like, oh, yes, sir, of course, sir. Like Binance. Someone told me a crazy story recently, which is, Israel, Palestine, you can think whatever you want to think about it. But there was someone who told me that, it was a Palestinian guy, and he said that, he was trading on Binance, and Binance said, Binance seized his funds, and that was all of his money. It's like just a university student, and emailed Binance, and he was like, look, can I get my money? And Binance like, look, you have to message Mossad with your like details. So he messaged Mossad, and Mossad goes, can you confirm this is your home address? And he said, yes. And they launched a missile at his house.
What?
They blew up his house. Yeah, that fucking shit is happening, Binance. Because CZ before, he made this like platform where everybody can trade anything. The Americans did not like that. They put CZ in jail. They've taken over Binance, and they've filled it with lawyers. And you can be sure that Binance is reporting everything, to the US government. Binance runs Trust Wallet as well. People using Trust Wallet. You can be sure your transactions are being reported to the FBI if they're interested, So it's like, you can think whatever you want about Israel, Palestine, but should, Binance be giving the details of their traders to Mossad, who launches a rocket at them, and they're just a university student, not a member of Hamas, just a student in the university. I don't think crypto should be involved in things like that. I think so you can go like, oh, but Binance, they're a company, fine, but that's why we need to be building the technologies like we're doing with DarkFi, Bitcoin, Nostr. Fuck that shit. That's not gonna do anything. BlackRock owns most of the Bitcoin anyway. Why are you going to waste your time making Bitcoin more valuable? It just makes BlackRock more wealthy. You know, like let's build things that's actually cypherpunk. I want some of these. You know, what's that book? You know, I've got the book Sovereign Individual. That's talking about how you know, they're literally going to go to war with this tech because it's like the future, and you know, they're not going to like it. And it's true. Like global international finance. That's what if you look at Satoshi's writing, that's what he's addressing. He's like, oh, this is why I've made it. It's to challenge the power of, you know, the globalist finance networks. That's what it's about. There's no denying it. So what, you think the most powerful empire in the world, whose entire power is based off of like owning all the financial networks, you know, that they're just going to roll over and go, oh yeah, that's cool, guys. Yeah, cryptocurrency, yeah, you can take over. No, you can smash it. You know, maybe we have a few years with the SEC off our backs where we can build. We really have to like not be complacent. It's 2013, 2014. We were like, oh, you know, this technology, it's so powerful. It's like a scientific inevitability that we just need to allow it. We basically it will just like take its trajectory and it will, you know, hit home, and that's it. We just need to onboard people, and you know, then we're all good. We had that attitude, and we weren't like actively going, we need to get wealthy, we need to build organization, you know, build structure, you know, etc. And so what happened then, of course, like all these, you know, business people, all these VCs, you know, all these people from the old system came in and, you know, started to occupy all these niches because we were not prepared enough to lead the space forwards. And of course, like there were collaborators, you know, Ethereum got to the way where it was because it made deals with, you know, WEF and globalists and JP Morgan and stuff. And people don't know about this stuff, but they have a lot of close connections that now Ethereum has like lost its soul, and it hasn't, you know, delivered this stuff we're talking about, you know, this real cypherpunk stuff. And it kind of feels a sense of regret where it's like, oh yeah, we're really big, we've got loads of money, but we've lost our soul. And that's why Ethereum people are talking about North Star. And they're like, oh, but we want to be cypherpunk again. But they're not willing to go all in on cypherpunk. They kind of want to they want to be cypherpunk, but safe cypherpunk, like without having a stance on political issues, without standing up for anything. Just like, you know, we believe in the values of decentralization, but it's like compliant version. So for example, they have privacy pools now, KYC privacy pools. That's what they're pushing since Tornado Cash was shut down, it's just weak. It's just a weak attitude. It's like, all right, fine, build privacy KYC Tornado Cash if you want to on Ethereum, but that's just weak. Why not just stand up to the SEC and tell them to fuck off, stop persecuting people for P2P tech, grow a spine? That's why they're not going to be able to be cypherpunk, because they're too cowardly. But you know, and then meanwhile, like Solana, they're doing the, you know, the ruthless, you know, they've done exactly the same game that Ethereum's done, but they're more efficient. They haven't got all of these like, you know, random HR hangers on and useless people. They just fire people who are not good. They want competent people. That's why like there's a lot of coping by Ethereum people. So, you know, yeah, like
I really much enjoyed your rant, and it's useful.
sorry.
I was waiting for you to actually say this, because in person you're, I don't know how to put it, very ambiguous about Ethereum. On one hand, you enjoy what it can do, but on the other hand, you're not happy about the compromises that they made very early on with the chain. and the direction towards it's heading. And that's why I guess you're building DarkFi. But something else I want to ask you about, because you mentioned the name of Roger Ver, and he was on the show. And when he was on the show, he actually said a story about you. And it's based on a forum post that he made on the Bitcoin.com forums with a trip that you made together, and you were taking a city tour on Segways, and that you wanted to run towards a fat girl who had a free hugs t-shirt to hug her, and then you dropped the Segway and
What's wrong with fat girls?
it went across the street, hit a tree or something, and almost hit 2 cars, and you ran away. And also, Roger Ver is promoting something that's called Xano nowadays, which is basically like Ethereum for the Monero people. It's a platform for issuing tokens with ring signatures and Monero technology. And I think in its goals, in its ambitions, it's trying to be sort of like DarkFi, except that it's not using the zero-knowledge cryptography that you chose. And I was wondering if you have any opinions about that one.
Yeah, if people, can do what we're doing, but do it better, fair play to them. But Xano's using ring signatures. I don't think ring signatures is anonymous, and it's not a generalized programmable platform. It's fixed number of applications. So yeah, I don't really have. But apart from that, it's decent. The bridge they have, confidential layer, it claims to be trustless and decentralized. I don't think that's a real claim. The bridge, it has oracles, so you're trusting the oracles, and if the oracles collude, then they can steal your money. But so there, and it claims to be the first such bridge, but there's multiple bridges like that.
Okay, but in terms of tech, you think it's solid, or do you believe it's obsolete because it's using Monero technology as opposed to the new Halo 2 Zcash stuff?
Yeah, I think ring signatures is broken, and also, if you had something like Ethereum, where every single app was like public, but just the payments were fully anonymous, would you call that anonymous? So if, for example, there was a trade in an AMM, and you went in AMM and everybody could see your trade and people could even front run you, would you say that that's anonymous? Because in DarkFi, what we're aiming for is not to reveal that information. But a lot of these other projects, they've basically just got anonymous payments, which, as I said, in Xano's ring signatures, it's not fully unlinkable transactions. If they upgrade, then that's good, which I heard they're going to upgrade to FCMP, which Monero has, which they should. Then it will be strongly anonymous,
You have some questions on Twitter from people. Wow Nero, he's like the official account of the Monero meme coin, wants to know when token for DarkFi.
I don't know. Like, we have to. So right now, I'm not working on the token stuff, but someone in our group is working on token stuff, and they've just started now. And then when we have the first proposal, then we will like go to the community and we will like propose it to them. And, then we will refine that over time. So, yeah, that's the main stuff. Is now we're releasing the testnet that's going to be released soon. There's like, we have to make a bridge we have to do one small change to the P2P, and we have to do the token stuff. So those are like the remaining work to be done on DarkFi. When that's done, then we're ready to release.
I have an even more advanced question from someone named Heteronomino
Why don't I
Degen.
these questions? Where are they?
Oh, they're posted as comments when I announced that we're gonna do an interview yesterday. A bunch of people put their comments there. They're not from the chat. So this guy says, how long until darknet markets embrace DarkFi? Will DarkFi OTC solve the darknet exit scam issue? And what do you mean by DarkFi 2.0?
Okay, what does he mean by the what exit scam issue?
I don't know, something concerning darknets and the fact that maybe you pay for something and you never get it.
No, I think he means where people set up markets and then they shut down the market and they seize all the funds because they're custodial. Yes, when we have markets, it will solve that issue. What was the other questions?
About DarkFi 2.0?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? And how long until darknet markets embrace DarkFi?
Oh, okay. Well, you know, I'm thinking of DarkFi as a kind of, you know, more smart contracts kind of, you know, tech platform. So, you know, our idea was that you'd bridge Monero or you bridge something into DarkFi, and then you can use it on the markets there. And you could also use DarkFi as a kind of mixer by bridging funds in and bridging them out again. So then you can just call smart contracts on Ethereum. So you can call, like, for example, make an AMM trade. DarkFi 2.0, I haven't really spoken about that yet, but you know, there is a lot of things we can do in the future. Right now, you know, we just want to get it out because perfect is the enemy of good. And if we start trying to make the best product, the best thing ever, you know, we're never going to release, you know. So right now we have it, you know, I think it was like a year ago or so, we said, look, let's just lock it down now in terms of like features and so on, in terms of like products, etc., and ship with this. So we're just gonna polish it. We're gonna get it smooth. We're gonna release to our community. We're gonna get liquid. Then, you know, once it's released, we have something there that people are using. We want to keep polishing it, and then we can start to like think about the future. Start to think about the future products we want to build. Start to think about the future of DarkFi. Now, if people want me to go into what that future looks like, I can do that. You know, so, you know, first of all, you know, we were just talking about having a marketplace where you can buy and sell goods, you know, that never got made. A place like Local Bitcoins where you can find traders and trade with them. You know, we also need that. Also, information marketplaces, decentralized WikiLeaks. So I have a design for that, which is, you know, you've got a document that you want to sell on the internet, or you've got like a video of UFOs, or you've got the latest Hollywood Marvel Cape Shit 5. You post on the forum, okay, I have this document or video or something, and I say, prove it to me. So we do a protocol where a random chunk of the file is selected and it gets revealed, but you can't predict which part of the file gets revealed. But that process actually then validates your claim about what the file is. So you claimed it was this thing, like UFO document, random chunk gets revealed. I'm like, wow, this is legit. This is the actual thing. And then the rest of the people can start bidding auction. And the winner of that auction gets to decrypt the file. They get access to that information. That is really cypherpunk, because we've got this industry based off of, you know, proprietary secrecy, you know, corporate secrets, etc. now it destroys that business model, because people from one corporation can sell information to another corporation on an open market. So that would be amazing. Now also we've got the anonymous DAO that I mentioned, which I think is like incredible, and I'm really excited to see, what people do with that, what comes out of that. Right now with the DAO though, all the voting has to happen on chain. So every time you vote, you have to pay a transaction fee, which, is a kind of disincentive to vote inside a DAO. So ideally, I want to have off-chain voting. So a way that, there's some third party where you send the third party anonymous votes, and that third party aggregates the votes together, but they can't see the votes, what they are individually, but they just aggregate them into like a single ZK proof or a single transaction. And then they can post these batched transactions on the blockchain. So that's like a scalability thing. So rather than, let's say 20 people having to pay, 20 transaction fees, they just all aggregate it together and they pay it once. So it's much cheaper to vote in a DAO. So that's perfectly doable, but it requires like quite a bit of infra. I'm also interested in MPC. So that's very interesting for like decentralized order books. There's some really crazy crypto coming out now, like indistinguishability obfuscation, functional encryption, FHE, etc. Indistinguishability obfuscation is a really, really crazy idea, which is imagine that, I've got a secret key, and, you give me like some message to sign with my secret key, and I make a signature using my secret key and I post it on the blockchain, but in order for me to do that, I need to know what the secret key is. But indistinguishability obfuscation is that I can post a function on the blockchain and anybody can call that function, and that function could be like, it could have secret keys, it can have secret data, and it can be signing messages, it can doing stuff with, secret keys, but nobody can see what those secret keys are. So now you have programmable smart contracts on the blockchain, and they're actually operating with private data, but nobody can see what that private data is. So that really unlocks like a massive amount of applications. Then, there's also, the question of scalability, which at some point we will have to like address, will become a concern. So there's a lot of strategies that we can employ to deal with scalability. And, we'll have to like weigh them up. Like, there is a lot of optimization that can be done, just in the implementation level, like, even about like, validator nodes, processing transactions faster, or delegating responsibilities, etc. But as far as I'm concerned, like the blockchain scaling trilemma is a fundamentally solved problem. Now, I say solved because it's not solved in a practical sense, but it is solved in a theoretical sense. What does that mean? It means it's very, very hard now to make a node that solves, all the problems of, scalability, decentralization, privacy, etc. But it is possible. So for example, if I was working on Bitcoin full time, and I knew it would be something that would be accepted in Bitcoin, I was just doing a payment system, nothing else. You could have a system where every time you make a new block, that block gets delegated to like a third party. And what that third party does is it generates a ZK proof of the block, and that becomes like the blockchain. So it's completely trustless. But what it means is that, when you run your Bitcoin node and, you get new blocks, and the limit to the throughput of the Bitcoin nodes, that's what the block size debate is about. It's about the throughput. is like how many transactions can we have in our blocks. The limit to that is how fast the computers are running the network. And if the computers are like Raspberry Pis or they're really slow computers, then you can't have many transactions in the block. But with a ZK proof of the transactions as opposed to transactions themselves, it's very fast and you get a massive boost in scalability. It can be 10x, it can be 100x. So that's very interesting. You could have something like Bitcoin, which is really decentralized, completely private, and and very fast and very cheap to make transactions. It's completely doable. We have the technology now. Not only that, the other interesting property you'd get from this system is, when you spin up a new node, that node would sync instantly. It wouldn't need to download all the blocks, add the blocks to the blockchain, validate each one, etc., to get to the end. It would just download the current state as it is now, and bam, it's instantly synced. So it's just a node software. You could probably run it on your mobile phone. Just a full node you can run on your mobile phone. You download it, it instantly syncs. It's super fast. It's cheap to make transactions. That would be really interesting. However, doing something like that on a fully, smart contract, programmable platform like DarkFi, like Ethereum, is immensely complex because you're not just dealing with, simple payments. You're dealing with like loads of other stuff like state machines and, generalized, what's it called? Like virtual machines doing generalized computation, Turing complete, etc. So it's like that is a huge project. So it's that's a possible future for DarkFi, but it would be like that would be like a DarkFi 2.0 because it would be like a fundamental huge change, and it would require like a lot of research and a lot of resources. It would be quite complex. We'd really have to start from like ground one, like really build like a new DarkFi. Now we could certainly leverage like a lot of the code we have in DarkFi, but it would necessitate like a lot of really deep changes to how we're doing things now. The DarkFi that we've built is something very simple because we want something that works, that we can analyze, that we understand fully, that we can use to build these applications. That's why bigger projects like Aztec and so on, they've spent years and years trying to make these like Solidity compatible Ethereum L2s, and they're massive engineering projects, but they really haven't been able to deliver much in terms of applications. Part of that is just because they're too chicken shit because they're VC owned projects, like as in the sense that like they're like trying to play this game that we were talking about with the Silicon Valley game of like, being part of the club. DarkFi don't give a shit. Like we're like, no, we're outside that club. We're like, we're building the stuff because we want to change things, cypherpunk tech, etc. So, we're not afraid to build the applications everybody else is afraid to do. That's part of the reason why people haven't made the stuff. But not only that, I think part of it is also just, a lot of these big projects, you mentioned Ellie as well. I mean, to be fair, Stark, where they're not focused on anonymity, they're focused on scalability. So, their Starks, they didn't even have the ZK part for a long ass time until like a couple of years ago. They weren't ZK, zero knowledge, which people talk about ZK rollup. A lot of these ZK rollups are actually just what are called validity rollups, which means that, or snark rollup. When you say ZK snark, what that means is zero knowledge, succinct arguments of knowledge. Wow, I never really thought about how that's such a weird acronym. But the ZK part means the anonymity part, and the snark part means the scalability part. Succinct. That's what that means. Snark, succinct. So a lot of the ZK rollups, they don't even use the ZK part. They're just succinct rollups. They're snark. They're using the snarks in ZK snark. They don't give a shit. So, and then, you know, those that are focused on anonymity, they just, you know, they're trying to be Ethereum L2s. They're like, you know, they're in a swamp. They're like, you know, like you're in a swamp waist deep and you're like really, there's like all this grass and shit pulling on you. It's like really difficult to do stuff. DarkFi, we were just like, fuck all that shit. We're just going to build what we want. We build it how we want. You know, we're going to build it ground up. So we did that. It took a long ass time, but we have the fucking power to do shit. Like we just spin shit up all the time. And that shit that would take projects like years to do, they can't even do that. They like don't even have the capacity, let alone we're not just doing it for one product, we're doing it like all over the place. We're doing it, we have like many such products. We're just spinning them up all the time. Now I was like, I put a lid on it. I was like, okay, we've got to stop spinning up new products because we actually got to ship. Let's focus on shipping. Then when we ship, we can start, you know, spinning up new products again. You know, we have a liquid market, we have treasury, etc. So, you know, but it's already, you know, quite easy. Just go, oh yeah, let's build this, ship this, let's do this thing. You know, just we've got all the components in DarkFi. We got loads of shit in there. People don't know. We've got a fucking ZK programming language. We've got a ZK virtual machine. We've got like a ZK compiler. We've got a ZK analyzer. You know, we've got like, you know, what's it called? Like, I forgot the name. It's like a ZK graphing system. It like shows you like your like chips in your ZK system look like. You know, we've got a ZK debugger. We've got like a node visualizer. You can see all the nodes on the network. You know, we've got like an event graph visualizer. We've got an event graph, which is used for like synchronizing state between nodes. We've got like a DHT network for like sharing files, like an IPFS type thing. We've got a P2P subsystem that's super powerful. You know, it does like broadcast networks. You know, you can spin up subnets. You've got different like ways of like seed syncing. You know, we've got like a WASM virtual machine. You know, we've got, you know, like a whole, like what else, you know, like what else have we got? I need to have a look. You know, we've got a blockchain, we've got, you know, we've got serialization subsystem, and, you know, yeah, like loads of stuff. We've got like loads of apps. We've got like our own task manager. You know, we've got our own, you know, as I mentioned, chat system, and you know, all the OTC swaps. You know, we've got a DEX on DarkFi. You'll be able to trade. So when we have a bridge, you'll be able to bridge into DarkFi to anonymize your funds and bridge out, or you'll be able to just use DEXs to trade in DarkFi. We've got the world's only and the world's first anonymous DAO. You know, we've got anonymous payments. We've got protocol-owned liquidity. That's how we do the DAOs. That's how we do the swaps. We do all these apps. You can have your funds and you can put them, you know, to be owned by a smart contract, and you can give permission to the smart contract to use the funds in a certain way. That's how we do it with the DAO. When you are sending money to the DAO, you're actually using protocol-owned liquidity. So you're giving permission to the DAO to spend these funds. So there's a reference to a smart contract function inside of the coins themselves, which you can't see the coins. They're completely anonymous. But when the coin is spent, only the smart contract can spend it. So, you know, that's how you can, for example, you want to put your money on a DEX. You know, you LP your funds in the DEX, and you tell it you can only make orders at this price or above, and it order matches you with other orders, and it settles the orders on chain. But it can't do anything else with your money. It's not custodial. It can only do the trades as you specify. So it's completely trustless. And if you're not happy at any time, you can cancel and you can take the funds out before the trades have been settled. You know, so that's some really advanced stuff right there. Nobody else in crypto has come up with that stuff, you know. we have Python bindings, so now we've just got Python bindings to the P2P subsystem and the event graph. So pretty soon people will be able to spin up, their own like P2P apps using just Python. We're building our own UI toolkit. Fuck all like Qt and Electron slop Java web shit stuff. We just wrote an OpenGL straight up. That's like hardcore stuff, So yeah.
So the question is, how were you able to finance all of this? Because there's a lot of work that went into this project and all of these applications that you described. And it took you many years to write everything, and you had other coders. Was it maybe your Bitcoin stash that financed everything, or did you raise funds?
Well, I'm not going to say anything about token just yet. As I said, we're going to wait for that proposal to be written, and then we will put that out.
But that's part of the answer, right?
I'm not allowed to talk about the token now. That's like a legal issue.
It's fine. I don't want to push you to break any NDAs or something. I was just wondering.
It's not NDA. There is certain laws about, token issuance. So if I say something, it has to all be done in a proper way.
I understand that.
Be.
I was only wondering how this massive stuff gets built, because I see other developers and they complain all the time that there's no funding and they have to access grants and they get rejected and stuff like this.
Yeah, so that's why, tokens are a really powerful thing, because, with tokens, this is what happened in Ethereum, where Ethereum is basic. So this is what I was saying earlier about Ethereum, versus Solana, where Solana is just like a ruthless business, but Ethereum's kind of like this hippie, in the inside, this hippie socialist thing, where they have a kind of social welfare for the community, which is like the Ethereum Foundation. So you've got people like even sociologists that work for the Ethereum Foundation doing research. You've got like journalists and media, like, for example, I don't know, Unchained podcast or Up Only, or, like many such groups. And there's funding inside of the Ethereum ecosystem because they did the token sale, and they had a token, and so they're able to fund all this ecosystem.
Okay. You also got some questions about the top 3 biggest issues with Bitcoin right now and what you think are the solutions.
I think the main issue is governance. And, I spoke earlier about the need for a standards body because we have the BIP process, but that was made more than 10 years ago. It was made in like 2012 or 2013. So that's no longer adequate. There should be a formal governance, formal standards body. So that's the main issue. If people really want to know what the main issue is. Second issue, there's like an official Bitcoin client. There should be no official Bitcoin. It should be a free market. I mean, if you solve those things, then everything else is solvable, because now you've got, proper governance. The community has like real power over Bitcoin. We could start to open it up to real discussions about its future. But what I would like to see in Bitcoin is full on-chain privacy, FCMP, full chain membership proofs. But let's see what happened with the Bitcoin L2s, because if the Bitcoin L2s take off and they actually do become successful, maybe DarkFi will become a Bitcoin L2. I don't know. Let's see. It's very easy for us in the future to do that if we wanted to.
I'm actually curious what you think about sidechains, because you mentioned rollups, you mention other types of L2s, but you don't specifically address the idea of the sidechain, which is how Blockstream first got funded in 2014 or 2015.
I mean, a sidechain is basically just an L1 with a bridge, which is what DarkFi is.
Well, the idea of a sidechain is to not have a native token of its own, but to only use
Okay.
BTC.
And they use BTC for fees. I mean, if they want. I think the advantage to a native token is there's a way for your community to participate in the upside. So I think that's a good thing. It means that, because if I'm bullish on your sidechain, how do I as the community participate in that?
So you're saying that there's no incentive for sidechains to be successful?
Well, you asking why Ethereum was so successful. I think it's because they launched a token. That's, I think, the difference with Mastercoin. I don't think Mastercoin had a token.
Yeah, it became the Omni layer, and that's where Tether first got launched.
But it's funny because Tether's like issued on Ethereum and Tron network.
Yeah, they moved from Mastercoin Omni to Ethereum and then Tron and Polygon, and they're trying to move it to as many blockchains as they can, basically. But it is interesting, how this has evolved over time. It's also interesting that USDT is more in demand than Bitcoin. And it feels like a failure. In the previous episode, Jeff Garzik said that it was almost impossible for Bitcoin to become a currency for daily transactions when the valuation against the US dollar is so wild. So people have trouble pricing goods and services in it. So that's why it didn't take off as expected. But still, it feels a bit saddening when you realize I went to Argentina last year. I had my usual setup for Europe, your Bitcoin wallet, your Lightning, whatever. And I realized nobody wants this. They all want USDT. And
on Tron network.
Even worse, on Binance. And I was thinking, okay.
But I thought it was pretty cool, to be honest, because I was in Lebanon and all the OTC dealers, they accept USDT. And I was like, whoa, that's fucking cool. And, in Egypt, one of my friends, he was selling USDT. And he was like, oh, yeah, the guy, he gives me 16%. I was like, you're paying 16% for this trade? He's like, no, the guy pays me 16% for the trade. I was like, that's fucking crazy shit.
Yeah, worldwide, I think this token that started on Bitcoin and was built on Ethereum and Tron afterwards became much more successful. It's the medium of exchange that people want.
Maybe we should build a stable coin, like an anonymous stable coin on Monero and Xano and DarkFi and other networks.
That can work, but at the same time, it's not free market money. It's not why I got into this. I didn't get into this to send more dollars, I get the point of privacy. I just don't see why we should increase the demand for the dominant currency around the world.
I mean, you can't blame people though, because, part of the problem with Bitcoin is the transaction fees as well. Imagine you're just a dude, you send a payment and you have to pay $5. It's a lot of money for people. And as you said, they don't want they send the money and then it changes. So that's the volatility.
Do you ever get this impression that there's a very short window of opportunity that's gonna close soon if we don't act now? Because I remember not too long ago, people were saying, it's still the early days, don't hurry, we shouldn't be irrational about making decisions, let's just wait and see how this plays out. And all of a sudden you see all the suits, all the Wall Street guys that previously we used to pretend to hate, And now they say they're friends with us and they shake hands and they come to conferences. And it feels weird. I don't recognize the space anymore. At the same time, the price is going up, which is bittersweet. It's just that it happened too fast, much faster than anyone expected. And we are here at approximately $100,000 per Bitcoin. And it's confusing. I don't know how I should react to this. Should I cheer? Should I be happy that my net worth is going up? Or should I be upset because all that cool stuff that we hoped that Bitcoin could do does not seem to be happening anymore?
I mean, you should use that knowledge to get wealthy, and cypherpunk's the right code, and we should actively build the stuff, because the reason it doesn't get built is because people like us, good men, stand by and don't do anything. That's what happened in 2013, 2014. We were kind of like, oh yeah, it's just going to happen. Onboard people. That's all we need to do. We should have been more active in our mindset. So, but there's opportunity, and people haven't woken up yet to what's possible. We're rallying people, and we're going to tap into that. So it is an opportunity. But yeah, if we're gains compound, and when you get in early, time in the market beats timing the market, compounds over time. But also sometimes there are just like really good moments, buy the dip. So if we don't buy the dip when the dip happens, we don't get in there when it's our moment, our opportunity, and we're not prepared, we're too relaxed, then we've lost that opportunity. Maybe there will be more opportunities, maybe not. But we shouldn't be complacent. We should be ready to seize the moment. So that's what we're doing now. We're building and we're preparing, so that, because we sense that there is a moment coming up. It's going to be a big moment. It's a possibility to change things in a big way, to really create something new. That original vision of, what crypto should be, it was written in 1997 in The Sovereign Individual, in that book. It's still there. It's still, it still exists. Turns out that we don't live in a Marxist world. What did Karl Marx say? Karl Marx said that, history is like this scientific process, and, you can study it like a science, like a mechanism. And then it has these like inevitable chain of causality. It's not like that. It's more like, there are opportunities, there are tools of power. Crypto is a very powerful tool, but unless, people seize that tool and put it to work, it's not going to happen by itself. It's not happening because, everybody else is like, with their thumb in their ass, waiting for everybody else to do it. So, and then going, oh, why is none of this happening? Oh, this is so fucked up. You should see it as an opportunity. You should be like, nobody else is doing it. I'm going to fucking doing it, because I'm going to make a shitload of money if I do that. Get wealthy doing it. That's what opportunity is. There is a massive market, big agorist market, and nobody's tapping into that. Nobody in crypto is tapping into that. Everybody's trying to go after the same, pool of consumers, and, like banking, international banking money. Nobody's going after the real agorist traders out there, real businessmen, not people that have been helped by the state, by the central banks, real business people. Nobody's building for them. And meanwhile, people are being put in jail for speech crimes. And we haven't even delivered them chatapp.exe. And they're forced to go on Telegram or Twitter. We all know that Twitter's censored now. I mean, the algo is completely biased. So it's like, where are we? You know, DarkFi's out there building, but like, you know, where are the rest of the tools that we need? I saw a project recently, Decentralized Git. That was pretty cool. It's called Radical. So we're going to try that out. We need projects like that. You know, why are people using, I don't know, Google Docs and spreadsheet? We've got NIM. NIM's doing a really important job as well. You know, I was speaking with Tor devs recently, and they told me, turns out if you're sending, you know, if you've got a connection to another node within the same country, the government can see that. They can see the traffic between those two nodes in the same country. It's only anonymous in Tor if it goes outside the country. And you've got to assume that the USA is pretty much like a global government and they can probably see everything. So I was saying to them, I was like, and these are ex-Tor developers from the inside. And I was like, so what do you guys suggest? Is there any? And they were like, NIM is the only option. So NIM's the only real alternative to Tor. NIM is out there building that, you know. We need more people doing that. And we all need to work together, you know. Monero needs to get its FCMP upgrade, etc. So, you know, it's a great time.
Yeah, there's a lot of exciting stuff happening in parallel. And we started our conversation from this idea that this year has been terrible for privacy on Bitcoin and Ethereum. You had the situation of the Tornado Cash devs that actually happened last year in 2023 when they got arrested. And
yeah, so I'm helping that guy.
It seems to be getting better for the developers. And there's also the situation of Samurai and Wasabi. And my question for you right now is, if you actually went all the way with Dark Wallet and you built it, and I guess it would have been a great success on Bitcoin, do you see yourself in their shoes, in their position, or do you think that if we started having this sort of privacy much earlier, it could become a norm and therefore it could be more resilient to political actors?
So my lawyer, she's a very good lawyer. She used to be the CLO for Gnosis. She told me, she said, Amir, if you ever release Dark Wallet, and thank God you did not, you'd be in jail because you openly, and look, money laundering is a bad thing, okay? But I was advertising it as a money laundering tool. And she said that if you released it, you would have gone straight to jail. So maybe thank God we didn't we did an alpha release, which is what actually we were paid to do, the Dark Wallet alpha. That's actually out there. But we didn't do like, you know, the main release.
Yeah, I guess that one inspired Samurai and Wasabi, which came out a couple of years later. But it was an important stepping stone in this evolution of privacy, because this was the first aspiration ever. If you look at Hal Finney's tweets, he tweeted running Bitcoin, and then 2 days later he said looking into ways to make Bitcoin more private. It's been a struggle for a long time, and for a while it was believed that CoinJoin was just good enough. It seems like it's not, unless it's full blockchain CoinJoin, but that's another idea.
I think anonymous payments is pretty much solved though now.
What's your favorite technology for that?
I really like the FCMP on Monero. I think it's a very good tech. Why? I mean, DarkFi is using ZK snarks. We're not using FCMP. But ZK snarks is very powerful machinery. You know, I know all the math behind it. I've implemented several ZK snark algos, but there is a lot of moving parts. FCMP, it's quite simple, and I like simple. It's quite elegant. You do need some sort of ZK proofs, some sort of proofs, but they're very simple proofs, you know. And Liam Egan, he made a very nice, efficient proof for that. So FCMP, it's elegant, you know. It's I like elegant and, you know, simple, and it's also performant and fast. So, and then they're also using confidential transactions to hide the amount in Monero. So I think that's a really good job that Luke has done. You know, he's really good. And he's very talented.
I just sent a DM to Liam Egan. I told him, I've been chasing this guy for like 3 months, trying to get him on the podcast, and he's always traveling. So I just sent him a message and said, Amir Taaki just praised you on my podcast.
Oh, did I? I also praised Luke. You should get Roman Storm from Tornado Cash as well.
Is he available for these interviews?
I could message him. But he's trying to raise 2 million now for his case. And imagine, like, all the Ethereum people, all the shitloads of money they have, and he can't raise 2 million for his case after delivering all that value to Ethereum ecosystem.
I think they're gonna throw him under the bus just like they did with Virgil, the guy who went to North Korea to teach them how to use Ethereum technology.
Yeah, but that
which
was
is unfortunate.
Retarded. I mean, you know, the FBI told him not to go, and he still went. And, you know, the Ethereum people, I was telling them about Rojava in Syria, but they were not interested because it's Syria, and that's like a scary place. But they're perfectly happy to go to North Korea and talk to North Korean dictators. So what does that say about Ethereum people? It's a bit of a LARP, to be honest, to go to North Korea. I've seen like dudes who are like, oh yeah, I went to North Korea, check out my pictures. And you go on like a guided tour. And it's like, okay, so do you like communism? Do you like North Korean communism? If not, why are you there? You know, do you support them? I mean, if you do, fair play. I don't mind. I'd be like, okay, you know, we can have a discussion about your ideology, but at least you're authentic. But if you don't, why are you going there to educate them about crypto? Same thing as going to the CIA to educate them about Bitcoin. Why do you go do that unless you support them?
Well, there's a lot about Gavin that is interesting because he's also the one who enabled Craig Wright. But before I get there, I just want to say that 100% I want to get Roman on the show. So I'm more than interested. I would also donate to his cause. I have no problem, hopefully, with this. I'm very open about my beliefs, and I do believe that writing software is not a crime. And Gavin Andreessen, I really want to get him on this show and ask him some questions. Maybe that he's gonna hand me a list of questions that he doesn't want to answer beforehand, if he agrees at all. But he's responsible for a lot of the evolution of Bitcoin. He became the maintainer after Satoshi left. He went to talk to the CIA. He co-founded and was the chief scientist of the Bitcoin Foundation. He was the main politician and the main advocate for a while. He went on libertarian shows. He was going to all sorts of events promoting Bitcoin. He was like in the center of all the pictures. If you look at Satoshi's Roundtable, which was this elitist meeting that is still happening every day. And he wrote BIP 101, which was his way of saying Bitcoin needs to scale. Let's look into increasing the block size. What happened is that he destroyed his own reputation when he had that signing ceremony with Craig Wright, where it seems like he was running a compromised version of Electrum for that signature meeting, and there were 2 other people in the room, and they were also fooled. And I'm not sure if there's going to be a redemption arc for him, because he seems to have gotten involved with the Craig Wright trial to help Hodlonaut and Peter McCormack. But at the same time, I don't know what he stands for anymore. I don't know if he cares about anything. All I know is that he was in the middle of a lot of significant events. And I also know that Craig Wright, even though he's responsible for launching the big block version, or the biggest block version of Bitcoin, is responsible for destroying the big block movement. Because I do believe that if it wasn't for Craig Wright, maybe there could have been much better consensus about scaling Bitcoin. And maybe that a big block version of Bitcoin could get more users if it wasn't for this con man. And it was all enabled by Gavin. And it's mind-boggling when you think about it, how much he influenced the future of this space.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really care. I lost interest in all this stuff a long time. People still, I was shocked. People are really into it. Like, I write a Bitcoin thing and people are like, oh, whoa. I get like thousands of Bitcoiners, like big blocks, small blocks. It's just not interesting anymore. There's like so much like cool shit about, you know, like ZK proof solving the blockchain trilemma and indistinguishability obfuscation. And like now I'm studying this really crazy math, which is like, you know, called arithmetic cryptography, which uses like motives and a tau cohomology and like, you know, and I'm studying algebraic function fields, and you know, you can do non-native field arithmetic, and it's like, whoa, this is fucking cool. Like, we will be able to have ZK proofs and, you know, weird, like weird math proofs and make them interface together. And, you know, the future of ZK is kind of going towards like, you know, right now we have this like ZK proofs where they're like one giant thing and you just compute all your stuff in there, like hash functions and everything. And it's like, it's not good at doing anything except you can like add up numbers in this finite field. But apart from that, like, it's not really good at hashing. You have to like make these like weird special hash functions that are like suited to the ZK proof. And, you know, the elliptic curves, you have to find weird elliptic curves. I mean, they're not weird, they're like good elliptic curves, but you have to find special elliptic curves that work with the ZK and so on. But the future will be just like modular, where you have like, you know, a proof that's really good about doing this specific function or doing this specific function, but you have some like kind of glue that ties them together. And that stuff's like just, it's just new. It's new coming out now. Like, people are doing that. So that's really powerful. And FHE, it's still really slow, but it's just, it's becoming more and more feasible. And, you know, like FHE is cool because you can do like computations on private data. So, you know, maybe we could like move stuff off chain and, you know, do, you know, computations off chain, and that way, you know, things are a lot faster. You know, I had someone telling me who's like really into like quantum stuff, and, you know, we're always really scared about quantum, like breaking the crypto. But the really weird stuff that I learned is with quantum physics, you can actually transfer state to someone. So we could actually have cryptocurrency, but there's not a blockchain. So I literally have like a token and I just send it to you, and we don't even need a blockchain. Can you imagine that in the future when we have like, if that become possible with quantum computers? That'd be crazy.
Do you believe that quantum computers pose a threat, like an imminent one for...
No, I don't. I have a friend, and I trust, whenever like people tell me about quantum stuff, I'm like, oh, okay, because I don't know anything. But I have a friend, and I just, yeah, whenever people tell me about quantum stuff, I go like, oh, yeah. I was like, I just always go like, oh, yeah, I've got this friend, and he says, and I trust what he says because he's really smart. And basically what he says is that any quantum article, like this new one that came out about Google recently, he's like, just open the page, Control F, and search for coherence. If it doesn't have the word coherence appear in the article, it's a fucking scam. And indeed, these Google articles, none of them mention coherence. And then he was like, bro, quantum computers, then they're not going to be here for decades. Why? Because quantum computers is a type 1 civilization thing. Like, do you know semiconductors now? Have you ever studied that stuff? Like how crazy it is. There's a YouTube channel called Asianometry. Have you heard of this channel? YouTube Asianometry. He has a whole series about semiconductor manufacturing. Let me put it in the chat, in the Twitter chat at least here. You know, this little chat box. So he has a whole series about semiconductors. There is like, imagine like you go from like, I don't know what, the like sand or whatever to go into like the CPU, and there's like a pipeline, right? That pipeline, it goes across the entire world, and like really key parts like are like in Taiwan or like in Amsterdam, but it's like just one chain. It's a global chain. And it's like the entire humanity, the entire global humanity is just all directed on producing computer chips. Can you imagine that? Like, it's not even redundant. It's not even like duplicated. It's just like, that is the peak of the entire human civilization, is like making those semiconductors. Imagine quantum computers. He was just like, look, to make quantum computers would require an enormous amount of energy, that it would require basically, it would require us to be a type 1 type civilization. We're a type 0 civilization now. So we'd need like a massive amount of energy. Like we'd need to be like, you know, with, I don't know, fission reactors or fusion reactors, you know, or like Dyson spheres, crazy shit like that. So it would require huge industrial processes. You know, it would require all of humanity working together. So not only that, he was like, you know, because of how many people it would take working together to produce just one quantum computer, to have all that industrial pipeline, you know, we will all know about it years and years in advance, because it will require such a huge amount of labor input to produce this quantum computer. So I'm really not I trust what he says. It sounds legit what he's saying, and he knows about, he builds simulations for quantum physics, you know, so and he knows all the math. Like, I talk with him about the math. There's a lot of dudes I meet that are like, oh yeah, quantum, and they start talking about quantum stuff, but they don't know any of the math. And so I'm like, oh, they're just fake. They don't know. You can't know quantum physics if you don't know math. You don't know manifolds, topological manifolds, and I don't know, whatever else you have to learn to be able to know that stuff. And all the people that I talk to that are like quantum truthers, none of them know about quantum physics. So how can you know about what's feasible with a quantum computer if you don't know quantum physics? So, you know, and you remember that fucking Google guy who was like, quantum computers are imminent. You know, I think it's Chamath. He just wrote that thing about like breaking, you know, the SHA cryptography. And everybody is like, what? Like, he's just talking fucking rubbish. SHA hash function is not cryptography. Like, anyway, it's just, I mean, maybe it is, like, but he just made like a lot of stupid claims that everybody was like, yeah, this guy has zero credibility. I mean, as someone who knows about cryptography, when I see, you know, him talking like that, I'm like, okay, well, if he's talking about quantum, it's probably bullshit. You know, this is what VCs do. They bullshit everything. I used to think VCs were really smart, and I used to read them like, oh yeah, they're gigabrains who do market analysis. I realized after following them for a few years, I realized they're all just fucking charlatans and bullshitters. That's their job. They're like LARPing to make people think they're smart, but they don't have a crystal ball. They don't know what's next. I remember like in 2020 when all the VCs were like hyping up like options markets were like the next big thing, on-chain options markets. Turned out that was a complete dud. They're always going, oh, this new thing. They just jump on the bandwagon and they don't even have any long-term vision, have no consistency, and they're not even builders. They can't even make anything. They just have loads of money. And they get that money. Okay, some VCs I respect, like crypto self-made VCs, crypto native VCs, especially ones that bet on cool shit like DeFi. But the institutional VCs, they just get their money from, the financial system, from central banks. It's a complete scam. They didn't earn that money. They just stole it from people. Now they're managing it. And they're like retarded and they're thick, like a lot of them. But yeah, they just talk rubbish. So now they're going, oh yeah, AI, quantum computers, blah, blah. Before they were talking about GameFi, social media fi. What the fuck happened with that? Complete duds as well.
I think what Chamut said was something along the lines of putting together multiple of these quantum computers to add up their qubits and crack cryptography, which makes no sense. That's not really how it works. It's not like you're stacking 50K, 56K modems to get broadband internet. That's not really the approach.
Yeah, I think that's what my friend was saying about coherence, which is like you can't just you get problems with coherence. You need like error correction. I'm just paraphrasing. I don't know anything about this. I just, it's not my area.
But my favorite reaction to all of this madness, which is rather recent, I think it happened like 2 or 3 weeks ago, with Google announcing their new powerful quantum computer. Then you get people like Andrew Tate saying, Bitcoin can be cracked by this and blah, blah. And then you have Adam Back, the CEO of Blockstream, who calls himself the inventor of proof of work. And he says we should soft fork post-quantum signatures into Bitcoin just to keep traders, or maybe I should look for the exact tweet, but his rationale was that we should do it just for the Bitcoin price to keep going up and people to stop panicking. So
if he wants the Bitcoin price to go up, he should get rid of just redenominate Bitcoin as Satoshis, or maybe like something a bit above Satoshis, depending, because you don't want the fractional amount to be basically zero. But if it was like under $1 each, if they were like a cent per Bitcoin, normies would love that shit. That would make the price go up massively. Just redenominate
the unit
Bitcoin.
bias is real. People say, oh, I can't afford a whole Bitcoin. Let me buy
XRP. It's real. It's true. We had to think about that when we were deciding how many DarkFi tokens there should be, because it's like, if you put it too low, then normally will go, oh, they're $500 each. No, I'm priced out. It's true.
Yeah, they're gonna say, oh, I was too late.
But yeah, I think he's wrong. Like, why do you need, there's much simpler thing, just redenominate Bitcoin. I don't think normies care about quantum stuff that much. Just like some Bitcoin normies, but like normies on the street, they're like, oh, 1 Bitcoin, that's too expensive. I'll buy Litecoin or something, or Ripple.
I think a bunch of institutions do care about this, and they get their wisdom from Michael Saylor, who is just this bullshitter who talks in metaphors and is not able to explain anything in terms of how it works. He just knows some stories and comparisons with other stuff. And to me, this is a bit dangerous, if you ask me, because Bitcoin right now is in this transition phase from being rebranded from digital cash. I mean, that ship has sailed. It's not digital cash and hasn't been for a while. but it used to be considered money, but now they're trying very hard to make it this commodity, this digital gold, but it comes packaged with the trade-offs of gold because it's expensive to transfer, and it's also supposed to be custodied by some institution.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. They're like Bitcoin devs are now full-time MicroStrategy analysts.
I mean, do you own any stocks in MicroStrategy? Do you care at all about what's happening?
I don't own any stocks. I've never owned any stock ever. I would only own. I did want to buy stocks when they, but I was waiting for them to be tokenized as crypto assets. But they never got tokenized. So I never bought any stocks. I can't be bothered to go on some market or something, you know?
Yeah, and I guess you bought tokens, you bought into projects that promise to build something. And that's a way of buying stocks, except that they're not called stocks because they're not registered to some government-approved authority.
Yeah, I bought a lot of tokens. I didn't really. I did maybe buy some NFTs, not that much though. Like, I'm not very good at that stuff, but I do have a friend who's an artist, and you know, recently he or she, you know, not to give their identity away, but they they bought some token called Sonic Obama Shiba Inu token.
Oh yeah, that's I don't know. It's hard to describe.
Yeah, anyway, they like did really well, and I was like, how the fuck? How did you know to buy that? Because they were holding it for like 2 years or something, and they were like, because they went really big on it, and they bought a lot of it. And they were like, oh yeah, I knew it was a good project, blah blah. And they described it to me, and I just did not understand. I was like, but you know, it's like a different world, isn't it? Different logic. So
I don't even know what a good project means when it's called Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Inu, whatever.
neither do I. I mean, I can buy the tech projects because I look at it. I remember when Solana first came out, I bought heavy into that. And a lot of Ethereum people said to me, like, oh, Solana's really bad. And I was like, oh, but it's made by Qualcomm engineers. Anatoly, he seems really smart. You know, I didn't even look at their technical claims, but I just think that they're competent software devs. You know, I'm not their research or something, but I think, you know, Anatoly seems like a competent developer. Like, you know, they use Berkeley packet filter, etc. But the Ethereum people really did not like Solana, and everybody kept saying it's bad, but I just held it because I liked it, and turned out I was right and they were wrong, you know. So I've had like a lot of those kind of calls in cryptocurrency before, you know.
Yeah, someone in the chat told me that it's actually Sonic Obama Shiba Inu or whatever. I don't know, man. Too many names. It's hard to compute how you come up with that sort of name, and the logo is just genius.
I remember when they were talking about NFTs, and I think there was one NFT collection and it had like attributes, and the whole point would be like, oh, you could use the attributes in like a game, and you'd be able to use it like an RPG game. You know, that would have been cool if that, you know, take off, you know.
That
like
was Spells of Genesis on Bitcoin.
I don't know if it was Bitcoin. I think it was made before Ordinals on Bitcoin.
Yeah, Counterparty, 2014. I interviewed the guy.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, there was also another one I remember when it was all about generative NFTs. You know, I don't know if that's still around. Now a lot of NFTs, I don't know, I really haven't been following them that much, but yeah, kind of interesting. I wonder if there's like any scope for anonymous NFTs, if there's something to be done there.
Well, they're tokens, so there's value in transferring them as long as people understand what it's about. Maybe you can transfer art, like real physical art, with anonymous NFTs, or maybe you can just do concert tickets.
There was this game a while back called Dark Forest, which was like, someone says like, oh my God, it's still going. Finish it already. Because they want to download it from YouTube. No, motherfucker. We're going double time. We're going for 20 hours.
Wait, who said that?
Oh, it's in our chat on the Dark IRC. I'm gonna do a 3-hour workout and we just record it, leave it running. I'll show you my 180 kilogram deadlift. But there was a game a while back called Dark Forest, which it was like a ZK game. I don't know if you ever heard of that, but it was kind of cool. It was like a lot of people got really excited about it because they had these like planets, and you had like a little settlement on your planet, and you had to like go out to other planets to like discover other planets. But it's like this dark forest, and you don't know who's out there because it's using ZK proofs. Everybody's using ZK proofs, and they're proving that they reached a certain spot in a certain amount of time. But then the whole point is like when other people discover that you're in their like quadrant, they start going after you, and it starts conflicts. So the whole point of the game was to like expand your colony without being discovered by the other people trying to settle this world. It was like using ZK proofs. So it was like anonymous. So yeah, I wonder if there's something like that with NFTs, gamified NFT. We had this idea a while back to do an NFT collection. It would be like a generative NFT collection, but it like generates political factions, We actually sold an NFT to LunarDAO, which is like this elliptic curve NFT, but it's not generative, but it is a piece of like math art that we did where like we made these scripts in Blender, which because elliptic curves, they're like one of these fundamental like geometries of the universe, like it's like the torus in complex space. And the torus is like a fundamental geometry. They say like the universe is maybe a torus. And there's it's like a reoccurring geometry throughout nature. Like if you look at the galaxy, it's like around a black hole with like energy coming out of the middle, and it's like a disk. So it's again a torus. So, but the elliptic is also like a fundamental cryptography geometry that we use. So we made like this, we generated it inside of Blender, and then we made this like cool piece of elliptic curve art that we like sold to the LunarDAO. That was a pretty cool project. We put quite a bit of love into that. So it wasn't just like it's not just an NFT, but it's actually something we put out there for the community. Somebody's asking why you're not using XMR super chats, xmrchat.com. And they're saying that you should, Bitcoin is no longer an apt name for your podcast.
Well, that's not up to them to decide.
But you're locked into the brand now. You're like, brand, locked in.
Well, according to Eric Voskill, everything that derives from Bitcoin is a scaling layer of Bitcoin. So
an interesting perspective.
It is. Basically, everything that uses the blockchain is like a Bitcoin sibling or something, or a child. And it's helping the entire ecosystem grow.
what's XMR Super Chats? Have you used that?
It's basically something that you install to your stream, to your OBS instance. And every time someone sends a comment and pays for it, it appears on the screen and you have to read it.
Okay.
So the reason is that it feels a bit distracting. Like I like to pick comments and I don't want to let people pay for the privilege or whatever. If you want to send me a donation, you just go to the donate page.
Oh, I see.
But I do like the concept. So for some people it works, or for some formats. Amir, is there any way you can do some pull-ups to show off so I can do some ad reads? We've been going for 3 hours.
Yeah, go on.
We have 2,000 people who tuned in on the live stream. I'm not sure if it's cumulative or something. But I gotta tell you guys about Sideshift.ai, which is this platform where you can swap between various currencies. They have a lot of liquidity. They have low fees. It's really cool. You should check it out, unless you're from the US, case in which they don't provide support. Amir has perfect form for his pull-ups, but if you can right now, also check out Sideshift.ai and see how you can swap some stable coins for some free market money. Also, Ray Youssef is a big fan of Amir Taaki's work, and he is running this platform that's called No Ones. And his mission is to onboard the global south to this Bitcoin or crypto or whatever standard that empowers them to have more economic freedom. Check out No Ones. You can actually trade gift cards with someone from the third world country and help them with their hustling and all of their economy. The philosophy of No Ones is that everyone eats, and that's sort of the tagline, because there is a fee for everyone selling on No Ones, and in the end, everyone is supposed to take a cut and have a small margin. There's also hodling.ch, which is a business from Switzerland. They're experts in self-custody solutions, and if you have a lot of coins or else you're part of some company or institution that wants to buy coins, then you can go to them and they're gonna tell you exactly if you should use hardware wallets, if you should set up multi-sigs, what the quorum should be, and all of these details to help you not have any single points of failure. And they also have a coin recovery service. So if you forgot your seed phrase, but you have maybe 80% of the words, they can actually help you brute force that or find ways to recover your coins if you have enough clues. So check out hodling.ch. And last but not least, there is Layer 2 Labs. Paul Stortz is a big fan of the show. He actually called it the best podcast in Bitcoin right now. So I guess shame on you people who tell me I should not put Bitcoin in the podcast name, because it's the best Bitcoin podcast according to a bunch of OGs. Paul Stortz right now is working on drive chains, which are these two-way pegged sidechains that are merge mined with Bitcoin. They pay the Bitcoin miners, so there is also an incentive there for using, and they are secured by the Bitcoin miners. Check out their documentation and also check out their apps, because if you go to layer2labs.com/download, you're gonna find some actual clients for an Ethereum sidechain, for a Zcash sidechain, for a Namecoin sidechain, and I guess something else with prediction markets. You can see how they interact, you can download them and run them on the Bitcoin Signet, and it's pretty cool. That can actually be one of the futures of Bitcoin if we activate something like BIP 300, but we can also get drive chains with Opcode if that's gonna happen. So check out Layer 2 Labs, and thank you for sitting through the ads. And also Amir, perfect form with your pull-ups. I was actually gonna compliment you because I was searching for pictures when I was doing the graphics for this episode, and I did notice that a couple of years ago you were overweight and you actually got in much better shape right now, and it shows.
Oh yeah, thanks a lot. I was under a lot of stress. I actually have I have a graph I can show you, but yeah, there was one stressful year, and then when I'm good, I'm declining like that, so that's good. I'm very consistent. I track all my calories. and I do meal prep and everything.
Someone in the chat called you Deadlift Taleb.
Deadlift what?
Taleb, Nassim Taleb.
Oh, nice. Somebody said in our chat that about Bitcoin, it's a plaything of BlackRock, and it will never have privacy improvements on its base protocol. And it's gauche to talk about improving Bitcoin privacy because it scares BlackRock. So what I know from a friend of mine is he said he met with Michael Saylor, and Michael Saylor is anti-privacy. He says privacy is bad because it scares trillions of dollars coming into Bitcoin.
I did hear the same story from someone else. I'm not sure if it's the same person or some other guy who's trying to bring privacy. But there's also a story about Michael Saylor trying to convince one of the ETF companies to not give money to Bitcoin Core developers. So basically, he effectively got involved in cutting funding for some developers who maybe could have done something interesting for the project.
Oh, interesting. What an irony, a twist of fate, if it ended up that the incompetent leadership of Bitcoin Core ends up with them getting co-opted and hijacked by BlackRock and those kind of companies just taking over.
I gotta tell you that Roger Ver's book, which is called Hijacking Bitcoin, in its initial phase was actually called the Bitcoin Takeover book. I had no idea about that until I saw some concept art that was published on Twitter. I was like, holy fuck, he could have brought so many listeners to my podcast if he did that.
Oh, okay.
But the meaning is entirely different.
I mean, you could just call your podcast Hijacking Bitcoin.
And I don't think there's that much territory to cover because I was trying to do something which is very tech oriented, to talk about Bitcoin as a technology and what it can do and how it can take over the world. But now it seems like some actors have taken over Bitcoin and there's a takeover of the Bitcoin project.
Yeah, or I mean, they took it over a while ago, or just squatting it and not doing fuck all, just being influencers. But anyway, I say this stuff and people, the Bitcoin maxis, they get really angry. But it's like, bro, I'm allowed to have a fucking opinion, and they're like, cypherpunk's write code is like, I'm writing code. That's why I'm working on DarkFi. So, in the end, I've told, people, that guy asked, he was like, oh, what's the top 3 things you'll change in Bitcoin? It was like, number 1, governance. Number 2, core being official Bitcoin, no official Bitcoin. Number 3, which is much further down the list, is having on-chain privacy. That's, I mean, I think on-chain privacy, maybe you could have that, but I think you should probably just fix the governance and then that would come as a consequence. So, but apart from that, if we I think that's the only thing that will save Bitcoin inevitably. Maybe the L2s, the ZK L2s might be very interesting. Could be.
It would be such a nice hero arc for Vitalik if it turns out that the research that he funded with Ethereum ends up improving Bitcoin in such a massive way. And he's gonna come back like the Count of Monte Cristo or Monte Crypto or whatever, proving to everyone that he was right all along and he made it happen.
Yeah, I mean...
or Zuko. Zuko also gets vilified.
Yes. So originally, Zcash was actually meant to be a prototype for ZK Snarks to go on Bitcoin. And, when it was like that, it was accepted by Bitcoin people. Peter Todd was one of the people that did the signing ceremony
for Zcash. Yeah, I have his laptop. I bought it from him.
Oh, really? Yeah. So,
The compute node.
yeah,
But he
but
destroyed
they
the
didn't.
CPU, so it's useless for that.
Yeah, but they didn't adopt Zcash. So, and then they did a massive flooding campaign against Zcash, which was, I think it was quite unwarranted and unfair. This is what I mean about being predatory. It's like, okay, you don't want to put, ZK on Bitcoin, fine, but I don't know why, those Bitcoin devs came out with their knives and daggers and went so harsh after Zcash. We're all people in this world, and it's a harsh existence, and everybody's just trying to do their best, and people are trying to climb up, and I don't think it's nice to, people are trying to do their best. People like Zuko and the Zcash devs are, I could, you can criticize them. You can say, oh, I don't like this. They're corporate, blah blah. But some of the Zcash devs, they're like very ideological. They've done like really spectacular work. I will give credit where credit's due. Like what's his name? Strad, Dyra, Hotwords, all of those people. Jack Mallers, etc. So they've done a really good job. So, but they really fudded them hard, which was kind of annoying.
Are you sure that's Jack Mallers?
Oh, maybe I got it wrong. I'm sorry.
Jack Mallers is this guy from Strike with the laser eyes.
Oh, sorry. No, I got it wrong. I can't remember. There's like 3 or 4 devs from Zcash. Strad is one of them. He's like very competent dev. It doesn't come to my head right now.
I actually interviewed Josh Swinehart like 1 or 2 months ago. And I do like what they're doing. They're getting rid of this dev fund pre-mine or something because they did have that tax for building the protocol. And they say they're always moving forward. And they don't care if there's chains like Pirate Chain that are forking off and copying whatever they're doing, because they're always ahead and they're pushing for cryptographic innovation. And that's their focus. Even if they're organized in a corporate way, what they build is beneficial for the entire space. And I have a lot of respect for that, because otherwise I'm not sure who would accept to go on this journey and pay developers and pay for research and hire academics and all of this. I mean, it's necessary.
Well, originally Zcash, they were a group of academics who had this concept of anonymous money. And they actually started Zcash as a way of funding their research. That initial group was, Zuko, obviously, also Eli Ben Sasson, he was part of that. Ian Myers. I think Ian Myers, he actually invented the schema where you have like a coin and you issue, like at the time it was a serial number, it later became a nullifier, and there's like no link between them. Are you getting it's dinner time? Are you getting the dinner time look?
Oh, no, it's fine. I can go on. It's fine. We're supposed to go to the gym, but the gym is closing in 20 minutes.
Oh, you should go to the gym. No, go to the gym.
No, we don't have time because that's how long it takes us. We're going to go in the morning.
I should eat chocolate anyway. It's chocolate time.
Oh, you have a chocolate time?
Yeah, I just did fruits, like on the show. I was eating lychees and mandarins and passion fruit. But these are all the lychee skins.
That's beautiful.
Oops. Yeah, they're so good. I love lychees. They're absolutely delicious. I just bought 200 euros of them to last me for 3 weeks.
Wait, they only last you for 3 weeks? You must eat a lot of them. Or
I
maybe
eat
that they're
fruit
expensive.
every day. But Switzerland is mental. It's crazy. Will drain you.
Well, why are you building DarkFi from Switzerland? That's another question.
I'm in Switzerland. Not everyone's in Switzerland, but yeah, we have a Swiss company. The reason why is because our work is illegal in Europe because of MiCA and various regulations. So we in Switzerland they're offering a safe haven for privacy. That's why we're here. Where Nim is here as well, but they don't actually live here. They just they pretend to live here, but I never see any. I mean, there is one Nim guy, Alexei, that I see here, but I actually live here because I thought I moved here because I thought I was like, oh, this is where all the privacy projects are. You know, we get safe haven status. You know, from being targeted, and I thought you actually have to live in the place, but so I moved here. But it turns out like all the projects are here. Nobody actually lives here. I'm like the retard that like was like thought that residency actually meant you live in the place. So but I mean there's other jurisdictions that are better for different reasons. Like there's BVI, you know, there's Lisbon, there's Dubai, but they're better for tax reasons, and you know they're maybe cheaper. But Switzerland, it's like it's not better for those reasons, but it is better because they have more sovereignty and they have more protection for privacy, which you know we're worried about in Europe. But now in the US, let's see what happens. You know, things could change.
I did see that you did something which is not typical for yourself. You endorsed Donald Trump because you perceived him as the only solution to free Ross Ulbricht.
I mean,
and do you feel optimistic at all about the Trump presidency for the industry?
So a lot of those guys that are close to Trump, you know, like for example, like Jesse Powell or Bruce Fenton or any of these guys. I know a lot of those guys from back in the day, and they're the guys that are backing Trump, and I think they're friends with Roger as well. And they're libertarian. They're like ideological. I know you mentioned the Satoshi Roundtable, which I think Bruce Fenton maybe runs. I don't know. I think it's just a bunch of dudes in Dubai who sit at the table, you know, pretending to talk about Bitcoin stuff, you know. But anyway, there are guys that were like, you know, they funded Trump to a huge amount. They fundraised for Trump from other guys. You know, they raised a lot of money within the Trump. So he's kind of indebted to them. You know, when you give money to a politician, that politician owes you favors. A lot of big backers behind Trump are crypto people. That's true. You know, the tech bro elite. You know, they use the MAGA people. They don't give a shit about the MAGA people. They're just a tool to get in power. They have their own agenda, but they're into crypto. You know, Elon Musk is into crypto. You know, Donald Trump's son, all those kind of people. They're all somewhat into crypto. So there is enough of an interest, you know, close to Trump, that will hold him to his promise to free Ross Ulbricht, you know. So I'm pretty sure they will. I don't see why he wouldn't. There's like nothing to gain by not doing that. You know, it's not like build a wall, you know. Build a wall is like you have to build a wall. Free Ross Ulbricht day one. It's just like you have to sign a piece of paper. There's like nothing to it. And if you don't sign it, then all the people that backed you would be pretty pissed off because they've put all their reputation for you, you know? It's not like he has to work against anything. It's not like, Donald Trump's talking about like, he's like, oh, we're going to change, we're going to get rid of out of these foreign wars. Is he going to defund? They're talking about DOWs, right? And like defunding the government. Fuck the government. Who give a shit about the government? Like, what is the government? Nothing. Where's the real money going? The military industrial complex, the CIA, maintaining American exceptionalism in the world. They're not going to get rid of that, are they? That's going to continue. There's no way that Donald Trump is going to go up against the real deep state, the military industrial complex. He'd be assassinated if he did. Absolutely no way anybody can challenge the power of CIA, especially a political candidate who does not have an army of his own. Every person in history that did a coup, that did a revolution, takeover, Hitler, etc., they all had their own force. Hitler had the brown shirts. The Russian communists, they had their Bolshevik guys, they all have like a group of dudes. And it doesn't even, the army can be like thousands and thousands of people, right? But when you take power, you're not going to have thousands and thousands of people. You don't need thousands of people. But you do need like some force. It could be like a dozen dudes, your crack squad that's there to like really defend you. Like Putin, when he was interviewed by Oliver Stone says, tell me about your security. And Putin says, that is the one thing that I deal with myself. I do not outsource. Security is a big deal when you're talking about power. No force of arms, no power. So, and we already see it now. We already saw what happened with the H1B stuff, right? They, like I went on some of these MAGA calls, and they're just working class dudes. They're not educated. They're not sophisticated, whatever. They're just normal, everyday working class dudes who like do all the jobs in the economy, the locals. And as I said, everybody's born in this world, and they're just, they're trying their best to, make it, and it's like it's getting harder for people. And now you tell them, you offer them hope. You like, we're gonna allow you to aspire. You're downtrodden. We're gonna help you get up, and you get into power, and then they hear the opposite. They hear like, actually, we're gonna replace you. We're gonna create an open labor market because we want and we're not talking about like they were like, oh yeah, America needs the top talent to go to the stars. Let's be realistic here, right? H1B, that's not like most of the tech that's being made in Silicon Valley is dog shit. Like JavaScript, web shit, apps. It's not complicated. It's not like Uber. Whoa, oh geez, rocket science. Ooh. No, it's just somebody making an app, and it's a shitty app, and it crashes and it's laggy. It's low tech. Anybody can learn that. It's not high tech, but they're just like, oh yeah, we're gonna outsource that because it's cheap. You already got rid of your local industry. You gave it to China, so now there's people had dignity before they could work in a factory. So you got rid of that. Fine, whatever. Now you've got tech. Now you're telling people you can get rid of that as well. Understandably, like people are upset and they're like, oh yeah, we just got used to get into power. Of course, that's what happened. That's what they can do, right? But how are they going to maintain that? Like, if you look at these tech elites, they're like, we have to build, a big civilization that can do like huge mega projects, like building rockets to go to the stars and stuff. We need to have people like live forever, and we need to do eugenics and cryptocurrency and stuff like. Look, bro, I love all that shit. That's why I'm into tech, you know. But you can understand that the normal working class dude, he doesn't give a shit about living forever. He wants a trad waifu. He wants his kids to grow up. You know, he wants to live in a, you know, he wants to have a job. You know, he doesn't care about any of that. How's that going to impact him personally? So when you're telling him like, oh yeah, actually it's just going to be, America's going to maintain like a global empire because that's how it's going to be able to source all this labor from across the world. You know, to be able to build all this massive industry, it's still going to need all that oil from the Middle East. It's going to need to be involved in all those wars and everything. And we're just going to like have this like massive open market where, you know, if you're not willing to like, you know, compete, you know, with like, you know, the entire world, then, you know, tough luck, buddy. You're just gonna have to disappear. So, you know, it's two fundamentally different visions there at the base of it. So is America gonna give up its empire? Because imagine if America was, you know, Switzerland. People know Switzerland is like, Switzerland's a direct democracy. It's an ethno state, pretty much. I mean, they're changing that now because globalists are like trying to take it over. But, you know, Switzerland's for Swiss people and they look after it really well here. Everybody's really wealthy. That's why I said you went like 200 euros for lychees. Yeah, I'm fucking dying here from the cost of living expense. That's what it's like in Switzerland. They drain the fuck out of you. I'm foreigner, you know, I'm paying the taxes and stuff. But, you know, Swiss people, they are so comfy. They have it really good here. It's like they're wealthy, they're well off, they're looked after, they're well educated, they have a good standard of living. So, you know, America, if it focused on itself, it could be a very wealthy nation. It would be perfectly secure because who the fuck is going to go to America? It's an island in the middle of the ocean. Nobody's going to touch it. It's like nobody can touch it. And it's got the fucking rockets and shit. It can bomb. It can just sit there and bomb everyone. Nobody can touch it. But it would have to focus on itself, you know, invest in America, and maybe it couldn't afford to have like all these lithium mines and like stuff in the Congo and like, you know, oil from the Middle East so that it can do like, you know, people live to 500 and, you know, like we've got like motherships being built in low Earth orbit and, you know, all this, you know, like cryptocurrency stuff and everything going on, you know, like quantum computers, you know, AI agents on the blockchain. But that's not what normal people want, really. So, yeah, America's very much going to continue its like global adventures. So, you know, what's the basis of that CIA military industrial complex power? It's global finance. It's the dollar. You know, you already see some of these tech accelerationists. They're like against the Bitcoin strategic reserve because they're like, this would actually be a threat to the dollar itself, and we need to maintain dollar preeminency. You know, I'm one of those dudes who like, I'm like, abolish the Fed, you know, abolish like global finance, free markets. You know, I want like free market capitalism across the world, you know, agorism, whatever. But America, if they had that, you know, if they had like free, fair markets that was not backed by military force, if the dollar was undermined, they would not be able to maintain that, like, you know, that thing that they're building. So it's against their interests. You know, obviously they see that cryptocurrency is the future. They want to invest in cryptocurrency. Are they going to allow agorist finance to take off? Are they going to allow, you know, Bitcoin mixers? Are they going to legalize, you know, like mixing technology? Probably not. Like, it's probably a bit too radical for them. And let's say crypto did start to take off and did start to like be a equalizer across the world. I mean, look at China now, right? America was all about free markets until China came along. And now China's here, it's talking about protectionism. It's like, we've got to close off our markets to China. We've got to put tariffs because they're taking advantage of us. China's not free market. We are free market. And so that's unfair. So, okay, so you actually don't believe in free markets, do you? If you're putting tariffs like that, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. They probably should have tariffs, You should probably keep it. I mean, it depends what you're trying to make, If you're trying to rule the world, and you're telling other countries, look, you need to open up your economy to allow McDonald's and our mega corporations to come in and harvest your local resources, then it's a bit rich to turn around and going, actually, we're going to close off our markets to you. So that's, obviously when they are running the show, they're going to want to have everything open, But in Switzerland, they have a strict control over what comes in and out economically. And so you're forced to consume from within Switzerland. Does that mean that Switzerland is the most efficient economy that it could be? No, it doesn't. I mean, we all know that having those kind of tariffs means that. But what it does mean is that Swiss is able to maintain its sovereignty and its autonomy. Why? Because it has local food production. If Switzerland ever went to war with Europe, not saying it would, but if it had that possibility, then, imagine you've got your fortress and your fortress is under attack, but you're self-sufficient. You're not dependent on goods coming in from outside. You are perfectly good where you are. You can defend your turf from an invader. That's the only reason that Switzerland is able to have like cryptocurrency and like free finance and black market money coming here and all that stuff that they do, is because they have their sovereignty and the force of arms to protect it from the EU communist globalists that want to take over. And they're really trying their best to do that to Switzerland. Switzerland's slowly losing. It's being forced to kneel. Like a few years ago, I had to implement the Banking Secrecy Act, So, there's only so much they can do. Now Switzerland's trying to pivot to cryptocurrency. They've been trying to do it for years before America has, because they recognize it's the future, So there's a lot of crypto projects in Switzerland. But now maybe, America might become the next center. America's very attractive for a lot of projects because, America is a single, unified market. They speak a single language, English, which is lingua franca. They have a lot of influence in the world. And if it's like offering, haven for cryptocurrency, then it could be a very attractive place for many cryptocurrency companies. They might move away from Switzerland back to the US. There's many companies here who were US formerly and they've moved here, So let's see where that go. But it does. I mean, look, as you said, like, why am I in Switzerland? And I said, because of the law, right? The law is putting people in jail. So we're always using the law to like try and defend ourselves. And there's different, like, when there was Operation Choke Point by the SEC, they were really heavily going after like all of our means of, like, for example, you're launching a crypto project and you have a token and, I don't know, you need to raise money or you need to do a sale. And there's all these laws and different jurisdictions you can do it in. And maybe you do it in one jurisdiction, it has, these things. And so maybe you might, send it to another company in another jurisdiction and do something else there and, do this, whatever. And maybe you want some funds in this other jurisdiction because you want it in this bank account or blah, blah. There's all this stuff going on, that lawyers deal with. And Operation Choke Point, the SEC was heavily going after that. And the lawyers kept inventing new strategies, new tactics to get around that. And the SEC was like really investing a lot of resources to try and shut that down, to try and make our lives really difficult. We were really persecuted a lot. Now with the US, that pressure is like eased up quite a lot, So it like gives a lot more breathing room for people to build stuff, but even privacy projects like ourselves building, I'm not like going, oh yeah, the US government, cool man, Donald Trump. I mean, like, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah. There's a lot to unpack there, but it's hard to not be a bit optimistic about the future for reasons that you already mentioned. And I actually checked while you were talking, I checked the Dark Forest video game that you mentioned previously in our conversation. It's not working anymore. They seem to be stuck at round 5, which has been going on for 2 years and a half, and they haven't finished. And if you try to enter one of the lobbies, it just doesn't work. So it was zkga.me, a video game that was built on zero knowledge proofs. They had only 5 rounds from version 0.6 and 5 previous rounds, and that was it. It was maybe just a small experiment. Something that I do want to ask you, because I also checked, it's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. So that's the name of the coin.
Yeah, that's the one.
And the ticker is actually Bitcoin.
Yeah, ticker Bitcoin. That's what they say.
Crazy. Anyway, we talked about this one because it's obviously a joke. There's nothing technical behind it. But I was going to ask you, can you name like 5 or more, if you feel like it, projects that are new and you find interesting and you follow them and you might buy them? I'm not asking you for your portfolio or something, but just something that you find interesting in the space.
I actually started making a list recently. I've lost that list. Let me see if I still have it somewhere. Let me see. Was it H? No, it's not this one. It's just, let me see. JG. No. Rain. I'm not sure where I saved it.
I'm actually curious how you do your research for this, what you analyze.
Yes. I mean, research. That's a bit of a, I mean, I was trading at one point and I was doing like, you know, methodical research, but, you know, now I'm not really trading, to be honest, anymore. But I was just recently, I was like, oh, you know, I want to make a list of projects that I think are good. You know, I can't remember what the list was. One of them was Thorchain. I thought that's quite good project. Just, you know, I'm not, you know, I know, what's his name?
Eric
Luke.
Voorhees?
No, Luke. He's making Saridex, you know. So I'm curious when that comes out. But the thing that I liked about Thorchain is they're integrating a lot of projects, and you know they're like consistently growing. So I kind of see that they're kind of like they're quite competent in that regard. So I kind of thought that was cool. Yeah, what's another project? Just trying to find my list because I literally was trying to make a list. Like one of those things, isn't it?
I actually got a reply from Roman from Tornado Cash. He seems interested. Maybe I will get him on the show. So you get a free spoiler. If you have been here for 4 hours listening, you can actually get a sneak peek into what's going to happen with this show.
So I have also, you know, these Web3 privacy things. So I've seen a lot of people recommending DDoS. Have you heard of that? I haven't tried it yet.
It sounds like detox, but trying to get rid of the docs.
Yeah, it's like decentralized docs. I think it's .new.
Is it docs like as in documents or docs as in DOX?
No, documents .new. It's like a it's like a P2P. I don't know how it works or anything. I'm just saying, but it's like apparently it's a P2P encrypted version of like Google Docs. I'd need to look. I mean, I opened it, but I didn't really look deeper into the tech to see how it works. But I met the devs. They seemed nice. You know, they seemed like they had like a, good intent. I'm going through some of these like Web3 things that people are talking about. There was also Penumbra mainnet launch. Another interesting project for privacy is Railgun, which is kind of like a Tornado Cash, but they don't advertise it as such. But it is a Tornado Cash. I like that they have a command line utility that you can use.
So how does it differ from Tornado Cash?
I'm not sure. I don't know how. I think it maybe is just like Tornado Cash. But if you go to the Railgun website, where is it?
It
Maybe
says
Railgun.
user compliance tools right on the main page. Tax integrations, viewing keys. Sounds cypherpunk.
Is it the on-chain ZK privacy for Polygon? Oh yeah, user compliance tools. I think they're very scared, aren't they? They're talking about privacy pools and tax integration. Oh dear. But yeah, maybe it's worth looking at. So let's see what else is what are people recommending? Oh yeah, well DDoS is fileverse. That's what they are.
Interesting. So Railgun is basically Tornado Cash, but super compliant, playing safe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So you mentioned Torchain, you mentioned Railgun, you mentioned DDoWs.
Oh, I tell you a really good project, Gnosis.
What's
They're
that?
not like, it's GNOSIS.
Gnosis.
Yeah, Gnosis. They're not a very flashy group of people, but I think they basically raised a shitload of money in the ICO era. And they haven't done anything like, I mean, yeah, they're not like, super cutting edge of technology, but they're really solid. So they've done like, they've done Gnosis multi-sig. Gnosis, it's called Gnosis Safe. So that's like the best multi-sig on Ethereum that exists. They also have Gnosis VPN now. And they also have Hashi, Gnosis Hashi, which is the bridge that we're looking at for DarkFi. That's like possibly the bridge that we might use. And Hashi is it's a trust minimized bridge. So basically, whenever you want to bridge funds from one side to the other, instead of using just like one like kind of thing, use like many different things. There's like redundancy. And they're also talking about using like TEEs for that as well, which is an interesting application of TEE. So I think Gnosis Bridge is really interesting. Yeah. And there's also Layer 0, which is also a bridging solution. So that's pretty interesting. Yeah, I like Gnosis as a project.
There's someone in the chat named Random Shiz who wants to know your thoughts on taxation. And I guess you already said that you're paying taxes in Switzerland.
I love taxes. I always add a tip when I pay taxes. I pay extra. You know, another interesting project, maybe not crypto, because I'm looking at Pavel Luptak's suggestion on Web3 privacy, Graphene OS. So I have a Graphene phone. So for people that don't know, you know, the Graphene phone, you have multiple profiles. I don't know if people can really see that. So all the Google Play apps, you can segregate them. You see, I've put them in craps section. You see, I've got social, bank, etc. And so you can use that to isolate apps to stop them spying on you. Another interesting app that I used recently was SimpleX. And I noticed that SimpleX actually runs Tor on the back end. I don't think it's P2P, but you do have, it's like very easy to make an account. You do have this like ephemeral identity, but the identity is persistent. So you would have to rewrite. It's not like DarkIRC, which is like the identities are completely ephemeral. You would have to like regenerate your account, add yourself to new groups, etc. So that's a downside of SimpleX. I think DarkFi has stronger anonymity than SimpleX even, but it was good. I really like that they have a command line tool. NIM VPN and NIM, as I talked about NIM earlier, that's like a real alternative. That's the only alternative to Tor, basically. That's an interesting project. I also have a Pine phone. The Pine phone is a Linux phone, but basically you can change your IMEI code. So if people go on my website, I have a guide on how to do that. That gives you full anonymity when using your phone. So that's really cool.
Oh, this Pine phone looks interesting.
Yeah, but it's a Linux phone, so it's like, you know.
Oh, it has a keyboard.
No, it's a phone. It doesn't have a keyboard, but you can get an optional keyboard.
Yeah, I'm looking at accessories. It looks very hacky.
Yeah, I just use it because it's a Linux phone, but also I can you know, change my IMEI code, which is something that I want to do.
This looks like fun. So why would you recommend people to use NIM VPN? Because I did try the beta version of it. It's a bit slower than I would like. Maybe that they have improved it in the meantime. But I guess for most people, the go-to privacy application is the Tor browser. There are all of these onion websites. They can type them in the address bar or bookmark them.
Bro, Tor is completely fucking compromised though. I do not trust Tor at all. I already said that, like, you know, they can observe all the traffic within a single country. But like, just fucking look at some of the people that are in Tor. Like on the board, on Tor's board is a guy called Rabbi Rob. That's literally his fucking name, Rabbi Rob. This guy runs Team Simru. Search it, Rabbi Rob, Team CYMRU, Team Simru. He runs the majority of Tor nodes on Tor network. It's a fucking NATO consultancy. What the fuck is a NATO consultancy doing running the majority of Tor nodes on Tor network and sitting on Tor's board, Tor project's board of people, board members? Why is he a member of their board members? That is, you know, when you tell to people, they go, oh, well, yeah, but you know, it's open source and you can trust the code. But man, that guy is dodgy as fuck.
Oh, this is messed up. I'm actually looking at the page. And you're right.
Yeah.
Sina Rabbani. This is the guy. Oh, this is fucked up. And I guess the more you look, the more connections you can find.
Yeah. So a lot of these projects, even Signal Messenger, people are like, oh yeah, well, but Signal Messenger, who's in charge of Signal Messenger? Just some deep state woman, Who did she work for before? Who's this? Is like Meredith something, CO Signal Messenger. Let's do some internet sleuthing. I mean, before it was Moxie, Matthew Rosenfeld.
Meredith
I mean,
Whitaker.
Moxie's all right. Huh?
Meredith Whitaker? Whitaker?
Yeah, that
I don't
one.
know how you pronounce this. Whitaker with a double T.
So what's her history?
Senior advisor.
Oh yeah, Google Open Research Group, Federal Trade Commission. She led the walkouts at Google, American Civil Liberties Union. This is all like Soros shit. Look, White House, FTC, European Parliament.
I mean, she's the kind of person you would want to have as a spokesperson for something very cypherpunk.
I don't know, man. I would not. If I was trying to like, the Canadian truckers. Imagine if they were using Signal. She'd probably go, "Oh, they're racist. They need to be shut down." She's probably concerned about what's this thing called? Yeah, so she led the walkout at Google because one of the leaders at Google advocated for Donald Trump's border wall in Mexico. So she's probably like one of these people that's like, oh, we need to combat wrong speech. We need to combat misinformation. That's a red herring. That's why all the dissident groups, they don't go on Signal, they go on Telegram. Even though Telegram's like doxed by the Russians. And probably like a lot of these groups are infiltrated by Russia.
It's fucked up because when you make searches on Telegram, you're going to find some Russian page. But it's also a very good resource for example, when the Ukraine war started, it was the best place to find genuine pictures of what's happening with the war.
Yeah. But it's funny because people like, Meredith Whitaker, she does like like this rebrand as like, like, oh, I'm an activist for privacy. And, everybody eats that up. They don't go like, oh, this is really sus, this woman's connections with the deep state. There's not, who we should have for building like a true, people's movement.
Yeah, that's fucked up. So I guess we should all move to NIM and try to use their product.
I mean, I don't trust Tor really, but NIM. So we want to integrate the SDK in NIM, but the issue is that there's like a massive, for us, just using the SDK, when we try to integrate it in DarkFi, there's this massive attack surface because it pulls in all these dependencies. So I need to clean that shit up, But then, yeah, I think we will integrate NIM. We have Tor right now, but Tor, it's like really slow and shitty. So let's see. I mean, because we're using a rewrite of Tor in Rust, which is called ARTI, ARTI. But it's still quite new. They're doing a really good job, to be honest. I mean, Tor is like fucking ancient, but they're doing a good job. Here's another good project. Radical, I mentioned it earlier, the P2P Git. So Radicle. They recently integrated Tor support.
Nice. I know that Jack Dorsey was looking into ways to build a decentralized GitHub.
Oh yeah, well those guys have done it, and the dev he's a decent guy, Cloudhead.
So how does this work, Radical?
So it's just P2P nodes, and they share the data. It's like, I think I don't know if they're using libp2p, but it's got kind of DHT network. So you can use that to do, Git stuff.
It's so nice, and there's so much stuff to discover. I guess this is really a golden age of privacy stuff and sovereign stuff that you can just run on your machine.
I'm going through this list, and to be honest, a lot of these suggestions by people are pretty shitty, pretty crap. But there are a few good ones, but I mentioned them.
Wait, what list?
Oh, the Web3 privacy list by people. I've also got like a whole bunch of new suggestions that I've just been opening up in my tab. I'll go through them in a second. But there's like quite a few people talking about ZK passport, but fuck passports, man. Fuck the government. I don't know why people are so mentally cut that they're into passports. Oh, I'm gonna have my passport. Ugh. Why do you want that? Who cares? You're gonna show your passport when you enter, the land of Silk Road. Have a look.
But I also don't like people who are obsessed with building digital identity on public blockchains.
Well, the other day I was like doing a spaces with Harry, and he mentioned anonymous P2P reputation. And I was like, holy shit, that's what is the thing. It's not identity that we need, it's reputation. How do you accumulate tokens in a way that can't be sibbled such that you can, prove that you have enough reputations to do some action? That's different from identity. You don't actually need identity. You just need like some kind of P2P reputation system.
So are you on the web page web3privacy.info?
Yeah, I'm actually on their Twitter page. I'm on the media tab, and they have all these like projects that have been suggested by people recently. So I'm going through the list. There's like loads of them.
I'm looking at their list of recommendations for VPNs. I see that NIM is here. They also have Molvad. They have iVPN. I don't know about the other ones. And how does this work? It says there's this boring protocol, a decentralized VPN on Solana. How do you build a VPN on a public blockchain?
I don't know. Could be a scam. Never heard of it.
It's listed on their list. Under documentation, whatever. They have a GitHub repo.
Okay, so one of the suggestions was Zashi, which is a mobile wallet for Zcash. So that's quite cool.
I tried it. It's very nice.
Yeah, I think I know a guy. He made a wallet for Zcash. I have it on my phone. Nighthawk. I used that before in the past. That was quite good. Oh yeah, somebody. So somebody in our chats asking about I2P and Freenet. So yeah, Freenet, I used that fucking years ago, and yeah, it does work. You know, let's see how their rewrite goes. That's interesting. They're rewriting it. But I mean, I think Freenet is for like transferring. It's for like accessing static data. You know, I wouldn't necessarily use it for like a chatty protocol, like a chat app. Although maybe you could. Oh, interesting. I've never seen that. So there is, and then I2P. I2P is good, but unfortunately, they're really struggling in terms of like, you know, resources. That's the advantage of something like NIM, is that NIM actually has a business model behind it. In the case of Tor, when they started it, you know, the US Navy came along and said, like, you know, we'll fund all your stuff, but you just make it a non-profit. And so that's how Tor become a non-profit. And, you know, get captured by these NATO guys. Whereas I2P, I've met the lead maintainer for, I think it's is it the Java code I2P? Anyway, I think they were rewriting it in C++. I don't know how that's gone. There's good integration for I2P with Monero, actually. But for DarkFi, we needed something that we could integrate much more easily. That's why Tor has this RT. And I think I2P, it doesn't really have a lot of investment of time into its like C++ code. So the main thing is their Java code, which is kind of also not being maintained very well. So that's, you know, why I'm like, okay, NIM is the only alternative right now. Okay, it says we talked about what. So in terms of wallets as well, okay, Zashi wallet, the Zcash, you know, there's Nighthawk. I've used that before. There's Unstoppable wallet. You know, that the guys that make that, they're really solid. I really like them. There's Cake wallet. There's Edge wallet. They're all really good wallets. Edge wallet, I know the guys working on that a very long time. Very good guys. Cake wallet as well. It's Monero focused. You can trade Monero natively inside of it. That's a really big deal, really good feature. You know, that's how I buy Monero. I buy Bitcoin in ATM. I transfer it to Cake. I swap it to Monero. You know, that's a good thing. Okay. So now I'm looking at some of these suggestions by Web3 privacy. So one of them is Rarimo, R-A-R-I-M-O. It says future of identity is censorship, on-chain, permissionless. Okay. It's backed by a lot of cocksuckers, a lot of trendy cocksuckers in the Ethereum ecosystem. A ZK registry, a registry for abstract statements. Okay. ZK reputation. Is there a single app? Can I use it now? Yes and no. Okay, they mean no. They're like, oh, their main app is ZK Passport, which I said, fuck off. Like, we don't need any fucking passports. So Rarimo is some ETH hype garbage. That's what it looks like.
I like your review of it. I was just looking to see who are the backers because you call them trendy cocksuckers. You know, the usual suspects. But I don't see Andreessen Horowitz.
No. But I mean, it's like, you know, they've made this. We have this on DarkFi. This is not even a thing. Like, why do you need to make a project and give it a fancy name? You know, they've just made something that stupid normies think in Ethereum think is like a new innovation, It's not like we've got that in that's really easy to make. But I guess because no one has it on ETH, now they've made it. They're like, oh, it's a ZK registry. You can use it for permissionless identity protocols. Fine, like it's for Ethereum people. That's why they think it's cool. But it's not like a major innovation. It's very basic. But I guess, you know. Okay, another one is a non-cast. Okay, what is a non-cast? A social application, okay, using zero-knowledge proofs without revealing identity. Okay, where's the website? Is there a website for a non-cast?
Feels like 2017. Searching for white papers. Do they have a working website? Barely.
I mean, they have something like a Twitter. But everybody's completely anonymous. So
is this like 4chan?
I mean, it's Ethereum people, so it won't be like 4chan. It will be like nice and friendly.
So Reddit.
Yeah, you know, something more like, yeah, more Reddit vibes. Yeah, hyper liquid. I'm just trying to understand, like, because, you know, we have an anonymous chat as well, but the reason people go on our anon chat is because, you know, stuff is happening there. We've got a team that, you know, is learning, a team of like people learning dev. We've got people studying philosophy. We've got people sharing tours. We've got traders on there. You know, I even heard a guy he said that he's making phones, anonymous phones with the dark IRC to sell to Russians. You know, I have no involvement in that, but he told me, and I was like, well, you know, fair play. That's a fairly decent business model, I guess. You know, we're developing DarkFi on there. So it's like mission oriented, mission focused. That's why people are on there, even though they're anon, they've got something binding them together, you know. So here on Anoncast, people are posting cute bunny pictures and talking about random things, like on Twitter. But on Twitter, the reason why people are on Twitter is because they're trying to get, what's it called? Rep. You know, what's it called? That's why people write in this like double spaced, you know, way to get boosted by the algo. But here they're doing it for free. So why would you do it? I guess because people, like, there's literally one post that says Opcat. So, okay, if I post on here, do I get money? I guess that's what I get, these Anon tokens. So what's the incentive for me to donate to people's posts? Is it just because I like the posts? Or is it posts that get visibility? But if it's just posts that get visibility, how do you stop people, you know, harvesting that to get money? If the tokens get valuable, that's what people would do. Let's look at some of the posts. It'd be cool if I could screencast, but my fucking drivers are buggy as fuck and I need to upgrade. I will do that in the future. MAGA tech versus MAGA racists versus MAGA crypto versus MAGA church versus MAGA commies versus MAGA porn stars. Yeah, I already lost interest. I'm not going to learn anything from that. Okay. This reminds me of Nostr. All the Bitcoin maxis are like, oh yeah, Nostr. Like, well, it's not anonymous. It's not P2P. It's just federated. So, and I go on Nostr and it's full of spam, just complete garbage. I'm like, well, what? And it's just laser-eyed Bitcoin maxis, you know, like, I'm laser maxi. Oh yeah, I'm hardcore. It's like, no, you're worse. Like, I see you in real life, and you're just like a midget, and you're an alcoholic. Like, you're no funny story. There was You know, Harry, he moved into Switzerland here, and he had an apartment, and he moved in. When he moved in, the apartment came with a Bitcoin maxi on the sofa, but the Bitcoin maxi was meant to pay half the rent. And he was like a real Bitcoin maxi, and we were just me and Harry talking about the crypto ecosystem, he didn't understand half of it, and he'd get angry and he'd start going, yeah, it's called clout. He'd start going, oh, shit coins, like that. He'd get red in the face. He'd get angry. You could see it get really angry, and he'd be like he'd just be walking, he'd just be drinking all day, and he never actually built anything. He would never be programming. He'd be like, well, what are you working on? And he was like, oh yeah, be your own bank. But he'd just be drinking beers. And it turned out he was massively in debt. He has like debts. He got kicked out of the canton, but he never paid any rent. And he was sleeping on Harry's sofa for 6 months. And Harry was like, didn't want to evict him because he had nowhere to go. He was homeless. But he was going to conferences like in France and in other countries, like keynoting conferences, talking about how Bitcoin is the future of finance. I was like, bro, this guy's broke. I don't think he should be giving financial advice to anybody. He's like talking to people about shitcoinery, a Bitcoin conference, but he lives on the sofa of a shitcoin, a guy who has a shitcoin company, aka Harry Nim. So it's like, whenever I see like Bitcoin maxis, that's what I think of. It's just like homeless, broke alcoholics, you know? So anyway, I don't know why I just randomly went, oh yeah, because I was talking about Nosta and all the LARPing of being a big man on Nosta. Because I went on there, I was like, well, this is really boring. I don't want to read about Bitcoin maximalism. I want to know what's going on in the world. It's like, I remember years ago when I was really young, I learned to speak Esperanto because, you know, I was like so idealistic. Anything that would be like, had a vague intention of making the world better, I'd invest in that. 100%. I mean, we all were. That's why we got into Bitcoin. Like, look at Luke Jr. Everybody likes to hate on Luke Jr. now because he's like, you know, he's wacky as hell. But he's really defended the values of Bitcoin as he sees. He's 100% authentic. Anyway, back in the day, he was really into like what's called the tonal number system. Have you ever heard of that? Yeah, it's like,
I know he has his own system, the tonal Bitcoin.
Yeah, the tonal Bitcoin. And he tried to shill me on that a few times. He was like, this is a much better number system than decimal numbers. Amir, you should use these tonal numbers. They increase at a natural frequency. But anyway, Esperanto, I learned Esperanto because I was like, oh, if everybody speaks it, the world would be a fair place. There's some good arguments about Esperanto, but I won't get into them because it's not about Esperanto right now. But anyway, I invested quite a bit of time. I learned that language. I hung out in the communities. But when I was in Esperanto communities, you know, what did they talk about in Esperanto? They talked about Esperanto. And I was like, well, you know, I'd like to talk about other things. I didn't come into this community just to talk about Esperanto all the time. I want to talk about the world, about science and stuff. So I kind of felt like that on Nosta. Like, I was like, okay, it's just about Bitcoin maximalism, you know, Bitcoin. We should stop calling it Bitcoin maximalism. We should call it Bitcoin lifestyleism. You know, it's like lifestyle anarchism, which is like, you're not actually changing the world. You're just like living a trend, like a subculture. You know, you've got your like you've got your nodl, your NODL, your little node running Lightning. You know, you've got all the like little icons on your like Twitter profile. You've got like a laser thing. You've got like you know, like leftists. Have you ever seen like lefty activists? They have all these like badges, and it's got all the cool like leftist causes on there. And like the more badges you have, the more you like you meet someone else who's in that subculture. You're like, whoa, you're also into the same causes I am. You're a comrade, you know. It's not any real ideology. It's just like bonding over a subculture. That's the Bitcoin maximalism thing. That's why it's boring, because it's just fake. It's just like little badges that you attach. This is what Ted Kaczynski said in his book. You know, I know a lot of you guys don't like Ted Kaczynski, but you have to read his book, Anti-Tech Revolution, because he is really smart. Whether you think he's batshit insane or not, he is really smart. The book's like an instruction manual on making a revolution. And in the book, one of the things he says is that when you have a revolution, there will be these type of people. And he gives the example of like leftist persuasion, where, you know, they come in to your cause and they like try and attach their indiscriminate causes to it. And so he gave the example of what happened to the environmental movement, because he's like a radical ecologist, right? He was like, I'm going to bomb everyone that's against technology, you know, which, you know, obviously I'm not into that. Otherwise I'd be Ted Kaczynski, you know. You see guys that got psyoped by that, like Luke Smith, you know, he fell for the Ted Kaczynski, he fell for the memes on 4chan, like unironically. But anyway, he gives the example of ecological movement, where he said, you know, originally it was just about ecology, but then all these like people started going in and they're like, oh, you know, maybe we should make it about gays and trannies. Oh, maybe we should make it about homelessness. And they like add like all these other causes to it, and it no longer becomes about the ecological movement, and it becomes a subculture. And that's when it kind of loses power to actually like change things, which originally was like, we're going to do, you know, ecological stuff. So there's, yeah, you know, I mean, there's a guy here saying, you know, in defense of Nostr, you can curate your feed. I mean, yeah, but the problem with Nostr, my problem with these technologies, Mr. Solarpunk, is that that they're just a tiny bit better. And to be honest, is it really better than Twitter? Like, when you use it, is it really better? But okay, let's say it's like better in a values assessment. Like, I mean, because, you know, when I talk to devs who are building on Bitcoin, they're like, well, Bitcoin's the most liquid, it's got the most amount of money in there, blah, blah. That's why I build on Bitcoin as opposed to building on here. Okay, that's a valid argument. You know, yes, there is a switching cost. And if you're switching from one thing to another thing, there's a barrier, right? Because, you know, like, why should I use this other platform? All of my contacts are on this platform, you know, like social media, you know, for example, Signal, etc. So your platform that you're offering has to not just be a little bit better to convince everybody to drop what they're doing in this other place, to change everything and to move over, has to be much better. It has to be really much better. Nostr I'm not even sure it's better than Twitter. But okay, let's say it is better because you can curate your feed. I don't think it's not offering like let's say we really want to do radical stuff. We want to free Assange from prison by all means necessary. And you start writing your plans on Nostr, they're going to fucking grab you and put you in jail. You ain't going to be freeing shit. So like, what's the point? What's the point of advocating for that? You know, it just means Bitcoin devs are incompetent. They're not able, that they haven't been able to, the maximum they've been able to do is Nostr. They're like, that's it. I was like, I mean, I'll tell you like what we're doing in Dark IRC. Why is this different? Well, we don't have it integrated yet, but we have rate limit nullifiers. What's that mean? So, okay, your network is fully P2P and anonymous. How do you stop people spamming your network? You have rate limit nullifiers. What's that mean? It means, okay, when your network is under heavy traffic, let's say you're staking in a key pair, to every epoch, which like, let's say it's every, 5 seconds or so. When you send a message, you have to send this ZK proof, which is the rate limit nullifier. And the rate limit nullifier means that if you try to spam the network, so in one epoch, you post 2 messages, people can calculate your private key, de-anonymize you, and slash your key pair, which is a disincentive to spam the network. And this is not something that like you have to worry about as a user, but I mean, if your like client or your wallet was malicious in the sense that like somebody hacked it to try and spam the network, so then the network would be able to punish you for spamming. So that's like a P2P, anonymous technique that we have in DarkFi rate limit. We have it implemented. We haven't integrated it in our chat yet, but we will at some point. It's quite easy when we want to. We've just got all this other stuff, shipping mainnet, for example, right now. But that's a feature there. Like, why doesn't Nostr have that? Why isn't Nostr really P2P, not fake P2P, which is federated? In Nostr is even actually worse than Mastodon and these woke platforms that have censorship. Why? In Nostr, if your node goes down, you lose the messages. So it's not even properly federated. Then also, what else do we need in our P2P chat? We need the ability. People want moderation. If some guy, we've had this in the DarkFi Telegram chat originally. We said like, look, we are an uncensored project. We don't believe in censorship, so it's free speech zone, 100% free speech. We got some dude, and he started talking about the Jews, and we were like, okay, whatever, like, that's your opinion. You're free to your own opinion. We don't care about people's political opinions. Say whatever the fuck you want, like pro-Israel, anti-Jew, whatever, communism, tranny stuff, like, we don't care. Anyway, but the guy would not shut the fuck up. He just kept going on and on and on, flooding the channel like it was his fucking blog. And we're like, bro, this is a DarkFi channel. It's meant to onboard people into DarkFi ecosystem. It's not your blog. There's over 2,000 people here that you keep spamming with your Jew stuff. And so then we made a compromise. And so then we were like, oh yeah, and because Telegram doesn't have the ability to mute people. So even if I block someone, if I'm in a channel, I still get notified when that guy's posting. And so then we were like, okay, well, we didn't actually end up banning him. We just threatened to ban him. We're like, bro, shut the fuck up or we will ban you, And then he did go quiet for a while. And then he started again at some point. And then we warned him again. And then he got upset. And I was like, well, bro, why didn't you join Dark IRC? But it's funny because all those midwits, they don't want to join Dark IRC. They just want to spam the Telegram. But anyway, we've got active buzzing community. It's hardcore. It's the best community on Telegram, on the Dark IRC. I mean, it's like, that's where the real G's are, and there's some real G's on there. Like, there's people like who are like international OTC networks and doing mad stuff. But anyway, so what do you need in your chat? You need the ability to add filters when there's messages that have certain keywords or certain patterns. You want to filter that shit. Like, oh yeah, I'm in a dev channel. The dev channel, any word that has the word Jews, probably some mentally ill conspiracy guy come in there and he's spamming the dev channel, is not the right place to be. Just go somewhere else, stop shitting up this channel. This channel have a specific function. We're trying to ship the text so that you can, talk about your political opinions freely. So, but then, what about, so that's one thing, adding filters, optional moderation. So, you're in a channel, somebody starts you know, like now we just had in DarkFi Telegram as well, a guy, he literally was writing blog posts, like multi-page blog posts about the libertarian movement in the US and like how Free State Project is infiltrated, and is like, bro, just post it on your blog and give us a link. And people told him, were like, bro, this DarkFi channel, shut the fuck up. And he just would not shut the fuck up. And we had to ban him, you know. I hate it. It's just because we don't have the proper moderation tools on Telegram. Ideally, we wouldn't have to do that. But, you know, if we had optional moderation, the mod can just tag it with a tag and it goes like, you know, plus philosophy. And if you're subbed to the philosophy stuff, you see it in the philosophy stuff. You know, if you're in the dev channel, you see it in the dev channel. So it's just like moving a post from one channel to another channel, you know. So, you know, we need, with those features, you can have fully P2P, anonymous, spam resistant chat where the information is like, you know, everybody's completely anonymous. They have unlinkability, you know. You could even have channels where only certain people who possess certain keys are allowed to post there. Everybody can read, but only certain people can post there, you know, stuff like that. There's loads of different strategies you can use. So if we're going to start building stuff, like, let's be inventive. Let's actually build stuff that's original and new. But like, okay, I'm looking at a non-cast. It just looks like Twitter. It's like, why are you trying to build Twitter? People aren't building shit on Twitter. They're just talking rubbish. They're trying to just get followers, you know? But okay, like, I'm looking at it. You haven't curated much in terms of content here that's like informational. So similar to Nosta, you know. And I'm not, I mean, I guess maybe I'm wrong, you know, I need to look into it. There's not much information on the page about the project itself. Like, I want to like read more, you know, I want to see how is it novel technologically. Okay, so I looked at a non-cast, which is a lot of people's had in their list. Predicate Ethereum, docs predicate. So a network for simplifying transaction predicates. Okay, this looks like a technical project. Could be interesting. Predicate.io.
Yeah, so ironically, Amir, you do have some questions on Noster. I posted about this interview and some people asked questions.
Ah, nice. What's the questions?
There's Alex Anarco, and he says, what distro and desktop environments is Amir using?
Okay. I'm using Void Linux because I'm really into minimal Linuxes, but I really don't like systemd. And, you know, people go, oh, but systemd is like more convenient to use, but it's not Linux. And this is not like a discussion about your convenience. This is a discussion about like your power as a user and the Linux philosophy and so on. So, you know, systemd is garbage. It's like even made by Leonard Pottering, who now works for Microsoft. Turns out he was an agent all along. But okay, I wanted something that was like Arch Linux. I use Arch, by the way. I mean, I do have a Manjaro laptop over there. But I wanted something that was like Arch Linux, but without systemd. So Artix is one possibility. But I started using Void Linux because I actually really like the package manager XBPS because it's just nice. I think Pacman and the AUR is kind of shitty, to be honest. A lot of the packages are quite crap. The Void Linux, it has everything, but I think it's very rare I've wanted to install something that wasn't there. Recently, you know, I decided to go back to using Gentoo again. So I installed Gentoo on my laptop. Big mistake. Damn. That was awful experience. I like first I wanted to install LibreWolf, and then I had to like because Gentoo, it's like everything's compiled from scratch. So it had to compile like, I don't know, hundreds of packages. And it would like, one of the packages would just fail halfway and I'd have to debug it and then run it all from scratch from the beginning. And just kept doing that and posting on the GitHub to get it working. And then, and then I wanted to install SageMath, which took fucking 600 packages and some weird Gentoo overlays and stuff that I had to add. And I just felt like my system was being polluted by like random packages that I just could not keep track of ever. And it was just crazy. And I did all that. And then one of my devs was like, oh, actually, we don't actually, those things like LibreWolf and Sage, we don't actually like install them on our system. We just like, we run them inside of like, a container. they're not even installing like the day-to-day. They just use the base system of Gentoo, which I got to be honest, I really love the use flags in Gentoo. It's got this really cool system where, when you install your Linux system, you install these like packages. So for example, I don't know what you'd like what would I like? Let's say I install WeChat. When I install WeChat in Gentoo, you go on the Gentoo wiki, which the Gentoo wiki is fucking amazing. It's the best resource, the best Linux resource in the world. You search like Gentoo wiki and then any topic, and it will have fucking everything there. And it was massive, massive page full of like, wow, so good. So for example, WeChat, you go on the WeChat, you type in your terminal, I think it's emerge-k WeChat, and it will show you the list of all the use flags, and it will have all these features that will be disabled by default in WeChat. But you can like add this in your use flags. And then when you install WeChat, it will add these optional features. So for example, I might want the Python for Python plugins, but I don't want the like Lua and Ruby and whatever else, because I just use Python plugins. So I was like, that's an amazing feature. And you can even, and for example, I don't use X, I'm using Wayland, right? But my devs, they make fun of me for that. They think Wayland's poo. I like Wayland. I think Linux needs to evolve. I mean, I've got some critiques of Wayland. But anyway, so I put in my use flags -X, because it's like everything that is going to have X involved, just take that shit out. I don't need it. And I have Wayland plus Wayland. So then it's like, oh, if a package have Wayland support, add the Wayland support because I use Wayland. Just things like that. So you're able to fine tune your system. And it gets even better than that, because your CPU, your hardware, it has specific features, which when a program that you install on your computer, that program is it's compiled, to work on a wide variety of machines. And so it probably might not, compile in that CPU specific feature or architecture into the program. But in Gentoo, I can actually specify all my CPU features, all my hardware. So I get the full optimization, full power of my hardware. And I was like, that is really fucking dope, actually. That is a really cool system. If I had something which was like Gentoo for the base layer system, but Void Linux for all the like applications like Sage, Math, anything else I run, that's really cool. I really like that. Like some mix of, compiled and binary system. In terms of my window manager, I'm using DWL, which is like a minimalistic window manager like DWM, but for Wayland. I think I'm really into like this Linux renaissance that's going on, where everybody's like rethinking like fundamentally what Linux is about. So I use Pipewire. I don't use Pulse Audio. I actually do use Pipewire. So for example, when I'm here, if I'm, for example, with my girlfriend watching watching a movie, you know, maybe I'm afterwards, you know, when we've finished eating the main meal and we're eating the fruits and the chocolates, or just the chocolates, and drinking tea, she will want to keep watching the movie, but I want to play video games. So I put in my bone conducting headphones, which allows me to listen to the movie at the same time, but also hear the audio from the video games. And in my computer in Pipewire, I open QPW graph, and it's on the same computer with multiple monitors. So I open it, and I have the video game running, and I reroute the audio from the video games to my headphones, and I leave the other audio for the movie going through the speakers. And so I'm playing the video game, watching the movie at the same time.
Wait, what games do you play?
I've got a PlayStation 3 emulator on my desktop, RPC S3, and I just completed Tomb Raider. And I really like Metal Gear Solid, and I like Wipeout, and now I'm playing Deus Ex Human Revolution, but I play all the games on the hardest mode, and Deus Ex is fucking hard as fuck, and I'm stuck on the boss battle, and I've just kind of given up at this point. I just like, it's too hard that like now I've just got bored of it. I'm like, oh well, fuck you too, Deus Ex. But Tomb Raider, it's just so cinematic. I got really into it. But yeah, you know, don't play video games, waste of time. But another thing that's cool with Pipewire,
It's better than watching movies.
well,
At
I
least
watch
you're
movies
doing
and I eat
something.
my dinner at the same time, you know. So, but yeah, you know, multitasking. But so, for example, another thing that's cool with Pipewire is I can do like a Twitter Spaces, and I can route the audio from my desktop. I can make a fake microphone device, and that's the microphone device that my browser uses in Twitter, and I can route the audio from the output of my computer into my speakers and into the microphone that the browser gives, and I can get my microphone output into that as well. So I can play music and people can hear it at the same time on the Twitter X Spaces, you know. And I could even put filters in there. I could like mask my voice if I wanted to and do stuff like that. So that's pretty cool that you can do that, you know. Or you can even route that stuff into OBS Studio, and then you can route out of OBS Studio into other places. So that's Pipewire is really cool, you know. Wayland, I like how minimalist it is, but they did get that by just ripping out like a bunch of shit from X, like just deleting X stuff, you know. So the other day, in my app that I'm making now, I can show this app that I'm developing. Oops. Fuck. Just knocked this fucking...
Yeah, your video is gone. But the
God.
audio is fine.
Oh, yeah, but now it's no longer the same, is it? I was going to show this app I was making. Just when I was going to show the app. Believe that. Anyway, I guess that's for next time, you know. What do you say? Wrap up time.
Oh, it's almost midnight here, but I'm super excited and honored to have spoken for such a long time, to pick your brain on so many issues. Like you seem to be
Honestly,
doing a
I
lot.
thought you would get bored at some point and you'd tell me it's time to stop, you know.
No, I would never do that to you.
Okay, well, don't be embarrassed too.
No, it's not just because it's about yourself. I feel like the knowledge that you shared is going to be useful to someone listening. And I don't have a format. I don't tell people, you know, it's been 1 hour and 30 minutes, let's stop. This is the beauty of internet content. You can go for as long as you can, I guess, have storage for your files.
The podcasts are just getting longer and longer these days, aren't they?
I guess it's demanding, but with AI, you can actually skip to the parts. I think so. I've seen an Apple podcast something incredible. You can just search for a keyword and it automatically gets you to that part. It's really beautiful. You can just search for what you find interesting in
Wow,
an
that's
episode.
cool. I guess at some point we will just be like, streaming our lives 24/7 and generating content.
I don't think I would enjoy that sort of life, but
Get
it's a lot of fun. And
this is a different webcam, but that's the integrated one.
I do have a lot of respect for your work, and I'm happy that you're excited. Let me end this with a question from Ernst Haft on Noster. Oh, actually, I have to unlock again. He says, is there any chance, it will make you laugh, possibly, I don't know. Is there any chance that Amir...
Yeah, go on, I'm listening.
Okay. Is there any chance that Amir, as an advocate for privacy, channel his work to Bitcoin instead of his own project? We need more privacy on Bitcoin, and he has admirable skills. Does he think that the early days spirit of Bitcoin is already lost? What are the chances of Bitcoin success in terms of freedom money? Does a freedom fighter in 20 years still have the chance to transact Bitcoin instantly and privately? Or do we live in a world where miners only mine identified addresses and Lightning nodes and other layers are also fully registered?
I mean, I already said what needs to happen in Bitcoin to fix it.
No, but what would it take for you to put all of your time and energy into Bitcoin? I think that's the core of the question.
If they fixed the governance, if they made like a neutral standards organization, which, you know, is responsible for developing the Bitcoin spec, and the Bitcoin spec is what Bitcoin is, not the Bitcoin core software. If the Bitcoin core software, if, you know, the namespace on GitHub/Bitcoin and other places was retired as, like, you know, no project is official Bitcoin anymore, that was closed down, and then it was just, you know, spun up elsewhere by independent teams, and there's no statement about which is official Bitcoin, the market decide, then, you know, that's a Bitcoin that I think has a future, because that's a free market Bitcoin. That's a Bitcoin where teams can compete. Right now, if I want to go and I want to be a part of Bitcoin, you know, I have to go and suck up to the Bitcoin core people and hope that they see my point of view and allow me to get my code in there, which is not a technical work. I want to work on technology. I know I'm very capable. I want to, you know, work where I'm not limited by other people with their small minds. You know, cypherpunks write code. I want to show people what I'm talking about. Not because if I try to do this on Bitcoin, right? I'm gonna, oh, we need this on Bitcoin, blah blah. I'm gonna be really fighting against, you know, a bunch of dudes, and it make me go grey. I'm gonna get grey hair. I'm not gonna end up doing much technology. So, you know, but as I said, like, if the L2s on Bitcoin become a thing and they take off, maybe DarkFi will be a Bitcoin L2. Let's see. You know, we're like of the opinion, just, you know, we'll see where the market goes. You know.
Also, I forgot to tell you about this, and it feels weird that I finally do it. Did you take a look at the Privacy magazine?
Yeah, I've got it upstairs in my library.
I feel a bit sad that you were not able to write an article for it. I was hoping that there's gonna be something about DarkFi, but maybe I'll do another one next year. I'm happy that this was downloaded like 3,000 or 4,000 times digitally, and I've also shipped like 100 of these worldwide. And I still have like 50 of them, so if you want one, hit me up. There's an auction.
Yeah, buy Vlad's magazine.
Go to XMR Bazaar if you want to use Monero for it. Otherwise, just send me a DM and we'll find a way. Use a PO box. I don't want to know where you live. I don't care.
Yeah, nice. It's been a pleasure.
Amir, I remember the first time we did an interview in Mallorca. You were in a hurry. I could only get 30 minutes. And then we had a nice conversation about Final Fantasy VII.
Oh yeah, I love that game. Best game ever.
Did you play the remake?
I played a demo of it. I liked it. I thought it was good. But my friend, he's just a contrarian about everything. You know, I show him a good movie. You know, I show him a good anime. He will go, "Oh, that's shit. That's looks trash." I was playing this, and he was like, "This game looks awful. This game looks like a midwits game." I was like, "No, bro, it's the best game ever. You're just being a contrarian. You don't know."
He said that about the original or the remake?
No, the remake.
Yeah, it looks more anime, I guess, than the original.
I don't know. I didn't play it fully, but the original, I remember, wow, so good. That story was intense. Such a good story.
Also super confusing.
I just tell people, because it's such a vast story. It has so much depth and so much going on. Like, just even all the side stories and all the characters and everything, and you know, you play it for many hours, and you know, people, they just don't get, like, it's hard to explain. But anyway, I played also Chrono Trigger a long time ago.
Oh, that one is a much more compact experience. But
yeah,
it's
but
beautiful.
I also really like that.
It's so
I also
beautiful.
played Breath of Fire 3.
Oh yeah, and Suikoden too, I think, on the PlayStation.
Yeah, and Pico the Onion and all those people.
I still play RPGs these days. The one that I played today is called Live Alive, and it's a remaster of an original that was only released in Japan.
What do you think of Nier?
Automata, it's pretty good.
Oh, really?
But I just don't have the time for it. I just tried it for a few minutes.
But I did want to, because I did hear it was really good, so I was kind of curious. You know, the other one that I heard was good was Metal Gear Solid. You know, Metal Gear Solid's amazing. I love that game anyway.
You mean the original or the one
Yeah,
from...
yeah. No, the one with that guy with blonde hair. I completed it, but I was a bit disappointed, to be honest. You know.
I think the second one has the best story, and the third one I think is the one that... Is it on PS2 or PS3?
One.
Yeah.
The PS2 one, yeah. Raiden, that one.
Also Resident Evil 4, that's a masterpiece.
Oh, I started playing that actually.
The original or the remake?
I don't know. There's a remake of Resident Evil 4?
Yeah. It was launched last year, and it's really beautiful.
Oh, that's crazy. I don't have a PlayStation. I just have a PC, so I'm using because what happened was I got back from Mexico, and you know, I wanted to get back in my normal routine, so I did this thing where I loop background. So I stayed up for 30 plus hours, but at the end of it, it was getting really tough. So I downloaded like a PlayStation emulator, and I started playing these PlayStation games on my PC. But the PlayStation 4 emulator, I don't think it works. So that's why I saw the PlayStation 4 Tomb Raider. It looks excellent. And so I was like, oh, I'm getting FOMO. I want to play this. And I also want to play Ghost of Tsushima. That looks really cool.
Oh, yeah.
I only want to play it on the PC. I don't want to fucking buy a console and pay for games. But on the PC, it's amazing. You know, it's really good experience with the PlayStation 3 emulator. You just go on the website. You don't even have to, you know, it's just a website. You just download it and it's just bam, and then you play it. It's that easy.
I mean, you can also do something. So what I play mostly on is the Nintendo Switch because it's portable. I can hold it. I can play in bed or during a random break, even on the toilet. But basically what I like about it is that you can also mod it. And I'm not going to promote modding or whatever, but you can find sources for that.
Oh, cool. I used to do that back in the day with PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2. I'd get a chip installed and I just had like a big box full of CDs that had like all of the PlayStation 1 games in, that we used to just pirate them. And then also we used to get this cartridge that we used to put on the back of because the old PlayStation 1 had a serial port.
Oh yeah, the Game Shark?
Yeah, I think it was called Exploder even. And you could type hex codes in. And I got these like magazines full of hex codes. And one of them was to get Lara Croft naked. So I spent 3 days entering with with like a PlayStation controller entering hex codes on the PlayStation. And you can't save it or anything. Like if you switch it off, it like disappears. So I had to leave it running and I had to come the next day and just enter these hex codes. And then when I finally did it, it didn't work because I'd entered something wrong somewhere, but I didn't know where because it was like pages and pages of hex codes just to change the texture of Lara Croft's body into just like, a peach color. So it looks like she's naked.
Oh, that's insane. That was Tomb Raider 1, I guess.
Yeah, I think I actually did it on, I might have been Tomb Raider 2, but yeah, it was like a long ass time ago. So it would be like super, like, like when you like look at Tomb Raider 1 and 2, it's just like triangles. It's just like massive polygons. So it's not like erotic or anything. It's just like, oh, Lara Croft naked. Yeah, let's get Lara Croft naked. Because I thought it was like funny or interesting. I don't know.
I mean, for your imagination at the time, it was the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, it would have been funny. Would have been like funny hack.
But that's how you became a coder, right? I think you told me this because you started thinking about creating video games because you wanted to make something for the PlayStation. And you read somewhere that C++ is the way you write games. So you started reading the C++ manual because you wanted to make games.
Yeah, well, I went because I was reading in a PlayStation magazine, and they were like, "Oh yeah, and PlayStation developers use this quirky thing called C++ to make games." And I was like, "Well, I've got to learn C++ and then I can make games." So I just went to the shop and I bought a book, and the book was called Sam's Teach Yourself C++ in 24 Hours, except it's 600 pages, and that book took me like 7 months. So it's fucking scam that it says 24 hours, but anyway, I read that book every single day.
But it gave you a career.
Yeah. After I read that book, I was a C++ dev, pretty much. But before that, I was messing around with QBasic. That's an amazing thing if people have heard of that.
I know Visual Basic, but QBasic?
Yeah, so Visual Basic is like QBasic, but with like Windows GUI stuff. But QBasic was like...
interesting. So how is this different from Borland Pascal or something?
I mean, it's basic. It's like the way I learned basic is me and my friends, we were into like computers and video games, RPGs, Sonic, that kind of stuff, mod music, 8-bit mod music, all that kind of stuff. And I went to my friend's house and he was programming a fighting game, but it was a fighting game just using ASCII characters. So, the character's head is like a 0 and they've got the bar for the body and 2 lines, and you have just a menu of options, and it displays a menu. There's like option 1, 2, 3, and you can choose which one you put. So you put 2 and then press enter, and it would be like fight, and then like The other one would be like magic, and you've got all these stats and shit. So anyway, I just went to his house while he's programming it, and he was just using if, so if something, variables, go to, and print. That's all he was using to make that video game, nothing else. So I know loads of devs, they're like really against GoTo. I think GoTo is the shit. I love fucking GoTo. We should have that in every language. But anyway, he was just using that. And I was just watching him, and I was like, oh, he's making a fucking video game. And I went home, I downloaded QBasic, and just with that, if and print and variables and GoTo, started writing a fucking fighting game like he was. And then, we started, all the three, there was like three of us making little games in QBasic, adding features. And it got to the point where we learned how to do bitmap graphics. So we would make, I wish I had these games. There's something fucking dope. We had like this like little spaceship game where you're flying through a level and you're avoiding obstacles, and there's like scenery and stuff. And it's just it's 8-bit graphics, but you can do quite a lot with that. You can do and it's like bitmap graphics. But we went from making ASCII games to using the audio, the beeps in the computer, like beep, beep. I don't know if people remember that. There used to be like a little speaker inside the computer, not your normal speaker, but like a little speaker that would make it. And you could just type in QBasic, beep 1 or beep 2, beep 3. And you can make little musical tunes with that, because you could just make a sequence of beeps and pauses and stuff, and it would make a little tune. So it started with this fighting game, and then my friend, he realized to make little beeps. So every time you went to attack, go beep, and then your music go beep, beep, beep. It would have different beeps for different actions. So the games got more and more elaborate, and we started using more and more features of the computer. And then, we had these like little games where you're flying a spaceship. And then that's when, I was like, okay, I've got to learn C++. That's what they use to make real games. So that's why I went and I just got this book. And then I was every day, after school, grinding that book, and it was tough. It was really fucking tough. And I had no fucking clue why. I was like, this is, but I would literally, they would show a program and it would be like 3 pages long. And I would just diligently type that into the computer, copy it from the book, compile it. It would fail. I'd try it again, keep doing it until it works. And it was really painstaking and laborious, but actually really good. And so now when I train new developers, it sounds kind of fucked up, but I actually tell them, look, you've got to type all the examples out by hand, because it's training their muscle memory. And that muscle memory is really important, because it's like when you learn to play the piano, one thing is being a musician, reading the sheet music. Another one's just like learning where the notes are so you can put your fingers there. Same thing with learning a programming language, when you're in the beginning, you're a beginner, you type something out and you miss a semicolon and it gives you an error and you get so confused and you're like, oh, I'm confused. And I remember typing things out from the book and trying to compile it and spending ages and ages trying to figure out where is the mistake that I made. Even just writing a line of code myself and it wouldn't compile. The compiler would give me some error. And I'd just delete the line or I'd delete the file and I'd retype it all out over again. And I'd be like, that's exactly the same thing that I typed. I wrote my own code. I write a line of code that I make up and it doesn't compile. And I'll just write below it the exact same code. And then I'd comment the one at the top and I'd compile it and it would work. And I'm like, what? But it's the exact same line and I couldn't see the difference. Now when I'm typing code, it's like natural, right? I don't even care. And then I'm like half asleep and I put the compiler goes, I know what's wrong. I don't even have to read the error. Just fix it. So it's that's also part of it. And the thing with programming, though, that's off-putting for a lot of people is that it is really, really difficult. The hardest part is the beginning. But as you get more fluent, it gets easier over time. It gets much easier. You accelerate in your learning, the better you get at it. So the hardest part is actually just the very beginning. And that's a massive filter for people. So I don't actually think programming, you have to be that smart. I think anybody can really learn programming. I don't think it's outside most people's skill set. I think it's just about hard work, really. I don't think it's a difficult task. I think to be a good programmer, you just have to do a lot of it, basically. Just write a lot of code. That's it. To be a good mathematician is very difficult. You know, you have to really think about what you're doing, and, you know, it's really, really, really tough. But programming is, I think it's a lot easier than math, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's also why. So I did C++ in high school. In elementary school, I learned Borland Pascal, and I thought it was boring. You mentioned the go-to instructions. There was go-to XY that you're using for making stuff move around the screen. I did some
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
elementary graphics with it, like drawing a star or whatever.
Turtle.
A what?
The turtle. You mean the go-to?
Turtle?
You said, when you say go-to, you meant for drawing graphics.
Yes.
But that what's that in Pascal?
I think it's go-to XY. I was calling it Gotoxy.
Were you calling it what?
Gotoxy. You know, I was trying to...
Oh, go-to XY. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I used Pascal very briefly, like not a few days. You know, I just played with it. You know, like making the forms and doing the code for it. But yeah,
I think I had a similar start as you did, because I was playing Quake and Doom, and I was thinking I want to be like John Carmack.
Nice.
And then somehow I lost interest in high school. I went to high school to study computer science, and somehow by the time I graduated, I was dumber. And I realized maybe it's not for me, and I'm not good enough at this. So I went and studied political science in university. And now I have a podcast.
Nice. Yeah, QBasic is good. I like it because it's just a program, and you run it, and it has an editor. You write the code, and you press F5, and you run it, and it works. That's really good for kids, to be honest. I've seen like other languages that people have made, and it's like, oh, you have to write the code in a text editor in Python, and then blah blah, you know. And they try to teach the code to like the kids to write good code using proper constructs. They're like, oh, you should use like structured statements, while, and stuff like that. I don't think kids need any of that shit. Just fucking go to an if. They can learn all that later, to be honest, you know. But yeah.
Yeah, there's also for, which is for, you know, conditional instructions. And it's pretty cool. It's just that I think what was boring was that I was doing math problems in C++. And to me, there was no joy, just trying to input the data and then getting the result. And I was like, by the time I actually input this, I can actually solve the problem with pen and paper. So I really didn't get the point. And I lost interest.
You know, I'm in these like communities online. Like, so for example, I like had to write something in Pygame. So I joined, like, they have a Discord. I joined the Pygame Discord, and it's all these like little kids, and they're all like trying to make like 2D games in Pygame. They're like talking with like, you know, bad kiddie grammar. And then, you know, as well, I'm in now some 3D community called MiniQuad. That's what I'm writing my app in. But it's like actually for 3D. So all the people using it are mainly writing video games. I'm probably the only person that's fucking wild enough to write an app in a 3D stuff. But they're all like early 20s, you know, they're like young dudes. And I feel kind of sad, to be honest, because video games is a tough world. You're not going to make a lot of money. There's like, you're going to be just like slave labor for these like, game corporations. And it's also very meaningless. It's just like a game, it doesn't change things. But they're all like young dudes working on games, and they're like very talented. They're putting their like life energy in like, doing 3D game stuff. So it's like, but we have like a dev now in our channel, in our hackers channel on DarkFi, like learning Rust. And Z was saying like, oh, I need some motivation to learn. I need something to motivate like this learning that I'm doing. And I said like, oh, you should look at like compilers, Lisp compilers, that kind of stuff, But does that excite people? I mean, it excites me. Like, oh yeah, Linux command line tool, this is fucking cool shit. Pipewire, yeah, oh yeah. Anonymous smart contracts, cryptography algorithms, mathematics. Woo! I'm like really into that. But for someone else who's like not in it already, like what's going to excite them? What's going to motivate them to learn programming? Is it going to be to make a game? I don't know. Maybe I should be telling people, just make games. Make little fun games. For maybe we should be making games. I should make like a little QBasic for our app, so that people can like, dev little games that run in our like wallet app and like make use of, P2P crypto functions. That'd be fun. Maybe that's a good idea. It's not a bad idea. Then we can build our ranks.
That can actually be fun. Or maybe some video game that is more like a tutorial on how to join DarkFi.
Yeah, I'll think of something. Actually, the app. So I was showing this app here. I mean, I'm like writing it from scratch. I'm not using any GUI framework. I've disabled the messages because I'm like debugging. I don't want to spam the P2P network. But normally there's like messages there. There's like the chat, I should put that so next time I show. But I've just been working on the text input for now. You see, like, I don't know. See people. What happened to the keyboard? What the fuck? This phone, man. But like, you can see it. See, it's typing text. But anyway, the whole idea is that in Ethereum, you use MetaMask in your browser, but MetaMask was a mistake. And people like deploy these web apps. But in this app, it's just going to have like a little store inside of it. And you can select what you want, and people can distribute whatever they want in there. And it'd be P2P, so you can download it on the P2P network. And so people can write these like little apps in Python, etc. And they have access to all the functionality. Pretty cool, huh? So you're going to have everything in there. And you can run it phone, desktop, Android, Mac, Linux, and Windows, maybe iOS. But I don't know. I need an iPhone to do iOS, I guess. So I'd have to buy an iPhone. But I don't want to do that,
I guess it's nice to outsource, but if you want to do something right, sometimes you gotta do it yourself, which sucks. It's time consuming.
That's right. I'm trying to, like the problem with like a lot of teams is, they're just focused on making tech, because that's what Ethereum did. Ethereum built the tech and then the teams came. But that's not the market phase we're in any longer. Now we're in the market phase where, people are like demanding utility. They're like, what can I actually do with it? So, I'm of the opinion you can't just outsource that shit to, like there's something called like UI devs. UI devs is a synonym for shit devs. So there is no such thing as UI devs. There's just devs. So that's why for DarkFi, we did not get any UI devs. I was like, I think product is the core. Nobody gives a shit about your technology. It can be the best tech in the world, which DarkFi has really good foundation to build a really fucking good house. We've spent years doing that. Spent a lot of time and energy, as you know. But now I've actually got to show people, what can you do with this tech? I don't care about your tech. I care about what I can do with it. So it's all about product. That's why I'm personally overseeing product. I've put my focus on product. And yes, like I'm like doing the initial phase, you know, to get this like, you know, code base up and running to ensure it's done right. Because you can't like, you know, you can't outsource the thing that you think is really important. So, you know, that's what I've done is I'm working on the app, you know, building our own UI framework from the beginning, trying to make something new and original as well, not just derivative, you know, like dancing, colorful people, trying to do something that's sci-fi and cool, you know, like with the cool vector graphics and monospace font. And, you know, I've even been looking recently at like video game UIs. There's so much fun stuff in there, like the way that you interact with video game UI, you know, like when you open a menu and it's not just like, you know, a flat list, but it's like a circle that come out with like things all around it and you can like spin the circle. You know, I really want to see stuff like that in our UI, you know, like, you know, it feels sci-fi, it feels future. I really want, that's what the crypto experience should be. It should be like, whoa, I'm like logging in to the future and I'm changing the world. So like, that's like where we're trying to go with this, like mentally, you know, and you know, as opposed to like working with like, you know, UI people, which, you know, they're already boxed into way of thinking. I'm trying to find artists to work on this, you know, like real actual artists, you know, with like, you could bring like the whole art dimension to it. Usability, nah, fuck that shit. That's a fake job description, you know, like you can just, it's obvious if something's usable or not. You don't need like a PhD to tell you, you know, they're going to confuse you anyway. That's why we've got into the mess we've got, because of these people. Like they've got a whole confused thing. They're like, oh, you know, File Explorer on Mac, get rid of the file system. It's like, what? No, people need the file system. Why would you get rid of the core functionality from your File Explorer? Don't let people use the file system. You're trying to make people retarded, because that's what you're doing. What kind of community are you building? So, you know.
Oh, you can get an app for that, I think.
Pardon?
You can get an app for that, I think.
I mean, yeah, you can enable it, right? You can
Is there Total Commander for Mac?
But isn't the whole point that you buy a Mac? People are like, oh, I buy a Mac because it's perfect. It just has everything I need. Well, evidently it doesn't have everything you need. It doesn't have the things that you don't know that you need. It just has the things to keep you a stupid, dumb consumer. So like, you know, we got to break people out of that paradigm. People got to wake up. You know, people got to start like aggregating wealth and getting powerful. So that's going to take effort. We're going to build a movement, and you know, they're not going to know what's going to hit them, because when we start coming out with all these applications and people are like mobilizing and actually building agorism, it's going to be like the sovereign individual, you know, cyber money issued by private markets, which is algorithmic, versus fiat money that is issued by governments and travels at the speed of law. Money that travels at the speed of light versus money that's traveled at the speed of law. You know?
I like this dichotomy. And I gotta ask you, maybe the last question of this interview, but what happens after we fix the money and we fix the finance and we get money that travels at the speed of light or speed of the internet? What's next?
Then we colonize the universe. Like that's like we expand life. You know, we elevate, we ascend to our next phase. Like if we go to space now, as we are as a humanity, just going to do the same shit we're doing now. be in space. People are going to nuke each other. How can humanity like build towards the stars as it is now, just not equipped spiritually? How are we going to get there spiritually? You know, where is the source of morality? Source of morality is not other people. It's not the state. It's not science. It's society. It's humanity. That's the source of morality. That's where all morality comes from. And what is humanity? Humanity comes from nature. What's nature? Nature is not like trees and stuff, not like, you know, just green stuff everywhere. No, nature's something more powerful. It's like the drive, the will to power, you know, upwards, expansion, growth, etc. Humanity is not just like people as well. It's not just like, oh, there's more people, there's more humanity. NPC slaves do not have humanity. So when I say we need to restore humanity and fight for the people, I'm not saying we need to create more NPC robot slaves and like, you know, just allow them to continue to consume retarded consummation. No, we need to get rid of their welfare state system and get rid of slop and consumerism and everything like that. We need to like create a society where people are uplifted, people are creating great works, they're building, we're activating as many people as possible. We're bringing them in. Everybody's moving for freedom, you know, and we're like, you know, we're doing massive things. We're training leaders, we're creating the next generation of leaders. So that's what we need. We need leadership. You know, Bitcoin people, they tell you Bitcoin project's decentralized, it has no leaders. That is not a fucking decentralized project when you don't have leaders. A decentralized project is when everybody is a leader, when everybody has the power, when everybody's activated. Just pretending you don't have leaders, but the leaders are hidden, but everybody's a slave, that's not freedom. That's not decentralized. That's just highly centralized. That's more centralized than if you had a king. At least the king, if you know he's misbehaving, you go cut his head off. Who are you going to cut head off when, like, people don't know this. Do you know? It's fucking crazy. You know the Khmer Rouge? I started reading. I know. This is like, we're going to start talking about the Khmer Rouge because I started reading about that the other day because I went like in a Pol Pot phase. I was like really interested in this. I thought they were communists. They weren't communists. They were like weird, I don't know, like nutsock communists because all the other communists didn't like them. Vietnam, actually, the reason they disappeared was because Vietnam waged war against them. They were extremely racialist and like Vietnam, like they were basically like hyper-fascist ex-Buddhist monks who wanted to turn Cambodia into like a Buddhist temple, into like a strict Buddhist, where everybody would be like a farmer in the commune and there'd be no tech. They were like, a lot of the ex-revolutionaries were Buddhist, but like extreme aesthetic. You know, when I say, I mean like, you know, like really strict Buddhists. And yeah, and so they, you know, but anyway, the interesting thing about the Khmer Rouge is there is a lot that nobody knows about the Khmer Rouge. Like, you know, even when it was happening, nobody really knew who was in charge. There was like this thing, you know, there was a vague reference to the organization, but it had no name. But it was a leadership that was like managing things. You know, it's a fucking massive genocide. You know, like they don't even know how many people are killed in that thing. They're like, oh, estimates ranged from like 1 to 6 million. Imagine that. It's not even that like old, that genocide. And, you know, there's such a massive range on that, 1 to 6 million, you know. So, you know, there was this genocide happening. You know, it was extremely racialist. They were ex-Buddhists. They wanted to revive the old Angkor Wat kingdom. They had all this like, you know, they were like, oh, we're going to revive the ancient kingdom of Angkor Wat, but it's going to be like a Buddhist / racialist communist kingdom. Very interesting, wacky stuff. But everybody was like, they were like, there's no leaders in charge. There's a dude, Pol Pot, but otherwise there's no leader. It's just like, there's an organization, but nobody knows who they are really. And nobody really knows much about this organization or what happened there. So, that's what happens. That's how power hides itself. There's even an essay on this, The Tyranny of Structurelessness, which is about how all these like anarchist kind of communes or projects, they just, they were like, we're decentralized, we have no leadership, but they actually just like, they had this like really ruthless leadership. I actually have a really good story about this, because I remember I went to an anarchist hacker conference, like they've got CCC. They had another one called Hack Meeting. I went to it and I had a talk on that was on a certain day. And they, and it, I think it was like, 4 o'clock or something on a Saturday or something. I don't know what, or Friday. And I built hype for my talk. I like emailed my friends. I told them, oh, email your friends. I'm doing this talk. I put up posters. I was like, oh, my talk's at this time. I was telling everyone, I was like, oh, come to my talk, blah, blah. And then 2 hours before my talk, they said, oh, Amir, like if we can change your talk to 6 p.m. tomorrow. And I was like, no, I'm good. I like this time. They're like, oh, but if you want, you could have this time. And I was like, no, I'm good. And then, they were like, at first they were like heavily suggesting it would be better for me. But then it became clear that I didn't really have a say in this matter. But I kept going to people and I was going to them like, who made this decision? Because, they're meant to be like decentralized anarchist conference. And they were like, oh, well, nobody's in charge, blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, but you're telling me nobody's in charge, but there's a decision that's been made and it's been handed down to me. And I disagree with this decision and I want to know who's responsible for the decision. And like, oh, well, nobody's in charge, blah, blah. And I was like, and I'm talking one guy and he like sends me to another guy, and talking with that guy, he sends me to another person. I talk with that, I sends another person, just handing me off to each other, all the other people. That's how these decentralized organizations work. So when people fuck up, there's nobody you can go to and go, hey, bro, you fucked up. You're responsible. Just people go, oh, nobody's in charge. Nobody's responsible. Lightning. What a debacle, right? Maybe it could have been done better. I don't know. But there's been some serious deficiencies there. Who do we question? Who do we go? Okay, this is on you. You're the one that advocated for this, right? This is your response. Oh, Bitcoin's a decentralized community consensus, except it's not community consensus, is it? Because you say it's not a democracy. That's what they say. Bitcoin's not democracy. Okay, so what is it then? Who's in charge? What kind of leadership do you have? How are decisions made? Oh yeah, blah, blah. We have GitHub issues. Okay, that's completely opaque. Who decides which issues get thing? How does that work? Where's that documented? That's not governance. It's just arbitrary decisions made by a clique of people that have ownership of that thing. So, the ephemeral hidden organization. So if we want to build like things that are effective, we have to have accountability there. If you decentralization, people misunderstand that thing so much. Building a libertarian, decentralized society does not come from, people just doing whatever the fuck they want and, having no accountability and pretending that there's no leaders and everybody's a free, unique, special snowflake individual. That's fucking myth. We all know it's a myth. Anyone that's been in any kind of libertarian organization, movement, knows that that shit never happens. That's not how it happens. There's always a core group of people. Every project, every open source project, Wikipedia is not just a neutral thing. There's a clique of people there running the show. We all know that they're biased, right? So it's like, how do you make decentralized society? You make everybody a leader. You give everybody, you bring everybody up, you know, and you imbue people with philosophy. That's what it is. That's how you build a movement. So at the end of the day, it's about spreading a morality, a philosophy, a mindset. It doesn't even matter what structure you have, to be honest. The structure is just a boat. It's how we get from A to B. It's like a vehicle. Want to sail across the ocean. You know, we're rowing together. It's like, you know, DarkFi. We're making DarkFi. How do we get shit done? You know, this guy's responsible for this. This guy's responsible for that. That's how we work together efficiently. You know, that's the nature of organizations. That's how humans have done it since day one, you know. But how do you get people to be free? You teach them about the world. They like learn, they get the philosophy. That's, you know, then it doesn't matter, like, you know, what structure you have. You know, if you have people that, you know, that are not spiritually awakened, you know, they're just going to become despots because they're weak people, and they're going to try and they're going to seize power. They're not going to give power. They're not going to try and empower people below them. You want to make people strong. You know, you have to help them to see the world, to understand the world, to understand how their own deficiencies, you know, to you know, how we can work together to make them see the long-term objective out of this, you know. That's like, but that's a work that, you know, that's why in DarkFi we've just started small now. We started like with philosophy, reading groups every 2 weeks, also training hackers. You know, that's really low-key stuff. If we had a lot more resources, we'd have like an academy, and we'd be like bringing people there and training them up, you know, like, you know, I don't know, university, but university's shit. Our academy's much better. It's like half focused on building practical projects and half on theory. And it's like, you'd go there and you'd like learn, you'd like, you know, would be training hackers, and you'd be, you know, studying theory. You'd be like lifting weights or doing some form of exercise, you know, could be dancing for women, or gymnastics, or, you know, running, anything, just as long as people are like evolving physically, and, you know, studying philosophy, learning hard skills, you know, whether math, programming, etc. You know, that's how we're going to make the hackers of the future. That if they cut my head off, or they cut anyone's head off, you know, put us in jail, etc., it's like a hydra. It just grows another head. That's what Satoshi said in his post. You know, people just keep going. They like carry the torch forth. I was, before crypto, you know, with all these like anarchist hacker groups, and my mentor, he trained so many hackers up. And like when those hackers got skilled, you know, they would just end up working for big tech, because he didn't train them philosophically. He didn't train them in the ideology. So each one of them was like, oh yeah, we're part of a movement, and we're all working as part of like to like spread this philosophy, this movement. So that's been the biggest problem with anarchism. It fell into the trap of modernity that it claimed to be fighting against, and that it wasn't able to put forward a coherent vision of the future it was fighting towards. So right now, everybody is going like, show us the future, show us what the future will be. And so we have to put that in front of people to inspire them. That's what people really desire right now. And Trump and MAGA, that he's just channeling anger and you know, nostalgia for the past. That can't build the future. That can't build anything new. So if we're like futurists, and I say futurist, I don't mean like, you know, globo homo, Ray Kurzweil, transhumanist futurism. I mean, like archeo, tech prim archeo-futurism. That's some fucking cool shit. Like, taking the best parts of modernity, but also the good parts of like the old world, like the ancient world, the pagan world, like the spiritual world, like building like an activated society, like Rose made a talk at DevCon about Lunapunk, and that's like she's got like a vision of the future. It's quite interesting. It's got like, like Celtic druids like researching eugenics and like high-rise network states, which have got like launch pads into space and like like all kinds of mad stuff in there. People should check that out. Like colonization on Mars with terraforming and everything like that. But if we're gonna go into all these big projects, what's it gonna be? Is it just gonna be like neoliberal America nuking China but in space? Like, that's not going to be compelling. We're going to have to evolve the human as well. The human's going to have to like, go to the next level. So that's what we're doing here with this stuff that we're building. When I say helping people to get the truth out, to tell people about, the struggle for freedom, to expand parallel societies, that's reclaiming humanity, nature, the will to power, everything, freedom, true stuff, like, and getting more people in the cause, like elevating them mentally. We're going to build a force, and this force is going to be so powerful. It's going to be like, hackers, next generation of hackers. I already see the people in our chat, and they're there, and they're all making an effort. They're all trying to evolve. Like, it's a tough world. You've got to work to pay your rent. But here those guys are, and they're trying to learn to be devs. They're trying to learn about the future of P2P tech, so they could organize with their communities. Like, a lot of respect to all those people, like we've got like, solar punks and, I don't know, Chinese people and, ANCAPs and OTC traders and, Linux people and people into even AI and stuff like that. So it's like amazing, kind of community, and schizos. Every good community needs its share of schizos. They give the wisdom. They're like the spiritual guides. They say stuff and you're like, bro, that's whack. But inside that whack stuff is a nugget of wisdom that you just are not. You're not enlightened. You're not awakened enough to perceive just yet. So, hail the prophecies, respect the prophecies. They are being entombed on the P2P tech networks, ready to be uncovered by future generations that will give them insight and depth into what is really happening, because those prophecies will come to light when they will need to be coming to light. That's when people will perceive them. They're being put down now to be discovered by later generations.
Amir, I did not want to interrupt, but this is really great news. We just broke the record for the longest episode in the history of the show. It was previously at 5 hours 16 minutes. Now we are past 5 hours 28 minutes, still going.
Oh, brilliant. Well, who was that with before?
Paul Stortz.
Oh, wow. He spoke for 6 hours.
Yeah, wow. I have a lot of respect for people who can last this long and stay coherent. It's quite an accomplishment. Like, you have a lot of stamina. I respect that.
Well, I know. I mean, I've just got a lot of material, so I'm mainly just working by myself. So I'm like, I don't talk about it that often. But yeah, I want to get my setup done so I can stream, and then we can go on programming adventures with the community. But I was trying to think how I can get it so that, you know, people can like, because I really like the Twitter spaces that people can call in and they can just like start talking. So I was even thinking I'll just have like, you know, a call open and anybody could like just call up and join in and start chatting. That'd be funny. But in Twitter, it's like, it's more natural because you see the spaces and you just join, you know. Maybe I could do both. I could actually host a Twitter spaces and a Twitter live, and the Twitter live has the desktop, but anybody can like join the spaces. I don't know if that would work. Oh, it would be, oh yeah, okay. So I'd have the YouTube doing the live and I'd have the spaces and anybody could join the spaces, but then they could talk on the YouTube. That'd be interesting. That'd be funny. And then, yeah, I guess people would know on the Twitter spaces, they could join the YouTube. I don't know. Anyway, let's see how that works.
That can work, but I guess a lot of people do video. It's very useful for people to see your face. And Twitter Spaces is limiting in this regard because I guess you can only do voice. You can also do video, but you cannot let other people join. You have to invite them with a third-party video application. But you can read the comments live. That's very useful.
Yeah, but if for example you're doing live and you have like a call open like this or a Jitsi meet or something like that, how do people know that they can join? Like, where do they see? How would you advertise that? I don't know.
Oh, you have to tell them, and then you must tell them to join some chat room, or you send them the link privately to join you.
No, not private. I want anybody to join.
You just post the link, but then you'll have to deal with everyone. Potentially bots. Or spies or whatever.
Cool. Yeah, sounds good. Maybe I'll try that out. Actually, it's just like a live that I'm live streaming, but it's open anytime. So people can just like call in randomly and start like chatting. And like, oh, hello, sir, welcome. And then they'd have a request. They were like, oh, can you put this music on? And I'd be like, yes, putting this music on.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you can look into with streamers, and there's a lot of Twitch stuff, OBS stuff. It's a rabbit hole, and you need to dive and figure out what's good for yourself and what you like and what kind of guy you are. Because not everything that other people do is good for yourself, or at least you're not going to feel comfortable doing all of it. So
it would be cool if it was interactive. Like people could like, they could like join and then they could like, put stuff on screen.
You're going to end up writing your own messaging application.
Oh, true. That's right. In the Dark IRC, I'll have just like an OSD on top of my screen, and people will be able to like, spam it with stuff. Oh yeah, it's easy. I just put a window on top, easy, in the corner, always on top. That's easy. Okay, yeah, I have a good idea how to do it now. Plus people can call in, plus people can chat. Perfect. Okay, I know my format now. Anyway, it's been a pleasure. I broke the record. No, this is the part where if we had emojis on the screen, we could put confetti.
Oh, that's not what my audience likes, but you can do that, definitely. But I'm super happy that we were able to do this. We covered a lot of ground. It was
unplanned.
Yeah, we basically scheduled this yesterday, and you told me after 5, and I wasn't sure what after 5 means, but it turned out to be 5 o'clock.
Oh, sorry. I mentally put 5. So I was like rushing for 5, but yeah, you're right. It was that.
But it turned out really great, and I hope that everyone listening found some useful information. I'm pretty sure that if they go through this episode, they will be much better people, better informed, and less indoctrinated, because I guess the goal of this show is also to unprogram people or deprogram, whatever the term is. There's a lot of tribalism, which is not necessarily rational. Of course, there are a lot of shitcoins out there and a lot of bad projects, but it doesn't mean that everything that is not written by this circle of people is horrible or should not be looked into. And I'm not telling you to invest in anything. Just look at what other people are doing and try to imagine what kind of future we're heading towards. And
yeah, when I have that
this
list,
is the
I'll
last episode of the year, actually. I just realized.
Happy New Year. I actually thought it was New Year's today. Just shows I'm not really keeping track of things.
Yeah, we're gonna have to pop the champagne, but I don't have a bottle.
I actually bought these truffles that by accident were champagne, and I fucking hate the champagne chocolates. But I've got loads of chocolates. Swiss chocolate's the best. So good. Very good. I'm going to eat some of that right now.
Oh, you do that. You deserve it. You've earned it. Look at this. Almost
I'm hungry.
5 hours and a half. It's insane. I don't know who's going to listen to this, but if you do listen to this, leave a comment and say, what should they say, Amir?
What do you mean? Oh, I saw the thing. I tell you what, instead of watching 5 hours, I mean, if you're probably watching 5 hours, they'd watch it in parts and they'd like play it on the move. But probably, go on the Dark IRC, that's like
but
hardcore.
We need a special word so that we know that people got to this point.
Oh, Deinonychus.
Can you say again?
Deinonychus.
Binonicus?
No, Deinonychus.
Deinonychus?
Yeah.
What's that? Deinonychus. Oh, it's a dinosaur? Oh, nice. You're going to have to look it up to spell it correctly.
There is a really good... So I don't know if any of you have seen Prehistoric Planet 2. There is a really good scene from that, which I think is called Velociraptors hunting pterosaurs on a cliff. I just really like that clip from Prehistoric Planet 2.
I like the Velociraptor meme, the one that thinks.
Oh, yeah. I sometimes use that, Nick, on Dark IRC.
Velociraptor meme.
Actually, I have a Deinonychus here. Well, I didn't even remember. Is this Deinonychus? Yes, Deinonychus. That's Deinonychus.
That's so cute.
I have all these friends that are like...
Oh, you call them your friends?
No, I mean, I have friends that tell me that are like, Amir, dinosaurs are fake. We live in the center of the earth. That's just a psyop. So that's the popular position these days. Sadly, I am a believer in the psyop, in the dinosaur psyop. Sorry, guys.
Oh, we don't know what they really looked like. I guess most of it was made by Steven Spielberg for...
No, we do now.
How?
Go to Wikipedia, search dinosaur coloration. These are actual dinosaurs that they know the coloration of. They know the coloration of some dinosaurs like fully all over their body. Because feathers? There are microstructures on the feathers called I forgot the name of it. I need to look it up. But anyway, these microstructures, they can actually examine them with microscope, and they can see, and depending on what the microstructure is, they can see what the color is. and they have fossils where they have the full plumage from the dinosaur, complete 100% body plumage. So they can analyze these microstructures, and they can see, oh yeah, melanosomes, that's what they are. So you see this article? These are like accurate depictions of dinosaur coloration on the Wikipedia dinosaur coloration article. What's interesting is that, mammals are blind. A lot of mammals are colorblind, or they have poor eyesight. And mammals typically depend primarily on smell and sound. That's like the primary senses of mammals. Humans are an exception. The reason why apes and monkeys have color perception is because we use that to pick berries, to pick fruits. But in general, it's not a constant across the mammals. And if you look at a lot of mammals, their coloring is very bland, single color. So whereas birds, if you look at birds, they are primarily visual, whereas mammals are like smell and auditory. Birds are primarily visually oriented. That's why they have these elaborate mating rituals. That's why they're very colorful, etc. What's interesting is that birds is that when you see this article on dinosaur coloration, this actually tells us that this visual orientation that birds have is actually a dinosaur behavior. So a lot of these like mating rituals, elaborate mating rituals that birds do, was actually probably something that dinosaurs did. And mammals during the time of dinosaurs, they were subterranean. They existed underground. They came out at nighttime. And this is where we get, as mammals, our predominance, our emphasis on auditory and visual, auditory and smell, and our lack of emphasis on visual acuity comes from the long ass period of approximately 100 million years, where mammals were living underground, they were nocturnal, whereas dinosaurs were in the daytime. They were very visually oriented. So that's still behavior that carries on today in birds and mammals. So it's kind of interesting, that dinosaur coloration. Now, that article is mostly feathered dinosaurs, but there are some dinosaurs that are not feathered, where there are perfect casts of them. I saw one such fossil, which is the Pachycecosaurus, in that article. And if you look at it, it's like an orange, small-looking dinosaur with, these proto-feathers on its tail, and that fossil is absolutely crazy. It looks like a photograph of a dinosaur, and you can see the parts of its skin which were saggy, the parts that were tight, which were smooth, etc. You can see the coloration of the skin. The color is preserved in the fossil. Absolutely crazy fossil. There's also another fossil there, the Borrelia pelta, which is the ankylosaur, that is also really well preserved. Somehow they can detect the color from that, although it's like much less visible. Just really interesting that it's like 80 million years ago, and people can science is able to perceive this now.
Fascinating stuff. What else are you into, Amir? You're into dinosaurs, you're into video game programming, you're into futurism, you're into C++, you're into privacy, you're into cyberpunk culture and cryptocurrency, and cypherpunk culture. They're distinct. You're into lunar punk stuff.
Mathematics and evolution and science and physics and stuff like that. And natural history. So yeah, maybe I would have been a scientist if I weren't in tech. I mean, it's quite normal. A lot of tech guys, they're very into science. But I really like natural science, like, biology or evolutionary dynamics. There's like a lot of mathematical models, really interesting. It's kind of like related or tangential to game theory. So like, a lot of people study game theory, but, parallel to that is like evolutionary dynamics, which I'm more interested in. The game theory, I've looked at some of that stuff before, and I just don't find it as profound as people make it out to be. I think it's all right. But there's a lot of interesting stuff in evolution. Like it's quite interesting because I'm like, for example, like, I see a lot of like guys, using metaphors from evolution to like explain society, but their understanding of evolution is wrong. It's just like a popular understanding, and it's just not how evolution works. Like a lot of people think evolution is just like competition among individuals towards like, a gradual optimum. But evolution doesn't really act like that. Evolution's like punctuated. You have like just massive long periods when nothing happens, and complexity builds up like deadwood in a forest, until at some point like a match just sets it ablaze and it all just burns down. And it's like that with the environment, where complexity builds in networks, and it reaches a kind of tipping point where at some point like collapse practically becomes an inevitability. And the longer it goes without collapse, the bigger the collapse will be. And it's when that cascade does happen, the more complex and more layered the ecosystem is, the more it kind of starts to unravel. And then suddenly there's like all these new niches opened up, and there's this massive race to occupy those niches. But evolution doesn't happen by populations like gradually moving towards an optimum. Actually, a tendency of evolution is not to homogenize, but actually to divide into subpopulations. So actually, the way that you can view populations is like, you have a population and it just kind of splits into two new populations. That's just like a natural tendency over time. And maybe they will occupy different niches, or maybe they will end up, one of them will end up, dying off. And that's what happened with human evolution. There's like Homo erectus literally walking across the earth for like 2 million years. At the same time, like Australopithecus, and then Homo rhodesiensis, and like, which is the origin of Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, evolved. And even like some Homo erectus was still around, like when, Homo heidelbergensis, or like, the ancestor, or like the original Homo sapiens were even around, So, crazy to think about like all these different human species and subspecies existing at the same time for millions of years, just walking around on the same planet Earth. But, I mean, if you look at Homo erectus, early population and late populations, there is a massive, massive divergence in like all the phenotypes, like, brain size, body shape, etc. So it's a massively diverse species of human. But they were one species that existed, and there were other human species that coexisted with them. So, and yes, there was a lot of variance in that population, but also, that was a single species, and that existed continuously for several million years. and there were other human species, and they were, somewhat, unchanging. Yes, there were changes, but when there's a drastic change, so the tendency of populations is to speciate. That's what they technically say, and a species is a very well defined term. A species is where it has a geographical, it has this geographical distinct space. They can't, they are either unable to reproduce, or they are tending towards being unable to reproduce. So a subspecies is a subpopulation, is geographically distinct, and is tending away from its like host or parent population. So, anyway, off topic. But I think that stuff's really interesting. Has no relevance to cryptocurrency. I've thought about it before. Like, is there any relevance to all this stuff? I can't think of any relevance, except maybe if I'm making an anime about future worlds and speculative evolution. That's really interesting. I always find aliens in Alien movie really boring, because it's like they haven't tried to speculate in any realistic way how it evolved. And there's like just this huge knowledge of like our Earth's history that we can draw upon. A lot of it's like really surprising. That's probably what the biggest argument why it's not fake is. It's like, it's just too elaborate for humans to have created that. It's like, it's too surprising, and it's just, it just, there's so much realism and depth to it that you could not make that up. But I have never seen it being used in when people think about aliens, when they think about speculative worlds. Like, another really cool thing about evolution is convergent evolution. It's the way that like multiple times throughout history, the same, like, I wouldn't say species, because that's not the atomic level that they use in the fossil record. It's actually the genre. Species is like kind of too fine-grained and too patchy. Maybe as you get more recent, like, like last 2 million years or so, you can talk about human species or species of mammals. But if you're talking about dinosaurs, it's like more like a grouping of species, which is a genre. But yeah, you just get the evolution of these like different forms. Like, you've got sharks, you've got dolphins, you've got ichthyosaurs. They look pretty similar. They have the same body plan. They evolved it 3 independent times throughout history. It's obviously a really successful body plan. If you want to be an ocean creature, you should probably have a body plan like that. Same thing with beaks in flying animals. Beaks, they're lightweight. Pterosaurs evolved beaks. Birds evolved beaks independently twice. So yeah. Anyway, good time to wrap up. I'll go eat my chocolate and watch anime.
Believe it or not, you still have questions in the chat.
Okay, what's the questions? Don't want to leave.
So, the most important one is blondes or brunettes, or tights or asses. Ties, not tights.
Ties or asses? You mean tits?
That's what he probably means. I don't imagine someone would choose between ties and butts. But yeah, I guess it's boobs or ass.
I don't know.
You're not a guy to compromise and choose one.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe asses. Or maybe. I don't know. It depends. Like,
Very hard
Sometimes
decision to make.
one or the other. Maybe if you're not getting one of one, you might want one of the other. You know, maybe one day if you've had one of one, you want another day you want more of the other. I don't know.
It's good to live a balanced life, without excesses. So, what's your favorite mathematician, past and present?
Alexander Grothendieck is a fucking Chad. He's absolute fucking Chad. But I'll name some. So Alexander Grothendieck, I'll tell you about him. He was born to an anarchist family, and he just, he fucking invented algebraic geometry, basically just invented it. And anybody that studies algebraic geometry is a vast, vast field. At some point, if you want to study it, he wrote these books called the EGA and SGA, but they're in French, and nobody's even been able to translate them because they're so massive. We basically just invented the field. And, when I read math forums about algebraic geometry, for experts who are like, oh, how do I get good? People are like, oh, you should learn some French so you can read those books. For real, that's what they really do at the high levels of math. People learn French to be able to read his books. And in his later life, he did a Ted Kaczynski, and he moved to a cabin in the French Pyrenees. And he told everyone to burn his books. He was like, oh, fuck that shit. Burn all my books. Another guy that's absolute Chad is, what's his name? What's the name of the guy that wrote the book? Sergey Lang. Sergey Lang, so let me find his Wikipedia, because Wikipedia explains it well.
Isn't it Serge Lang?
Or Serge, yeah.
Serge.
Anyway, his books are considered he's got loads of massive fucking math books. Like the algebra book is like that. And they're considered like canon, basically. So, he had these like massive debates with people where, he says, look, Lang engaged in efforts to challenge anyone he believed was spreading misinformation or misusing science or math to further their own goals. So he mounted a one-man challenge against Samuel Huntington, saying that he misuses math and pseudoscience, and then blah, blah. And then it says, Lang kept his political correspondence and documentation in files. He would send letters or publish articles, wait for responses, engage the writers in further correspondence, collect all these writings together, and point out what he considered contradiction. He then mailed these files to other mathematicians and other interested parties throughout the world. He published some of the files in books. His extensive file criticizing David Baltimore, and in his blah, blah, blah. So he was doing all these massive debates before the internet was a thing, and like keeping extensive records on it, and like just real autist type stuff. And then you read about his math book, because Lang was a prolific writer of math texts, often completing one on his summer vacation. He writes fucking graduate level math texts on his summer vacation. What a nutcase. How does he do that? I don't understand it. Absolutely can't understand it. So that's absolute Chad. Another Chad is Neil Koblitz. So let me see if I find it. Neil. But I actually messaged him, and he was like, oh, I've heard about you, Amir, blah, blah. And he was like, but then we were talking about crypto, and he's massively anti-crypto because he's a bit of a socialist. So, not everyone's perfect. But, he did some really cool stuff. He did like a lot of really cool elliptic curve cryptography. And he was in Vietnam when Vietnam was being bombed. organizing, or helping them with them teaching mathematics there. He's had quite an interesting life. He's contributed a lot to cryptography. Another really interesting guy is the guy who wrote is Shafaverovich. He's just a crazy nutcase. So, he wrote these books against anti-socialist and like about individualism, and he's got he's gone deep into the matrix, and he's like an orthodox conservative, but he is a really fucking good mathematician, like really smart mathematician. He basically defined the Soviet school, which is this entire school of mathematics. Then finally, I have to give a shout out to what's his name? What's the name of the guy? The guy, von Neumann. This guy is crazy. Let me see. John von Neumann. So, let me see. So this guy, he would just drop into an area of maths, change that area of maths, contribute some major thing, get bored and drop in another area of maths. If you look at his Wikipedia, it's massive. He's everywhere. You go, every field you go, he's there. Economics, physics, computer science, the Manhattan Project. Look, let's look at work habits. So this is the funny thing. So, wait, I'm trying to find where. Blah, blah. Anyway, he used to, let me see.
Oh, this guy makes me feel like a midwit. He was only 6 years old and he could divide 6-digit numbers in his head.
Oh, yeah, so okay, so he would be doing maths. Like all the mathematicians when they do maths, myself included, we go to a very quiet room. Nobody's allowed to talk to us. We're like deep there. We're trying to focus our thought, thinking. He was not like that at all. He liked to do his maths like around loads of people, around kids, extended family, in the living room. He would play really loud music. He would play really loud German march music, and he would work in noisy, chaotic environments, and he would be out partying all night and stuff like that. He was just a wild man. And he had office next to Einstein, and Einstein would complain that his music is too loud all the time. Okay, here's another crazy guy, Paul Erdős. Probably a lot of you guys know him.
How do you spell his name?
Paul, Erdős is the last name. So he was mainly concerned with number theory. That's what he was focused on. But he was just like an extreme math autist. He never had like a relationship with a woman. He would only like to talk about math. He was homeless. But, every mathematician, it was like a dream to work with him, because if you'd just spend a couple of weeks working with him, you'd make some major breakthrough and you'd be famous forever. So he was just itinerant. He would just go to random people's house, turn up at random people's houses with a suitcase randomly because he felt like it. And then everybody would be like, oh, Paul Erdős is here. Oh, come in. And they would open their doors to him. And he was extremely autistic. Like, he did not give a fuck. He just didn't care. And like, I remember reading a story of a mathematician. He said he came home one day and there was like red liquid like everywhere around the kitchen and stuff. And it turned out, and he got worried for a second, but it turned out that Paul Erdős had really liked grapefruit and found grapefruit juice carton in the fridge, and I just couldn't be bothered to open it and stabbed it with a knife. It was just drinking out of the bottle like that. And it just finished and just chucked it on the side somewhere, didn't give a fuck. Like, and he was taking meth. He was like taking meth so he could do more math. And he'd fall asleep in the restaurant. And he would be like, oh, you're asleep in the restaurant. He's like, no, I'm just closing my eyes. But he'd be asleep sitting up in the restaurant. And like, look at him. Just look at him. This guy has taken way too much meth in his life. But he's done like, he would just take meth and do math. He's fucking madman.
And it's sad because von Neumann lived for 50 something years, 53. And Paul Erdős, he lived to 83. And this guy actually did math and lived that kind of lifestyle. Life is unfair.
Oh, bro. If we're talking about mathematicians, there is a really noteworthy mathematician that must be on this list, which is Gregory Perelman. No list goes without mentioning Gregory Perelman. So Gregory Perelman is Russian mathematician. He's a fucking uber Chad. And he won the Nobel Prize equivalent in mathematics, the Fields Medal. And they offered him $1 million. And he said, fuck you guys, you're corrupt. In fact, he didn't even say anything. He just ignored them. He's like, I want nothing to do with these guys. And he solved the biggest problem in mathematics, like won the Millennium Prize, Clay Millennium Prize. And, everybody, because he did that mega achievement, suddenly he's the superstar, but he didn't want any of it. He was like, it doesn't matter any of these prizes, man-made stuff. All I care about is the math. I don't want to be part of any of your stuff. And he declined the prizes. They chased him, they chased him down into Russia because he didn't even, answer their calls back. He was like, I'm just not interested, blah, blah. They really tried to coax him, but he's like, I don't need it. I just need math. That's all I care about. What a Chad. He's dedicated to his craft. Doesn't care about these like man-made invention, prizes, designations, etc. He's got what he needs. He lives with his mum in Moscow, eating chicken tendies, doing math. That's all he care about. You know who else, Chad, as well? Not a mathematician, but physicist. Was the one who plays the drums on the Manhattan Project. Feynman, Richard Feynman. You can search Richard Feynman orange juice. You can see him playing the bongos and singing about orange juice. But if people want the best Feynman thing, I suggest is go on YouTube. There's a really good video and search Feynman series honors. So it's Reed Gower. The YouTube channel is Reed Gower, but the video is called the Feynman series, and it's honors. And it's Richard Feynman talking about, Nobel Prizes, honors, that kind of stuff, and how he's just like, we are scientists. We discover the natural world. Honors, human rank, that's all fucking bullshit. That has nothing to do with science. Scientists, they don't need any of that crap. I was like, this kind of stuff when I was growing up on, Richard Feynman. I was like, whoa, I want to be like Richard Feynman. So
That's so cool. I feel like I've learned so much over the last 20 minutes or so. And I opened their Wikipedia pages. Now I just have to read them all.
what was the other question? There was another question, or is that it?
Well, John Maynard Keynes or Murray Rothbard.
Rothbard, probably.
Yeah, I mispronounced. And
The
also, what
degenerate.
are your thoughts on David Chaum's XX network and coin? And best hacker of all time? You're getting a lot of questions.
Richard Stallman is the best hacker of all time. If you want to know why I say Richard Stallman, followed by Terry Davis. I mean, Terry Davis is like really interesting. But Richard Stallman, there is a really good documentary series. Sorry, not a series, a documentary called, let me find it on YouTube. I think it's called Hackers, Wizards of the Electronic Age. Yes. So I recommend people to watch that documentary. And in particular, you will see Stallman, a young Richard Stallman, and how the same way in crypto, crypto got co-opted by big money and everybody was like, oh yeah, I love money. Let's go. The same thing is happening to the PC industry. And Stallman is one of the kind of founders there at the early stage. But Stallman is one of the idealists. It's like, I reject this. I believe this technology is powerful. And I'm going to fight for free software, for open source. And that's the young Richard Stallman. I find that so inspiring. I really respect Stallman. He's an older dude now. He has his opinions about certain things, whatever. But he's from that generation. So many people of that generation, they were communists or whatever, or socialist. Stallman is really enlightened. Like, he really did a huge amount for us. Like, he really contributed something massive, and he did a great thing. I have nothing but a huge amount of respect for him. And there's also a book. If anybody goes deeper into this, it's called Hackers by Stephen Levy. So this is a really good book about that particular history of time.
What about David Chaum's XX network?
I haven't looked at it. I think it's a mixnet, right? For voting or something.
Yeah, and quantum resistant and some other stuff too.
Okay. Yeah, David Chaum is legit, isn't he? I guess we should pay attention if it's David Chaum. I also liked Bram Cohen's project, Chia, but it didn't get much attention. But, because it's fucking like, just who cares about a new mining algo? But they have some really good crypto in there. And Bram Cohen is a really smart dude.
I wish I could get him on the show. He blocked me on Twitter. I don't know why.
Oh, really? Oh.
But he's the creator of BitTorrent, for people who don't know.
Yeah. I mean, the project's legit. Bram Cohen. I've never looked him up on Twitter. What's his nickname?
No idea. Bram.
Oh, I found it. At Bram Cohen. Okay.
Yeah, I'm blocked.
Oh, I'm not. Well, that's good. At least he know about you. Don't know about me.
I don't know. Maybe I should post it about Chia at some point.
Oh. You can say to him, hey, bro, different times. But Cheers, it's got good cryptography. It uses these what's it, binary quadratic forms, ideal class group, unknown order groups. So I'm quite interested in that math. It's related to class field theory, which one day in my life I hope to study.
So you don't have an opinion yet about the XX network?
No.
And what was the other one?
I looked at XX network before, but I think it was a while ago. I was like, okay, David Charm is probably good, but I was like, oh, it's not related to things I'm interested in now or anything I want to do or use. So I was like, oh, interesting. But then I didn't really look deeper into it.
We're past the 6-hour mark. We have 2,900 live viewers in total. And someone wants to know, what's the future of AI, in your opinion?
Oh, I don't know. Because honestly, it's not my area. It does seem that crypto... Okay, so there is a really interesting video if you search Palantir AIP on YouTube. And it's basically... Palantir is like, Theo's US military organization. I mean, these guys, you have to understand, like Peter Thiel and, the big VCs and like these guys, I don't know, Musk, and they're neoliberals. So they don't want, a trad America, so you can have your trad waifu, America to, become non-interventionist, which if America did that, would be wealthy. They want an American global empire. They want the oil to flow. They want the dollar to continue to dominate. They're going to continue. They want the military, etc. That's how they're going to build those things that they're building, is by continuing to rule the world, by continuing to own the world's resources. So that is a lot of the economics that's driving AI now. It's like, surveillance state, neoliberalism, military technology. If you look at the Palantir AIP video, it's quite enlightening in the sense of like how AI can be used in warfare, which is it allows operators to deal more efficiently. So for example, in the video, they've got this it's like a kind of terminal where, the AI is saying, oh, there's these threats that's been identified. Would you like to see some battle plans? And the person, would you like to see a map? The person, it opens a map, it identifies what's there. The person's like, can you give me 3 different scenarios for how to deal with this threat? The AI gives 3 scenarios. Then the person's like, can you tell me more about scenario 1? Scenario, it then goes in and it's like, should I deploy the drone network to begin going around this area and clearing? The person's like, yes, deploy the drone network. They start coordinating the other activities. So that's kind of like, what they're how they want to use the kind of AI stuff, which if you imagine as well, will allow, people, tools like perception management, to be used at scale to influence public opinion, like the algorithm on Twitter. So I actually looked a bit more into the algorithm on Twitter, and what it's boosting and reducing is not just based off of what you like and retweet, but it's also based off of what you read for any period of time. So if you're scrolling and you stop and you read a tweet, the algorithm is actually logging that. Logging is like going, oh, you're interested in that thing. And, that's going to have a Chinese social credit scoring effect on your account. Now I've been on Twitter, there's certain types of content where I'm a bit worried to read that, because I'm like, oh, if if the algo sees I'm connected to that, it's going to start trying to derank me. So, you know, the AI is also going to be able to, you know, go into the posts that people write and see what type of content they're writing about. And it's going to be able to capture the nuance even. So right now, you know, before there were filters, like I remember the old Twitter, I'd write something, I'd get shadowed, I'd get like blocked for 2 weeks because, you know, I told someone to fuck off or something, like, you know. And I realized on Twitter, so this is actually true in the algo now. You know, now if I insult someone, I won't get banned. But if it's aggressive, or if it's like using that kind of language, if it's insulting someone, the algorithm does derank you. So the algorithm elevates posts. So that's why people move to this way of insulting people, you know, by making digs at them where they're not outright calling them names. It's because of the algo and how it works. But soon, you know, the AI can even capture that nuance, you know. And the drone stuff is especially scary because before you could like, you know, like you could move through territories and, you know, you could do a guerrilla resistance, you could hide in the mountains, in the forest. But drone swarms now, they can just fill up the sky. And they're just like a mobile surveillance platform, and they're just like a big CCTV that fills the sky, and they can just stay in the sky forever. It's like really cheap to maintain, especially with like fixed wing drone aircraft that fly in circles, and they just look at a certain area of the ground, and it's just like a still image on a screen, and you've got like all like, you know, like AI algo. Imagine like Google Maps for like an entire region, like a massive, like, I'm not just talking about like a city, I'm talking about like an entire country or like part of a country. And it's all real time and you can see everything happening, and you've got AI analyzing that. And like every single person's identified. How you can do guerrilla resistance. If your government, isn't the whole point of right to bear arms, that if your government is like violent, you can resist them? So now imagine like with this tech, what they have. So crypto is like the main resistance against that. It's like, that's why, you know, people like right to free speech, you know, right to anonymity, you know, right to own your internet. That's the dark forest where we can mobilize. All these like surveillance big tech platforms, that's like the monoculture, it's the desert. You know, we need to use the forest.
Yeah, I agree with you. And once again, we're past the 6-hour mark. This is a record-holding episode. I don't think we'll ever surpass this.
I'm starting to get hungry. And I'm gonna have to
Yeah, me too. I'm starving right here. But it's really great, and I want to thank you, Amir, for everything that you're doing. You're like a human encyclopedia. Like, I ask you something, and you give me a very in-depth answer.
Well, you know.
You should start your own YouTube channel, you know, where people ask you questions.
Yeah, I will. You know, just live stream chatting and programming, I guess. Let's see. I need to do a lecture series on DarkFi, like going deep into it for people. Because not people know about what we're building. And it's coming up to the point where we've got to tell people. But yeah. Okay, yeah, it's been a pleasure, guys. You know. Fun times. I don't even see it's like 7 hours. I just kind of like, I'm like having fun chatting with people. And then at some point I'm like, well, I'm really hungry and I haven't eaten chocolate yet and it's midnight. So
it's a bad time to eat chocolate.
Is it? Oh, I've got to eat my chocolate. Swiss chocolate, man. I'm going to eat it. Oh, damn. Okay. Anyway.
We have almost 3,000 live viewers, 6 hours, 12 minutes, 13 minutes right now. It's incredible. Thank you all for listening and tuning in. Make sure you subscribe. Follow Amir on Twitter. He is at Narrowdism. If you don't know what narrowdism is, go to the Wikipedia page. You got to read that one.
Oh yeah, interesting, huh?
And Happy New
Okay,
Year.
yeah. Happy New Year, guys. Tomorrow, at least, will be the new year. But yeah, been a pleasure. See you guys later then. See you. Bye bye. Fun times.